Toadies. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Maybe holiday season, but the streams don't stop. There's still important work to be done in the world of Umineko. Also, I don't know if this is possible. For once in my old person's life, my I must have done something to upset the old man gods, and I woke up, dude. My hip is so fucked. One side of my hip, it even just hurts to sit. I actually considered somehow changing my setup so that I could just like lay down and stream Umineko. I was like wondering if that was possible or viable, and then I gave up. So, it's like Michael Jordan had the flu game. I have the hurt hip Umineko stream. All right, so I'm just putting it out there. If the performance seems worse, then we will blame that. That's how we do it. Let me see this. Did you see the masterpiece that was Umineko? Just got done watching. Wow, hot off the press. Yeah, the last Umineko stream was quite something. I feel like it was fun though. I enjoyed my time. I think tonight might have a slightly different energy, but it's all the same. So we're kicking it old school here. This brings back memories, slightly older memories for the channel and stuff. But we have straight up 2 YouTube videos here to get through at the very least tonight is my goal. This one's almost 2 hours. This one's just crossing 3, so it's gonna be some time. Now the thing is, as convenient as a YouTube video is for our purposes here, it does create the slight I'm reading off of a YouTube video. So I'm gonna try my best to not make it as janky as possible, but obviously if I have to pause so that we don't miss a thing as I'm saying it, or obviously when I pause and the music's gonna cut out and it's just gonna be my shitty voice and all that. The shout out to the channel on YouTube, Lambda Delta, a great resource out there if you were wanting to experience a ton of Umineko stuff without having to buy into Umineko stuff, monetarily wise. I'd say this channel is a good source for you. Yeah, this is the plan. So our confession and last note of the Golden Witch, which are, as you can see on this little tab here, based off of Saku, the Saku release, whatever that means. I assume it's just a later release in the series. I didn't do a ton of research because I didn't want to spoil myself. These are like extracurricular stories, offering more insights perhaps. And I think might be, other than Golden Fantasia, our last bits of Umineko until Umineko is a new release of Umineko is out 10 years from now and it has some bonus content in it. Then we'll reconvene in 10 years and it'll be great. Almost was afraid I spilled something on myself, but I did not. All right, our confession. Good morning. Even though the farewell party's over, you are still here. Since it's you, the one who kept us company for so long, I think it might be fine to show you even this. What will the difficulty level be? That depends on Beatrice's love. Oh, also, don't know if this is voiced. Like I said, that's where I went off on a tangent. I don't know if this is voiced. I didn't want to spoil anything. I was just like, we'll just wing it depending on what happens. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going in the controls. If it, like I said, gonna make it as not janky as possible. Following along. Hey, and the very least, the best part about this is that we'll see the time bar. We can look at the time bar, so we know. I've got that special type of brain rot, that knowing how long a thing is. or how much is left, like, makes me feel better. Like, it's like a blanket. I was talking to Colton. I went to watch Godzilla. I think I mentioned on stream earlier, a couple days ago or so. Went to see Godzilla -1 in the middle of the week. And I was like, Colton, how long is this movie? Just because I was like, just heading into the movie, I want to know how long it is, just so that I can, like, mentally prepare, you know? Oh, I didn't also test audio, so I need to make sure. Well, we'll wing it as we go as well. I'll boost things as needed. I'm looking at a million things as we get this set. Bang, bang. That's a sad looking Beatrice. I'm gonna try very hard not to pause unless we absolutely need to. I can't guarantee that's gonna be the case, but I'm gonna try very hard not to pause. Not like we're watching an episode of Odd Men Out, alright? I'm gonna try very hard. Again, shout out Lambda Delta. I hope you're cool with me watching this on stream. Thank you for putting this together. Milady. Oh, there's some time. Delano-sama has arrived. Oh, what is this? It could be boosted a bit, couldn't it? A little bit, audio-wise. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh. The Inquisition has come just to check the outline. What's more, is head Inquisitor herself. The Great Court seems to have too much free time, or too many people. I assume, as we get further into this, I will get the timing right. Obviously, I know if I'll learn this person's pace of clicking through text, and then I'll know, hopefully, download it into my brain, as if I need to, like, pause if it's a long chunk, you know? It'll be fine. By my presiding witness, I expect your game will be unfathomably difficult and splendid. No need for flattery. Have a seat. Oh, they're going fast. Renove, prepare some tasty tea and cookies for the head Inquisitor. Certainly. No, that's alright. More importantly, I'd like to see it right away. The outline of a new game you are spinning. Very well. The outline is complete. But I'm still in the middle of decorating it as a story. Okay, so we're like a few sentences in. Any preferences on me changing how I'm doing this? And if you have a suggestion of how I could do it any better, then I will take it. I'll take it. I'm gonna just sip my drink here. Like I said, it's gonna be clunky as hell. But yeah, try my best. Fair enough. That's fair enough. Bieto pushed her way through a pile of manuscripts on top of her desk and pulled out a single bundle. Oh, I also don't know what these stories are about. So, yeah, I guess that's a thing to say as well. It was a manuscript for the new game. Revised countless times with various notes and tabs attached. It emanated a kind of dignified presence. Eleanor gave a bow, and accepted it. Then amidst the tea vapors as Renove set the table, she turned over the front cover. What is the name of the game this time? There isn't one yet. I always wait until I have completely finished writing the story before thinking of a name. Understood. Then with no delay, I shall begin the reading.
見事に整えられた物語となってからの所読となれないことが残念です。
Although, if I may say, it is disappointing that my first reading will be before it has become a beautifully arranged story.
それがデバッガーの気の毒なところよ。
That is the unfortunate side of being a playtester. You know what's the other unfortunate side of being a playtester? Having to tell your boss to tighten up the graphics on level 3.
今回も実に複雑怪奇な事件のようです。
It seems that this time too it'll be a truly complex and mysterious incident.
これが物語に昇華されたらどのようなものになるのか
I'm really looking forward to seeing just how this will be elevated to story status.
本当に楽しみです。
政治は良い。
No need for
さっ
flattery.
さとページをめくれ。
Hurry and turn the
我らは
page.
まるで原稿を持ち込み編集者を前にした新米漫画家のような気持ちであるぞ。
I feel as if I'm a newbie mangaka, putting the manuscript in front of the editor. Beato made a roguish smile and Delanor returned the same expression. Delanor had in her hands the so-called unfinished manuscript. No, it was truly an unformed thing on its way to becoming a manuscript, with the plot in the middle of its construction mixed in. If we were to use Beato-style speech, it's just as if it was the milky form of ice cream before it was frozen. No, it's probably even less complete than that. It's still egg yolk, milk, and raw cream cast into a bowl and at the height of its mixing stage.
まさに物語の卵です。
It really is just like the egg of a tale.
これをあなたは時間をかけてじっくりと温め
You,
孵化させるのです。
you carefully put time into keeping it warm and cause it to hatch.
できることならそなたには見事なアイスクリームとして完成してから賞味させたかったのであるがな。
If I could, I would love to show it to you as a magnificent ice cream, since I wanted to allow you to fully appreciate it.
もちろんそれが最高です。
Of course, that would be
し
ideal.
かしこれはこれでおつなものとも思っています。
However, I think this makes for the next best thing. Because even if it's an incomplete state now, the recipe is still exposed. We can see the precious other side of it, a side we would never see from a completed story. Those able to see this are only the witch who wrote the tale herself and the very few observers she allows. This is the unfinished manuscript in a muddy chaos soup state before it becomes ice cream. In fact, it's missing the narrative development characteristic of a story. It's not even complete as any kind of reading material. Is this just how Beatrice puts together a story? However, even so, the endless witch Beatrice's secret recipe, yet discerned by no one, is recorded upon it. To a chef, the recipes in their kitchen are sacred ground. To desecrate that is the greatest sacrilege. However, for those who admire delicacies, it is also the forbidden honey that no one can resist. This is not an example of one of Beato's interests, but we could instead say it's an example of one of Featherine's. From here on, what is recorded is the cat's guts. What? From here on, turning the pages means splitting the cat's stomach open and killing it. Why? Huh? To love the cat, then kill it and enjoy it again. Those were Bernkstell's words, but they were originally uttered by Featherine. So I inquire of thee, dolt thou kill the cat or not? The ancient Featherine has regretted splitting the stomachs of and killing thousands of tales. And in the relationship of irreversibility between knowing and not knowing, she even likened not knowing to that of noble virginity. Thus, I ask you again, doth thou kill the cat or not? Beyond lies the inside of the cat's stomach. Oh, let me go ahead and let me click kill. Or maybe I click don't. Who knows? It's a mystery to even myself. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm all for killing cats. I'm joking. That's a joke. My unpredictability. I'm so crazy. She's so unpredictable. Place a bag of frozen peas on head or whatever. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong letter. Accomplices. This time, let's make Kraus and Natsui into accomplices. That part reminds me of the Cats musical. But Natsui has a lot of pride, so even if I flash an enormous sum of money in front of her, it's hard to imagine that she'd easily be partner to a dreadful incident. With regards to that problem, there's two twos there. I'll have to two corner her, so she has no place to run and no margin for options. After the typhoon starts, I'll secretly guide Kraus and Natsui to the underground VIP room, reveal the bomb trigger, and threaten them. If they refuse, everyone dies. If they cooperate, those not sacrificed to the epitaph can come back alive. So I will just say, I had the option of doing the console version, or I guess the original version, with not the console graphics. And if that's the case, if I did the original, then I guess it wouldn't be voiced, and I could just read it straight through, like I'm doing during this narration part. But also, for consistency's sake, like, I feel like we've gone so far with the console sprites that to switch at this last moment would just be weird, you know? You know, what's the phrase? Something about comfort, something about fashion, something. What I don't. Come into the bit, sure, there's that too. Not exactly what I was looking for, but all means to connect the island to the outside have already been completely cut off. I'm sorry, I just hate the original art. Or, I don't hate. Hate is strong. I don't hate the original art. It doesn't do it for me. They have no way to resist. October 4th, past dusk. The rain and wind are getting stronger. The typhoon is already enveloping the island in earnest. What on earth is this? Natsui stood frozen in front of the wide open entrance to the secret underground staircase and the darkness beyond. There's nothing to be afraid of. We should advance. Beatrice said that with a composed smile. This is Father's secret passageway, isn't it? Ever since his childhood, Kraus believed in the existence of a secret passage and secret room that only Kinzo knew about. But even so, when it's brazenly right before his eyes like this, he can't enter without hesitation. Kraus, you aren't afraid of the dark, are you? Or here behind the chapel? You prefer to expose your body to the wind and rain. Up ahead, what could be awaiting us? You should see it with your own eyes. But you're already imagining it, aren't you? Dear, please stop. This is definitely some kind of trap. I wouldn't go down these forbidding stairs either if I could. But it seems we have no other choice. While grinning broadly, Beato playfully spun the sawed-off rifle held in her hand. She's got that rifle. Indeed, Kraus and Natsui have been threatened with that gun and forced here. Go, Beato, go. Wield that gun. They had thought for certain that when they were forced here, it was to kill them in a place where no one would notice. However, now that they've been shown the secret staircase, they were beginning to think that maybe she wasn't planning to kill them. That she knew the secret underground staircase is the cause of Beato being a witch. And she went out of her way to show it, so she probably had some other motive than to kill them. Nay, she must. Kraus gulped deeply, and they began to slowly descend the underground stairs. Natsui followed behind her husband. And Byato, grinning confidently, followed after them. The enormous pile of gold in the underground VIP room, of course, makes Krauss and Natsui's hearts jump, but just that wouldn't make them accomplices of some kind of dreadful incident. And so, the bomb trigger was explained. Since Krauss had a good understanding of Kinzo's madness, even the embellishment that Kinzo amused himself with the trigger that would blow up the whole island wasn't something that could just be laughed off. Understanding Byato's threat with the bomb, and the authority that comes with it, was something that they must be made to appreciate.
そんなどうしてお父様が自分の住む島にそんな爆弾を仕掛けるというのですか
That's... Why would father set up such a bomb device on the island he lives on?
六軒島にはかつて海軍の秘密基地があり、徹底抗戦に備えて莫大な量の弾薬を備蓄していた。
Rokunjima once had a secret naval base, and it had an enormous amount of explosives stored on it for the last-ditch war effort.
という話は何度か聞いたことがある。
Or so I've heard many
そ
times.
して親父どもも命運が尽きた時には島もろともきれいさっぱり消え去る。
And when his luck came to an end, he would cleanly erase himself along with the
と
island.
いうようなことを昔言っていたような気がする。
I vaguely remember father... Oh, see, this is why I won't want to make too much of a mistake. Because then I rewind and... Oh. Or my first big fuck up. I vaguely remember father said something like that a long time ago.
そうとも
Precisely.
そしてその仕掛けが
And that device is...
その仕掛けは後宮家の真の当主に受け継がれる
A device inherited by the true head of the Ishimiya family.
つまり今はわらわだけが
In other words, only I can control it.
その仕掛けを使いこなすことができるのだ
By activating it, the device can, at any time, cause a giant explosion. Byato's explanation may not be convincing enough. In that case, Genji will be there too. If the same story also comes from Genji's mouth, his credibility will sharply rise.
はい。
Yes.
かつて親方様が作られた時限爆弾の仕掛けは
Jigen Bakudan. I know that Yu-Gi-Oh card. The time bomb device created by the former head.
今や新しき当主
Now belongs to a new master, Beatrice-sama.
ベアトリーチェ様のものでございます。
そんな
That's... Hearing the same story from Genji, Natsui was at a loss for words. And understandably so. On the island she had spent so many years was buried an enormous amount of explosives. They could have, at Kinzo's slightest whim, or by some kind of coincidental accident, massively exploded. Natsui was petrified at the reality that she was still living on such an island even now.
なるほど。
I see.
恐ろしい話だよ。
It's a frightening story.
しかしそれは戦争中の爆薬ではないかね。
But aren't those explosives from the war era?
それが今も起爆するとは思えんのだ
I don't think they would explode now.
問題ありません。
There are no problems.
親方様の命により定期的に検査を行っておりました。
Oh, that's so convenient. The head had periodic inspections carried out. Are we liking the mouth movements? I at some point during the Umineko playthrough, I'm pretty sure with the mod I was using, I could have technically, I think have had done that or added those in, maybe. I don't remember. And I don't know if I necessarily like the mouth movements or not. I gotta be honest. You're right, let's turn the stream off.
のテストもしたぞ
We also tested them, of course.
その威力は申し分ないものであった
There was nothing to criticize about their power.
あの程度の量であれだけの威力を見せたのだ
With that kind of amount, they demonstrated such power.
少なくともこの屋敷を中心に数百メートルを完全に吹き飛ばすなど造作もないことであろうな
At the very least, easily everything within several hundred meters of the mansion will be completely blown away.
爆薬のテスト
An explosives test?
そうであるとも。
Indeed.
爆薬の威力を実験するためにあるものを爆破したのだ。
To assess the power of the explosives, I blew up a certain object.
そなたたちもよく知っていたものだ。
Something you two are quite familiar with. Kraus and Natsui looked at each other. They didn't remember there being any kind of big explosion anywhere nearby. Shrugging her shoulders with a smile, Bito signaled to Genji to explain it to them. Fill the losers in.
奥様
Master,
お
madam,
忘れですか
have you forgotten
真珠の社のこと
about the local shrine?
真珠の社
The local shrine? The local shrine built on the reef just a little ways out from Rokenjima's port. Last year it was demolished by some large wave or lightning or something. They hadn't really thought about it much. But there's no way some large wave would wash away the whole shrine, let alone the reef. There was a group among the servants who said purple lightning fell from the sky and smashed the shrine, or some such rumor, but there's no such thing as purple lightning, much less lightning that could smash a shrine and even destroy the reef.
まさかそんな
You don't mean... No.
そういうことよ。
Yes, that's how it
わらわの
is.
復活を祝ってあの社を岩礁ごと吹き飛ばさせてもらったのよ。
To celebrate my resurrection, I had that shrine in the reef blown away.
しかしあれほどの威力とは。
But to think they'd have that much power.
社が吹き飛べば上等と思っていたが、まさか岩礁ごと吹き飛ばすとはな。
I thought it'd be great if they blew up the shrine, but I never imagined they would blow up the reef as well.
人間の生み出した武器も実に恐ろしいものだぞ。
The weapons of humans are truly dreadful.
状況は理解したよ
Okay, we understand the situation.
それで
So,
君はここへ私たちを招いて
you invited us here to and had us listen to your story?
の話を聞かせたそれに対し何を求めていると言うんだね
I'm trying to think of what you seek to get out of that.
普通ならばそれに対し金でも要求するのかと考えるところだが
Normally I'd think you would demand money.
そこに山と積まれている黄金があるように
More
君が
money.
お金に困っているようには到底見えん
But with all that gold piled there, I can't fathom you having want for money.
そして私の命が目的ならさっさと奪っているはずだ
And if it was about my life, you surely would have snatched it away quickly.
まさかメイドの土産を気取って六軒島の秘密を聞かせてくれたわけではないと思うのだがね
You couldn't be telling us Rokujima's secret as if you'd had a change of heart, could you? Kraus tried to act as calm as possible. Certainly, as his every word slightly quivered, his nervousness and agitation still hadn't cooled down. However, the mountain of gold piled there, and the story about a massive amount of explosives that could blow up the whole island, that way to abnormal reality, made the scene before his eyes also feel more like an event happening on the other side of the TV screen. In some sense, that might have let him regain his composure. Moreover, thinking more calmly, it had been declared that the means of contacting the outside world had already been severed. Furthermore, that it's also understood that the typhoon would isolate the island for a period of 2 days. There was nowhere to run. On the whim of this golden witch worthy of inheriting Yushimiya Kinzo's madness, everyone on Rokujima could be blown to smithereens. For Natsui to understand this, she would probably need to cool her head for a while more. However, Kraus is already starting to calmly accept it. Good Kraus.
君はこれから何かの条件と引き換えに
Now you're going to strong-arm us into an exchange for something?
私に何かを強いるつもりだろうそれがどのようなものか私には皆目見当もつかないが
I can't even imagine what that something is.
可能な限り交渉に応じるつもりだ
But as long as it's possible, negotiations are open.
ほう、
Huh?
意外にも理解が早くて助かるぞ。
Your surprisingly quick uptake saves me some trouble.
おそらくそれは断りがたいものだろう。
Likely it's something we can't refuse.
何しろ今の私たちは島丸ごと君に人質に取られているも同然なのだからね。
After all, right now you can take everyone on the island hostage.
その通りだ。
Exactly.
爆発から逃れる方法は2つしかない。
There are only two ways to escape from the explosion.
1つはわらわしか知らない方法によって次元装置を解除すること。
One is a way to abort the timer that only I know of.
もう1つはこの格子の向こうの地下通路より島の反対側へ行き爆発を逃れることのみだ。
The other is to go down the underground passage beyond this grating to the other side of the island to flee the explosion.
見ての通り、この格子の施錠も我が手中にある。
As you can see, this grating's lock is under my control.
いずれの方法で生き残るにせよ、わらわを拒むことなどできんのだ。
You cannot refuse me, given either intended method of survival.
分かっていると。
We get it.
私たちも自分の命が惜しい。
We value our
し
lives.
かし同時に君も私たちに何らかの協力を得なければならないらしい。
But at the same time, it seems you require some kind of cooperation from us.
次元爆弾と黄金という最高の切り札を2枚も持つ君が。
You're carrying the two incredible trump cards of the time bomb and the gold, so it seems to be your good fortune that we must merely nod our heads.
私たちに首を縦に振らさなければならない都合があるらしい。
いいともクラウスよ。
Wonderful, Kraus.
そなたが望むならそうしようではないか。
If that's the way you wish it, let's do it that way.
これは脅迫ではない。
This isn't a threat,
取引だ。
it's a trade.
わらわはそなたたちの協力を得たい。
I wish for your
先
cooperation.
に見返りを聞こうではないかね。
Let's hear what we get out of it.
この黄金の山のすべてと家族の命を保証しよう。
Let's make it this entire amount of gold and the guarantee of your family's life.
ただし、それ以外の一切は諦めてもらうがな。
However, you'll have to give up on... I missed it. Oh god, so awkward. Oh god.
それ以外の一切は諦めて
On
もらう
everything
が
else.
な。
Damn. It was 2 words.
それ以外の一切という意味をもう少し詳しく伺いたいね。
May I ask for a little more detail on what you mean by everything else?
そのままの意味だ。
It means exactly that.
何しろ、この島のすべては吹き飛ぶのだからな。
Since this entire island is going to blow up. Kraus and Natsui both were shocked at such an outrageous proposition. For a time they lost their composure, but even still it was an offer that couldn't be refused. Kraus calmed Natsui and regained his cool. He retorted that if the island were to blow up, there wouldn't be enough time to carry out the gold. Bieto held out the card to an underground safe at a bank. This was what Bieto had turned into cash so far. In an underground vault beneath the bank's head office slept 1 billion yen stuffed in an attached case. By holding out that card, she guaranteed Kraus 1 billion yen. But Kraus found it hard to believe that there really was 1 billion yen in that safe. But money can't buy the lives of his family. Once again, after disputing with Natsui, he was dispirited and worn. In exchange for his family's absolute safety, Kraus reluctantly offered up his cooperation. Of course, there was self-interest too. The island being blown away would probably be treated as an accident. And along with that, without any relatives, the investigation directed at him would become unresolvable. Of course, this includes Kinzo's death too. Nearly all the troubles they bear would be gone. And even supposing there isn't 1 billion yen in the safe, there's a lot of money on Kinzo's life insurance plan. Natsui was hesitant. But to Kraus, it wasn't a bad deal. Suppressing the guilty part of his conscience, Kraus argued that there was no other way to protect Jessica.
それで私たちに何をしろというのですか。
So, What will you have us do?
協力するとは言ったの。おかしな犯罪の片棒は担ぐに。
Oh, we said we'd cooperate, but we won't partner with you for some weird crime. Krasunatsu said, completely drained.
わらわはとある人物をもてなすためにある芝居を上演したい。
I want to perform a play to welcome a certain person.
ある物語？
A play?
そやつとわらわは推理小説をたしなみ、互いに議論を交わした仲よ。
That guy and I have a taste for mystery novels. It's a relationship of exchanging contesting ideas.
ゆえに、その6年ぶりの帰りを祝って、極上のミステリーで歓迎してやりたいのだ。
Therefore, to commemorate his return after 6 years, I wish to welcome him with a first-rate mystery. It would seem that on this island shut off by a typhoon, Byato wants to put on some kind of bizarre play. Their role is to obey the scenario she prepared so that the story will stay consistent. In other words, to become characters in her play. To act and speak only in accordance with her scenario. There apparently was nothing more required of them than that. Except, all other things are forbidden. In the event that her story is interfered with, the safety of Krause's family is not guaranteed. The only way to escape the giant explosion is to get far away from the mansion grounds. The only way to do that is to escape to the opposite side of the island by the tunnel out from the underground VIP room. And that underground tunnel is blocked by a locked metal grate. Only Byato holds a key, and Byato promises that after everything is over, she'll hand that key over to Krause. The whole story was dangerous and shady all over. No, perhaps this was a necessary aspect for a play. She, in exchange for all the gold, was saying she wanted help just for one last play, or perhaps sideshow. The dress of the witch and the portrait that she wore, and her whimsical smiling, are perhaps joys only permitted to those who solve the mystery of the epitaph. Krause continued to press for his family's safety. That when that promise is broken, all cooperation ceases. And to that, Byato would once again say that if they didn't follow the scenario provided, not a single person would survive. While scowling at them with a crazy laugh. And with that, Krasunatsu had been made complacent. The cooperation of all the servants and of Nanjo had already been arranged. Preparations for the game board were now complete. And finally, the story begins. As easy as that.
とにかく親父が降りてこねえことには始まらねえ。
In any case, nothing happens if Dad doesn't come down.
まったくだわ。
You've got that right.
私たちは兄さんと話しに来たんじゃない。
We didn't come to
お
speak
父
to our
様
brother.
と話をしに来たのよ。
We came to speak to Father. What am I, chopped liver? Krause quietly bore all the harsh words of the siblings. He couldn't do anything extraneous. He must behave in accordance with the scenario provided to him by the witch. In the scenario, he was to wait until midnight, which was soon to be. Then, they heard the chime of the banquet hall's grandfather clock. It's midnight. It's time for that witch's scenario to take motion. At midnight, there will be a knock on the door of the dining hall. Knock, knock, and there it was.
誰だね?
Who is it? He meant to say it nonchalantly, but it came out slightly nervous.
失礼いたします。
Forgive the intrusion.
源氏でございます。
It's Genji. He is also a person following Beatrice's scenario.
あら、源氏さん。
Oh, Genji-san.
どうしたのこんな時間に。
What is it at such an hour?
ちょうどよかった。
This is perfect.
少し喉が渇いてたんや。
I'm kind of thirsty.
この辺で少しお茶でももらって休憩しようやないか。
Should we take a little break for now and have some tea? Genji, after signaling to Krause with a look, deeply lowered his head and to everyone and made the announcement. Some of the voice acting, I even noticed a bit with like Eva. Maybe slightly different.
皆様方、
Ladies and gentlemen,
親方様が 書斎にお呼びでございます。
The head summoned you to his study. Everyone was stunned by his words. Eva doubted even the existence of Kinzo, but that very person was summoning everyone to his study.
どういうことよこれは。
Oh, what could this mean?
知らんよ。
I don't know.
親父殿の気まぐれは今も昔も
I've never been able to understand father's whims.
にもならんね。
All according to plan. This is the part where I lead everyone to the study. And then in front of the study, he and Natsui will specifically be told to wait.
お待ちを。
Please wait.
旦那様と夏日様は
The master and madam are to
こ
wait
ちらで
here.
お待ちくださいませ。
In front of the study, Genji made the pronouncement. Natsui didn't say a thing, silently casting her eyes at the floor. Seeing this, Eva smiled triumphantly.
あら、これはどういうことなのかしら。
Oh, what could this be?
兄さんたち抜きで先に私たちに話したいことって一体何なのかしら。
What on earth could he want to say to us first without the two of you?
わからんね。
No idea.
親父殿が考えることは
I never know what father's thinking.
いつだってわからんよ。
親方様、
Master,
源氏でございます。
it is Genji.
親族の皆様をお連れいたしました。
I've brought all of your relatives. Genji said this through the door after knocking. A farce. Beyond that door lies only a deserted room that has long since lost its master.
皆様、
Ladies and gentlemen,
栄光ある後宮家の当主、
it is the study of the glorious Yushiromiya family head Kinzo-sama.
金蔵様の書斎でございます。くれぐれも粗相のなきよ
I implore you not to make any careless
う
mistakes.
お願い申し上げます。
源氏さん、
Genji-san,
親父の機嫌はいいんだ。
Dad's in a good mood, right?
はい、
Indeed.
当主様はすこぶる上機嫌でおられます。
The master is in a very good mood. Is in a very good mood. Both Eva and Rosa were visibly relieved. But Kraus and Natsui knew. The master Genji spoke of was a new master. It was that witch. Right now, awaiting them inside the study was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. The island, the mansion he lived in, was, at some point unbeknownst, granted to the witch of the portrait as its new master. This mansion Kraus had come to believe was his home had quickly become a very different place for him. With Genji leading, even the other relatives were swallowed up by the purgently poison-scented study. Slowly the door closed, and with the heavy sound of the auto-lock, their existences disappeared. They're just like, oh fuck. It's really happening.
私たちの仕事は
Does this mean our job is over?
果たせたのでしょうか。
とりあえず今夜の仕事
Well, at least for tonight.
あの女は不吉です。
That woman is
私に
ominous.
近寄れば自らごと全てを滅ぼしかねない嫌な気配を感じるのです。
She gives me the terrible feeling that she's capable of destroying herself and everyone else if we're careless in dealing with her.
夏日もかね。
You think so too, then?
私もだよ。
Yeah, me
だ
too.
からあの女の言いなりになるべきだと思ったのだ。
That's why I think we should do exactly what she says.
あの女はもし私たちが首を縦に振らなかったなら
I think if we didn't just nod our heads to her, she would have killed us on the spot.
あの場で即座に私たちを殺していただろう。
使用人たちも全員あの女の手下なのですね。
All the servants are already that woman's henchmen too.
誰だって死にたくはないさ。
Well, no one wants to die.
私たち同様に多くの報酬が約束されているのかもしれない。
Also, they may have the same reward promised to them.
何しろ200億の黄金をお持ちなのだからな。
She's got 20 billion in gold after all. Suddenly hearing unexpected footsteps, Kraus and Natsui went quiet. They looked and saw Kumasawa coming up the stairs. Kumasawa is also one of the witch's henchmen. They can't afford to lower their guard, but still they did view her as someone who could better relate to than Genji.
お疲れ様でございます。
Well done.
旦那様方のお役目は今夜はこれで終了だそうでございます。
Master and Madam's parts are complete for tonight.
彼らに魔女殿は何の話をしているのだね。
What is the witch saying to them? Who knows?
ベアトリーチェ様のお考えは私どもには分かりません。
I don't know how Beatrice-sama thinks.
なるほど。
I see.
魔女殿も親父殿も気まぐれなあたりは実によく似ているようだ。
Both the witch and father truly resemble each other in their whimsicalness.
私たちはこれからどうすればよいのですか？
What should we do
今
now?
夜はこのままお部屋にお戻りになり、お休みになられるようにとのことです。
I was told that we should return to our rooms and rest.
明日からは明日からのシナリオに沿われますようにとのことです。
Starting tomorrow, you are to follow tomorrow's schedule, I think it was.
沢さん、
Kumasawa-san.
あなたも
We missed
あ
up
の
there.
魔女に買収されているわけかね。
Have you also been brought out by the witch?
私
Scenario. My bad.
にも命が惜
That makes
しゅ
more
うござい
sense.
ますので。
I also value my life, so
爆弾の話かね。
about that bomb.
あれは本当なのかね。
Is that really true, I
本当に
wonder?
この島の地下には爆弾が仕掛けられているのかね。
Under this island, is there really a bomb triggered to explode?
おそらくは真実でございましょう。
It's probably
実
true.
際に鎮守の社を爆弾で吹き飛ばしているのですから。
Since the local shrine has really been blown up with explosives.
熊沢はこれから何が起こるのか
Kumasawa, what will happen next?
聞いているのですか？
Have you heard?
とある方を驚かせるための大芝居
All I've heard is that it's a big show meant to surprise a certain person.
としか聞かされておりません。それ以上はご容赦ください。
Please let me off with that. At that.
余計なことを喋れば命はないと脅されておりますもの。
I've also been threatened with my life if I say anything unnecessary. When Kumasawa meekly said this, she lowered her head very deeply. The buyouts from the giant pile of gold and the threat from the bomb. They really have no way to resist. Is this all just a giant farce, or is it the opening of some ghastly celebration of the Golden Witch's resurrection? Despite the ominous feeling they got from the thunder outside, Kraus and Natsui could only head to their respective rooms. But in their bedrooms were the new scenarios already delivered. By reading them, they knew tonight's farce will continue. The five invited into the study, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kairi, and Rosa, stood firmly at attention like children called to ceremony.
親方様、
Master,
親族の皆様、5名をお連れいたしました。
I have brought 5 members of the family.
うん
Good.
ご苦労であったな。
Thank you, Genji. Everyone was surprised at hearing a woman's voice. A flash of lightning illuminated a woman's figure for an instant, which was the very figure of the person whose portrait hung in the reception hall.
皆様、
Ladies and
栄
gentlemen,
光ある後宮家の当主、
you are visiting the glorious Ushirmiya family head, Beatrice-sama.
ベアトリーチェ様のおなりでございます。
So overwhelmed by the sight of the witch, they forgot to even close their gaping mouths. Eva was the first to come to her senses.
これは何の冗談なの？源氏、これはどういうこと？
Oh, what kind of joke is this? Genji, what's the meaning of this?
こら驚いたわ。
Hey, I'm
ま
impressed.
さに肖像画の魔女にうり二つやで。
She really looks just like the witch of the portrait.
そのドレス特注したんかいな。
Is that dress a custom order?
お静かに、
Quiet, please.
当主様の御前でございます。
You're in the presence of the
死
master.
後は慎まれますように。
Please refrain from such murmuring. They were all stunned again by Genji's sharp words. He means business. No, that's not right. It was because the more familiar family head had casually appeared from the darkness. The day that I return everything to my beloved witch has finally come. Tonight, I've turned over the ring and all the assets of the Ushiromiya family to her. Kinzo made the announcement in boisterously high spirits. Of course, Kinzo never really appeared. To those who already know that Kinzo has left this world, this illusion is nothing more than a farce. Because illusions are an embellishment of the result's cause. They are merely a creative production behind known results. The results are that 5 people die in the study. Okay, so this is contextually telling us how the narration embellishes shit. So it basically is saying there, like, hey, of course Kinzo's not there. Kinzo has long been dead. And then that's why it showed us the pages thing. It's basically saying, like, hey, to all the people that it matters to, they're all dead. They can't say otherwise. But the people that it matters to, it's acting as if Kinzo's there. That's all that is. And along with their miserable final moments comes its own new production. Alright. So, there's a reason behind you all being gathered here tonight. Might there be someone who can figure it out? You won't if I just ask you out of the blue like that. So I'll give you a hint. There's significance behind Kraus and Natsui not being called in. Oh, I don't count Genji, since he still has his uses. Suddenly declaring this, Byato had a mischievous smile creep upon her face. Of course, there really was no way for any of them to answer such a question. Even Kinzo tilted his head in confusion. Beatrice! To have prepared a question that even I do not know the answer is truly something outstanding. Why? Why is it that you do not have Kraus and Natsui here to celebrate your resurrection? You haven't realized it, Kinzo? I love being able to see Beato's mouth as she cackles. She goes, meh, 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 meh. I'll give another hint. It's something that was signaled by the grandfather clock in the entrance hall just a little while ago. Getting more and more confused, the relatives muttered amongst themselves. They really had no idea what was happening. Good grief. To think Kinzo wouldn't realize either. I am disappointed, humans. Fine, I shall tell you the answer. Let's see, how shall I do it this time? The 7 sisters lack manners. People are getting too accustomed to the Chester sisters. Gap might be good, but actually, I think it's about time to call in a new guest. Which new demon shall I call this time? Opening her grimoire, she picks randomly from the 72 noble demons. Casually flipping through the pages. The number that appears is 64. Who was number 64 of the 72 again? Rank number 64. Yes, it has a nice ring to it. What was it that popped up there? It was like very quick. Rank number 64. Floros. Sure. Yes, it has a nice ring to it. Let's go with this one. Alright, what kind of character design shall we do? Me. Me rolling my new D&D character. Gap and Renove had everyone have an adult-like design. So this time, I'd like to try the opposite with more childlike design. A killer with childlike innocence, or something. Maybe it could be expressed through character design. Let's look up more about Floros. Floros. Fla-chan. Yes, I like the sound of it. What the hell is happening? What? Has the appearance of a leopard. Has the appearance of a man when taking human form. What? A man? A cute girl would be so much better. Amended. Let's make her a cute girl with matching animal ears. Fla-chan! Sakataro had cute ears. Something like his. Let's sketch it. Oh no, Sakataro version 2.0? Let's sketch it. Good, good, good. Oh my god! Oh, here we go. I love Well then, who shall answer my summons? Anyone is fine, though the only requirement is to not let me get bored. Come, demon of the contract. Also, I gotta say, thank God we're still getting new characters. I would have been so upset if our final piece of Umineko reading didn't involve new characters, you know? It would have been a bummer. I don't care who it is. Come and cure my boredom. As Beata raised her hands up, the floor of the study shone golden, and was whirled up all at once. It was a wondrous swarm of golden butterflies. The relatives were dumbfounded at such a beautiful scene that it lost all sense of reality. What a beautiful summoning! My, who did you go and summon? Such majesty! It looks like one of the great demons of the 72 pillars. Just as I expected of you, Kinzo. You're very knowledgeable about summoning. That's right, who I summoned is one of the great demons of the 72 pillars. However, even I do not know which of them will appear. How terrifying you are! To be able to summon a great demon with that kind of careless attitude. I deeply admire that kind of magical power. Here they come. As a whirlwind of golden butterflies surged, it formed a human shape in the center of it. My OC! After it burst apart, a great demon of the 72 pillars showed herself. Well then, who answered my summons? Can I check? Yep, there are no character bios unless the person, the actual pilot does something. It appears to be Floros. Of course. That's Kinzo for you. To be able to tell, just a glance, you really are far from human. Kinzo and Beata were having a chat, grinning and laughing. However, the other relatives were just standing still with their minds blank.
ですよ。
Vloros.
久しぶりであるな。
It has been a while.
我が召喚に応えたということは、少なくとも今は誰の契約にも服していないということ。
For you to acknowledge my summons, it means that you are not currently bound by contract to anyone.
嬉しいぞ。そなたを味方として迎えられて。
I am pleased. I welcome you as my ally.
72柱序列第64位
Rank number 64 of the 72 Noble Demons.
灼熱のフラウロス
Floros.
そうだぜ
Floros of Hellfire is here. Visions of Hellfire! To human eyes, she probably looked like a girl still in middle school. Oh, boy. However, she's one of the 72 great noble demons, Floros. With her terrible power, she lays waste to her summoner's enemies. Her specialty is devouring and burning them to ash. Truly a demon among demons. Truly.
誰でもいいなんていい加減な召喚だったけど
It was just some random summonings.
面白そうだからと来てみれば
But it seems I got someone interesting.
召喚者はまさかのあの大ベアトリーチェ教だぜ
To imagine that my summoner was the great lady Beatrice.
雇われ商売とはいえ面白いもんだぜ
Even though I'm here for business, it looks like it's going to be fun.
そうであるな。
Indeed.
かつてそなたはわらわと敵対する魔女と契約していた。
Once you were contracted to an enemy witch of mine,
そなたの相手は実に骨が折れたものよ。
fighting you is quite a hassle.
まお仕事だから仕方ないぜ
Well, I had no choice because it was my job.
それであちしの仕事は
So what's the new gig?
あちしの仕事は殺すことか壊すことだけだぜ
My only job is to kill or destroy things.
暴れたくてうずうずしてるぜ
It's been a while, so I'm itching to get wild.
わらわの儀式
Oh
への
boy. Never mind. Put her back on the page. Let's get a new demon. Just put her away. It's fine.
協力を命ずる。
I command you to cooperate in my ceremony.
すでに時計はその始まりを刻んでいるのでな。
The clock has already marked its beginnings.
これより第一の番の生贄に6人を殺すことを命ずる。
I command you to kill 6 people as sacrifices for the first twilight.
6人殺し了解だぜ
Kill
ここに
6?
都合よく並んでる6人をぬっ殺しちまってもいいんかね
Got it. Can I kill 6 of them conveniently lined up right here? Kinzo's enjoying it.
なんとそういうことか
So that's what it is.
これは私も運がない
So I'm also one of the unlucky ones. Kinzo finally understood the reason for which everyone was gathered in his study. In Beata's mind, sacrifices of the first twilight had already been decided.
お父様、
Father,
一体どういうことなんです？
what is the meaning of this? Eva timidly asked, but Kinzo just continued his mad laughter.
運のないやつらだぜさて誰から食らってやろうかね
You're a bunch of unlucky guys. So, whom shall I eat first? Oh, Vore. Floros's 2 hands stretched to the floor. Her appearance was now not so much that of a human's, but of a ferocious leopard's.
悪く思うな。
Don't hate me.
そなたらに罪はない。
You guys didn't do anything wrong.
恨む。6年もの長きにわたり約束を保護にしたあの男を恨むのだな。
If you're gonna hate someone, hate the guy that trashed his promise for 6 long years. Damn. Hey, don't hate me that I'm killing you. Hate the guy that broke my heart 6 years ago. They all stared befuddled. Beato bent down into the sofa's shadow. And when she stood up again, she was holding in both of her hands one from Kinzo's collection of sawed-off shotguns. The relatives could only imagine the sight of her wearing a dress and holding an antique gun to be that of a proper lady holding something like a folding fan. Got him. Well, at least I couldn't imagine lead actually gushing from those muzzles. First, Nishimuro Kinzo's study shoot, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kairi, and Rosa dead. The door to Kinzo's study is thick, so the sounds of the guns won't be heard easily. Kraus and Natsui will already have been guided far enough away from the study by Kumasawa, and won't hear the guns firing. The tools necessary for dealing with the corpses will already have been brought to the study. Floros changed into the form of a giant leopard and started by swallowing Kinzo in one gulp. I'm telling you, man. Swallowing him whole served as an explanation for Kinzo not to leave a corpse. It might be good to leave something like some of cut off scrap of Kinzo's robe behind in the room. Yeah, I assume in this story they handled it. Shocked by this, the relatives tried to escape the room, but they couldn't because it had been magically sealed. Did you think I would let my prey escape? Starting now, y'all, I hate y'all. Starting now, y'all too will be prepared one by one. Just you wait. The enormous leopard bellowed, but as it twisted its greatly inflated... No! This... I'm not reading an actual Umineko story here. I'm just reading someone's thinly veiled, like, kinks, aren't I? This is a fanfic. This is not. The enormous leopard bellowed that as it twisted its greatly inflated belly. Maybe Kinzo, who was swallowed whole, was struggling, or maybe it was indigestion. Ugh. Should have known Grandpa meat isn't tasty. I'll have to take some stomach medicine later. Get some Tums. I hate y'all. Yeah, I don't like the word y'all. Despite me always living in the South, I generally refrain from saying y'all. Bleh. Floros returned to the form of a girl, rubbing her belly that was protruding like a watermelon. No! This is so bad, dude. Before long, her stomach retracts as she shrugs. I'm sorry. I'm not being very professional right now. I've lost my professionalism. I hate to say it, but I'm not swallowing y'all whole, so I'll just be chewing on your soft meat. For me to get a sour stomach from just swallowing one, even I've become old. Are we dreaming? What kind of joke is this? Shit. Is someone out there? Please open this door. Why won't it open? With a door that would never be opened again as long as the first twilight lasted behind them, some of the relatives were banging on it, while others were in front staring at Floros. There are 5 people left. Deal with them swiftly. Yeah, I know the deal. Cause I'm in the mood for guts. I'll spill y'all's warm entrails all over. This is spewing such disturbing things. Make fun of adults too much and you're gonna get hurt. Rudolph was posturing, but his was shaking and his hips were buckling. Wait, but his was... I think it was missing a word there. Yeah, I have no idea. What is Rudolph on? Floris approaches him in that state while laughing impishly and licking her lips. Your liver looks tasty. Here we go. Time to grit your teeth. Contrary to the tone of the girl who had eaten a person, those nails were way too sharp. Rudolph Nissan! Rudolph fell on his knees. Then, with a thud and a splash, intestines spilled out on the floor from the torn up stomach. Nice crackling going on there. It's giving such an unappetizing color. Well then, whose bowels shall I open up next? Lines of fresh blood were drawn on the walls several times. To abide by the above scenario, the bodies were distorted. So that bullet holes were not discovered, whole chunks of their bodies were destroyed. Floros tore into their stomachs, pulled out the entrails, and bit them off. This was also carefully reproduced. Middle-aged folks, all of them have such unappetizing guts. Kinzo's making my stomach grumble. I'm gonna throw up. It's a terrible sight. Sure is. With the corpses ripped up and organs scattered about like this blood-stained first toilet is truly splendid. Its brutality gives the impression of Eva returning. I didn't mean to be particularly brutal. It was just me gobbling up the ones I was ordered to. Well, who am I going to slaughter next? Because I was locked up in a furnace for 100 years and bored out of my mind for so long, I'm itching to let loose. It seems like Floros couldn't contain the throbbing delight bubbling through her entire body for having been summoned after so long. Oh, she moaned as she stretched, standing on her hands and feet in an animal-like stance. What are the words I'm reading? I'm sorry, but my ceremony has various rules to follow. Until the following second twilight, your turn on the stage is over. Your turn on the stage over. Dang, even after I went as far as bathing in a rain of blood? What a serious letdown. It's probably because you're always summoned in the middle of a swarm of enemies. Truly sorry your first prey after 100 years is only 6 people. Well, you see, even though I love all you can eat most of the time, I don't hate a dignified course meal served in small portions. Since you have summoned me, I'll certainly enjoy the great Beatrice's full course meal until the very end. The more you rage and rampage, the more interesting it is to me. I'm also hoping you'll enjoy yourself.
晩まではお役御免ってことでいいわね。
So, shall I be dismissed from my duties until the second twilight then? Yes. Damn, I was really hoping we'd get a different person brought in. A different demon.
それまでのんびり
Until then,
が良いぞ。
feel free to relax.
じゃあしばらくあちしの好きにさせてもらうぜ。
Alright, I'll do whatever I want until then.
熱い雷雨を浴びながら存分に表を駆け巡りたいぜ。
I want to dash around freely outside, showering in that intense thunderstorm. Flora stood four-legged as she moaned happily with a stretch, her entire body quivering in delight. Her body slowly glowing red, she burnt
あ
brightly.
ちしは72柱の序列第64位。
I am rank 64 out of the 72 noble demons, Floros of Hellfire.
灼熱のフラウロス。すべてを食い尽くすぜ。燃やし尽くすぜ。ぶっ飛ばすぜ。
I eat it all, burn it all, smash it all. Oh, I know you eat it all.
次の出番が待ちきれね
Ah, I can't wait until it's my turn again. Yeah, what the hell? I have yet to see any Hellfire. I literally have seen inflation and Vore stuff so far. And that's it. Her bright red light turned to white and suddenly caused a giant explosion. The room splinters and everything turns white with smoke and dust from the blast. The inside of the study was swallowed up by a torrent of blistering rain. Floris's explosion broke a gaping hole in the wall of the study.
やれやれ。
My, my.
あまり派手にしてくれるな。
You didn't need to be
こ
so
の部屋に
flashy.
そのつもりはないが、以降は密室殺人の趣向で行くのでな。
I wasn't planning to do something like that since the idea was that it was supposed to be a closed room murder.
そう自由気ままに壁をぶち抜かれてはたまらんぞ。
That kind of unfettered destruction of the wall is intolerable.
それは悪いことをしたぜ。
I did something bad.
殺すのと同じくらい壊すのも大好きなもんで。
I love destroying about as much as I love killing.
焼き払うのはもっと大好きだぜ。
And I love incinerating most of all. As she yelled, Floris returned to leopard form and, leaving behind flaming footprints, jumped out into the storm-filled sky. From the giant hole in the wall, she landed in the middle courtyard, kicking the walls and prancing about until she disappeared in the jet-black sky. It seems she just couldn't help herself after being separated from the physical world for so long.
なるほど。
I see.
なかなかに退屈をさせぬやつだ。
She's the kind that never bores. Cackle. I was thinking about this earlier. I don't think, like, I'm streaming in the Answers arc category on Twitch. And really, like, the whole rule about Twitch is like, oh, as long as there's a category for something, right, then you should be totally fine whatever content's in it. I don't know if this individual thing is in a Twitch category, because I wasn't looking too hard. But, like, there might be. But I didn't want to, like, I mean, let me see something. I thought there might have been. No, there's something that says, there's something called Umineko Nonaku Koro ni Sakutaro Rengeku Sanhi. But I don't know what that is. So, yeah, I know it's in Saku, though. But I don't see it. So, once we had that... You know, after the thing of power from the last stream, what was it called? Abuse of power? I was like, I really hope these extra arcs don't display something that's going to be just really unhinged. Like, I want weird. I'm fine with weird. I'm just really hoping we don't get anything very bad. That's all I'm hoping for. Anyway, I see. She's the kind that never bores. Cackle.
それにしても無残なものよ。
But still, this is awful. Do I plan on finishing last note today? That's the goal. Little peek behind the curtain. I was like, oh, damn. I'm going to be able to finish Our Confession and, you know, last note. And then easy, we'll be able to even, like, maybe check out Golden Fantasia tonight. I don't think that might not be the case unless we stay like super late. But I really hope we finish last note. But if we don't for whatever reason, we can just pause where we're at. But We'll see. I wanted to. The giant gaping hole, the wreckage and dust, and the storm, not with that attitude, though. You gotta believe. The wreckage and dust and the storm blowing in all made the study quite a wreck. And of course, sacrifices with their innards cruelly strewn about.
たまにはこのような大胆な第一の晩もおつなものよ。
Well, sometimes a bold first twilight like this has its own charm. If you don't believe, then I'm going to summon a leopard demon girl, and she will eat you in one gulp. One swift gulp. Then, Krasa and Natsui were to be brought to the scene and made full witness to everything. So, it would probably be good to get them a bit dusted up. Something like having them do one roll on the floor of the trashed up study should do the trick. So after the murder of the first 6, Beato sneered, "Aren't you lucky?" at Krasa and Natsuyu, since the seal had expired, managed to flee out the door, or something. After that, Krasa and Natsui rushed to call the police, but for some reason the call couldn't get through. The general outline is that they, in a panic, took the servants and rushed to the guest house. But both Shannon and Cannon can't go together, so this part will have to be done carefully. A simple story would be Natsui and Shannon went on ahead to the guest house, while Krasa and Cannon went to get guns for self-defense, but are a bit late coming back. Shannon entered the servant's room with the terrified Kumasawa, slipped out through the window, and met up with Krasa. And then for a while, everyone holed up in the guest house. The children of the killed parents will probably want to see the crime scene, or start planning revenge, or find some other reason to leave the guest house. If they're really persistent, they can once more go to the study. Once again, it will be auto-locked. But it's not a problem since Genji has a key. When they see such a bizarre crime scene with a large hole in the wall, they will certainly accept that it couldn't possibly have been done by humans. It would also be interesting if there was a magic circle at the crime scene that wasn't there before. The magic circle could have been prepared several days earlier. All that's needed is for Krasa and Natsui to give false testimony that it wasn't there before. And to make it even more inexplicable, Krasa or Natsui will carry an envelope that makes a proclamation about the crime, and it'll be discovered in a closed room situation. This is just an example, but something like having a room that was just confirmed locked with nothing unusual. But then, when it's re-entered, there'll suddenly be a creepy letter there. It will be impossible to explain it by methods other than magic without doubting Krasa and Natsui. First mystery argument in the meta world can be held here. Without doubting Krasa and Natsui, there's absolutely no way to see through it. Probably he won't be able to think of anything outside of something having to do with the lock, or some kind of location-based trick based off of a gap in or around the door or window. But if this is a closed room in the true meaning, there isn't some mysterious culprit hiding somewhere. If I note all these things in red, he'll just give up. He can only destroy false closed rooms. So if this room really is a closed room, he'll go as far as it's magnificent and stop thinking. Certainly in Carr's closed room taxonomies, there are listed many false closed rooms made to appear like true closed rooms. They provide enjoyment with tricks, and when thinking of how to entertain with mystery novels, it's true that a tangibly identifiable answer, which can be reasoned out, is convenient. That's why we can say that there's no helping the fact that the vast majority of mysteries are overflowing with false closed rooms. But, incidentally, this also makes for a limit on the thinking involved in the majority of closed rooms. Don't misunderstand, I'm not criticizing false closed rooms. Oh, you're totally criticizing closed rooms. What I am criticizing is a section of narrow-minded humans who, because they only know false closed rooms, think it's the one and only kind of closed room mystery. However, we mustn't forget that in Carr's closed rooms taxonomies, There are also descriptions of methods for murder in true closed rooms, too. In fact, it guaranteed a perfect closed room in red. If guaranteed a perfect closed room in red, it becomes easy to reason based on H.H. Holmes's closed room taxonomies. Because saying Holmes is a little confusing, let's use his legal name, Boucher, from now on. Because saying Holmes is a little... Okay, I see. Whatever. According to Boucher, closed room murders can be explained with 3 categories. To make these categorizations extremely clear, I've written them below. Oh shit. Why would it structure it like that? The crime was committed before the closed room was constructed. The crime was committed while the closed room was up. The crime was committed after the closed room had been destroyed. It's only these 3 categories. If Red Truth says it's impossible to do it while the closed room was up, then it would be natural to think the crime was committed before the closed room's construction or after its destruction. If we are to use an incident of the sudden appearance of a letter in a closed room as an example, then the letter was placed before the closed room or after the closed room. It's just these 2 categories. With the former, you can doubt the person who confirmed its absence when they locked the room. With the latter, you can doubt the person who discovered the letter. In other words, if you base your thinking on Boucher's closed room taxonomies, you can immediately suspect that someone in the Ishimiya family is cooperating with the culprit. And it should be clear as day who is more suspicious between the children from the guest house who confirmed the closed room and the lone survivors of the previous tragedy, Krasanatsui, who claimed to have been witness to a demon summoned by a witch killing their relatives. For those who see this world as a mystery, they won't be caught by this kind of deception. Because to declare, I saw a witch, I saw magic, I saw demons in this world, is the same as confessing to being caught out to play a part in the culprit's ruse. What a simple and cheap mystery. Probably, for those people who love to read the mystery novels that I have boundless respect for, they'll see right through it with a big laugh. To witness demons, even with a brazen display of fantasy as proof, is to mystery the height of satire. Sure, it will no doubt get laughs. Though even if I think so, about 1 in 1,000 people might seriously believe that a witch summoned a demon. I was in that 1,000. If I believe in witch, whatever. Only for that rare person can my world of fantasy be sufficient. Excuse the digression. So anyway, I'll confuse the foregoing matter using the meta world, decorating with the preface of an incomprehensible incident. The target of the upcoming second twilight will be Shannon. We'll have it so that the women will go up to the guest house's 2nd floor while Kraus and the servant men fortify the first floor. And so, Shannon and George can be together. George will probably attend to the frightened Shannon. These 2 close ones will be the target of the second twilight. This time I will go with a nuance of tearing apart those who are close, of tearing apart their relationship with an abduction. After going to the servants' room on the 1st floor, Shannon will head to the bathroom. Naturally, George will come too. But of course, he can't go inside the girls' bathroom. He'll wait at the entrance. This is not a single-person bathroom, but a bathroom made for use in the guest house, designed to be large enough to serve several people at once. At this point, Shannon will exit through the window in the back of the bathroom. Then, Kumasawa will enter, and she will lock the window Shannon escaped through. Then she'll scream to announce some kind of incident. Oh, what's wrong, Kumasawa-san? I'm going to open the door. George opens the door to the girls' bathroom. When he does, Kumasawa's face will be pale, and she will be pointing to his doll, shaking. Oh, what happened? Shannon! Shannon! Shannon went into the girls' bathroom before Kumasawa. Kumasawa's scream had conveyed only that something strange had happened to Shannon. Fearing the worst, George peered into the stall that Kumasawa was pointing at. There was, pasted thickly in red, a creepy magic circle drawn on the wall in blood-like paint. Oh, what is this? Shannon! Where's Shannon?
私は存じ上げません。
I don't know.
そんなはずはない。
That's impossible.
熊沢さんの入る直前にシャノンが入ったんだ。
Shannon went in right before you.
どうしていない？シャノン。
So why isn't she here? Shannon! Shannon! There were 3 stalls, but all of them were empty. There was only one entrance. And since George had been there the whole time, right now, Shannon should be somewhere in the bathroom. It's hard for George to imagine, but she could have left through the window in the back. However, it's locked from the inside. He can't understand why Shannon would need to crawl out a window in the first place. It makes no sense. This couldn't happen. Shannon suddenly disappeared and was exchanged for a creepy magic circle. She turned into the circle.
ジョージ様、
George-sama.
そこに親方様の封筒が。
There's one of the head's envelopes. On the toilet in the stall with the magic circle, there's a mysterious envelope, just like the last tauntful envelope from the witch.
まさか。そんな。
It can't be. This is... George picked up the envelope and violently tore it open. Seeing only a single short sentence, as if assaulted by a wave of dizziness, George staggered into a wall, collapsing against it. On the second twilight, tear apart the two who are close. Since I'd like to make Floro someone responsible, I want to leave some Floro-style evidence. Something like having the stall be hideously burned, or having traces of an explosion from inside it. Once again, they'll find weird evidence that they'll think clearly cannot be produced by human means. Regarding this, it could all be prepared with leisure before the incident. The only problem is the possibility that one of the women would come in on this to this bathroom beforehand. For that, the day before the incident, the bathroom on the first floor of the guest house could be out of order. So, it'd be necessary to instead use the bathrooms of the various bedrooms. This itself can also be interesting as foreshadowing for the trick. Or, if the flashy decorations were something that couldn't be noticed from the outside, having the stall's door closed would be all that's needed to keep guests from seeing them. Then later thinking back, they can realize that no one was supposed to be installed during that time, and that door was closed. Install. So then, who closed that door? If they reason from no one was supposed to be there, they should be able to figure out that the magic circle was prepared beforehand. I hope to have a lot of fun debating the second Twilight. Shouldn't be hard to suspect Shannon and Kumasawa here. We'll have a scenario where Natsui comes to this conclusion and accuses the servants. This is a mystery novel gimmick. I'll use the reader's expectations that the reasoning coming from the other characters is usually wrong against them. By having Natsui say something is right, it will cause them to think of it, it must not be so. It's a confusion technique. So after that, Natsui and Kraus will level suspicion at the servants. Of course, George and the others will object. They will insist that the servants are victims caught up in the same situation as everyone else. After the discourse between Kraus and the servants, the decision will be to hunker down in 2 separate groups, the relatives group and a servants group. The relatives group will stay in the guest house, and the servants group will go to the mansion. In the middle of all this, George will probably insist on looking outside for Shannon. He can look as much as he wants. He'll probably be quickly chilled to the bone in the thunderstorm, give up, and return to the guest house. Following that, all the servants will have a meeting together in the mansion. They'll reaffirm what their next actions will be. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Twilights will be a closed room chain. The feature of closed room chains is that the corpses will be found in a chosen order. As long as the first closed room is on the 1st floor, and the others on the 2nd floor or higher, or in places outside the mansion, I can control the flow of their investigation. Whew.
使用人たちよ。
Servants.
さあ、いよいよそなたらの出番である。
Your turn has finally come. Beato gathered all the servants to the mansion's banquet hall to make this pronouncement. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon's expressions were calm, but Kumasawa and Gota's weren't.
本当にうまくいっているのでしょうか。
Is it really going well?
不安ですね。
I'm worried.
こういうことは初めての経験なもので、
Since I've never done something like this,
楽しいやら緊張するやら。
I'm not sure whether I'm enjoying myself or I'm nervous. Gota feigned laughter while trying to appear composed. They don't know. They don't even know that Eva and the others are really dead. This is Beato's deception, made possible by her discovery of the gold. They believe the 5 victims were also paid off, and that they're just playing dead. Excluding exceptions like Genji, most bribees are easier to manage if they aren't informed that they're involved with murder. It's case by case, though.
ではそれぞれ決められた部屋へ移動してもらおう。
Alright, now everyone move to your respective rooms.
死体のふりは意外に疲れるぞ。
Playing dead can be
疲れな
surprisingly
い格
tiring,
好
you
で
know?
倒れておくことだ。
Lie in a position that won't wear you out. Go play dead. Cannon in the parlor. Genji, in on the second floor of the VIP room. Kumasawa on the second floor, that's Sui's bedroom. Gota on the third floor, waiting room. Shannon in the chapel. They all go to the respective murder scenes and do their makeup. From the 4th twilight on, they are all gouge and kill. They are all to be gouged with some 7 stakes of purgatory. Everybody attends to their separate tasks in their separate rooms. Genji is composed. So are Shannon and Cannon. Gota is nervous that his faking will be found out. Ah. You don't say. Kumasawa is over that, and is starting to look forward to putting on the show.
いろいろないたずらをしてきましたけれど、こんな大きないたずらは初めてですね。
I've played a lot of pranks, but this is the biggest one I've ever done. Kumasawa was chuckling in Natsui's room.
準備はいいか、熊沢よ。
Is everything ready, Kumasawa?
おや、ベアトリーチェ様、
Oh, Beatrice-sama.
使用人ごときに奥様のベッドで横になるなど、もったいのうございます。
As a servant, it just doesn't feel right to lie on Madam's bed.
嘘をつけ。
You liar.
ベッドメイクの時、一度や二度飛び込んでみたくせに。
I know that while making it, you've wanted to jump on it once or twice.
それを言ったらベアトリーチェ様だって。
That is what Beatrice-sama would say.
それではメイクを始めるぞ。
Okay, time to start the
横になる
makeup.
がよい。
Lie down.
それでは失礼いたします。
Prone position.
す
Alright. Kumasawa takes off her shoes and starts to get on the bed.
これこれ。
Hey, hey.
死体がわざわざ靴を脱ぐか。
Does the corpse go and take off her
履いたままで
shoes?
よい。
You should keep them
奥様の
on.
ベッドに土足で上がるなんて、なんだか申し訳ない気がしますね。
To get on Madam's bed while wearing shoes feels like something really I shouldn't do. Kumasawa climbed onto the bed with her shoes on. Beato opened up her makeup bag.
良い姿勢は見つかったか？
Have you found a comfortable position?
ただ横になるだけでも長時間同じ姿勢を維持するのは疲れるぞ。
You'll get tired from... Oh, shit.
良い姿勢は見
I
つ
was
か
too
った
slow on the
か？
pause.
ただ
was
横
playing with
に
my
なる
hair.
だけでも長時間同じ姿勢を維持するのは
You'll get tired from holding the same pose for a long time, even if you're lying down.
疲れるぞ。
ええ、
Yes.
存じておりますとも。
I know,
これも1億円のためですものね。
but this is for 100 million yen. Oh. Each of the servants is getting 100 million yen. In fact, it's already been sent. In a few days, bank keycards should arrive at their homes. They won't be able to receive them, but their bereaved families can. It'll be more than enough for their funeral costs.
こんなところでしょうかね。
Something like this? Kumasawa had been stirring restlessly, but it seems she finally found a comfortable pose. It really looked like she had been killed. Good.
様になっているぞ。
That looks right.
さすが、人を騙しておちょくることに関しては才能がある。
You definitely have a knack for fooling people.
このような大芝居を打つベアトリーチェ様には到底かないません。
I couldn't possibly compare to Beatrice-sama in her grand show.
ではメイクを始めるぞ。
I'm going to start the
しばら
makeup.
く動くな。
Hold still for a minute. I just love this idea of like Kumasawa starting to lie down on the bed, and then Beatrice like, hold still, I gotta fucking do this makeup to make you look dead.
いやいや、もうそなたは死体なのだから、当分は身動きせずにいてもらうのだが。
No, actually, you're already corpse, so don't move for an even longer while.
南條先生が出て行ったら、もう楽にしてもよいのですね。
Once Dr. Nanjo visits, I'll be able to rest, right? Right.
南條が検視を終えた後は、警察が来るまで部屋を封印することになっている。
After Nanjo does his autopsy, the room will be sealed until the police arrive.
そうしたら、少しは楽にしてよい。
When that happens, you'll be able to rest a bit.
もっとも、死体なのであるぞ。
But you'll still be a
賑
corpse.
やかな音を立てるでないぞ。
You can't make any loud noises.
存じております。
Yes, of course not.
ではこっそりとこれを隠しておきましょうかね。
So, I should hide this? Kumasawa hides her half-read book and bag of smoked squid under the bed sheets. She is getting comfy. She is getting comfortable.
やれやれ。
My,
用意周到なことだ。
aren't you well
あまり
prepared?
リラックスしすぎて、気取られるでないぞ。
Careful not to relax too much.
毎日芝居が失敗したら、報酬もなしなのだからな。
Don't forget that if for some reason the show is a failure, there'll be no reward.
もちろん注意しますとも。
Of course, I'll be careful. During their light banter, Beato had pulled a stake from her tool bag. Kumasawa was to be gouged and killed with the stake.
すまんが、うつ伏せになってくれぬか？
Sorry, but could you lie face down?
仰向けではどうも格好がつかん。
The face up pose
う
just
つ
isn't
伏せで
working.
ございますか。
Face down, is it?
できはしますが、それでは少々息苦しいかと。
I can do that, but I think it might be hard to breathe. Beato's just gonna take the pillow to her. Actually kill Kumasawa.
では、いかにも寝ていますという感じで、実
Face up just looks like you're sleeping.
に白々しいのだ。ちょっと試しにうつ伏せになってくれぬか？
Could you just test lying face down out for a minute?
試しだ、試し。
Just a test.
そうでございますか。
Is that so? Then I'll try it.
では失礼して。
長くその姿勢を保つのは苦しいか？
Will it be difficult to hold that pose for a long time?
しばらくならなんとかなりましょうが。
For the time being, I can manage somehow.
検視は早めに済ましてほしいものですね。
Oh, I hope the autopsy
そうか
comes
そ
soon.
うか。
I see, I
しばら
see.
くそのまんま。
Stay like that for
ちょ
now.
っと衣装をいじらせてもらうぞ。
I'm going to adjust your
あま
clothes a
り
bit.
に綺麗に服を着こなされていても、リアリズムがないのでな。
Without the clothes set up right, there's no realism. Beato takes a tool from her bag. It's a twirled up lightweight extension cord.
ちょっとすまんな、通すぞ。
Sorry, I'm adjusting them now.
そのまま、そのまま。
Stay just like that.
はいはい。
Yes, yes. She coiled the extension cord around Kumasawa's neck, cross-lacing it from behind. She grasped the ends with both hands. Beato flumped herself onto Kumasawa's back, straddling her. Suddenly, Kumasawa's throat tightened, and she could neither breathe nor scream. That extension cord wrapped around her neck. was making a crackling sound from strangling her. Kumasawa looked like she was doing the flutter kick in the pool. Oh, she's doing the Yoshi flutter kick. Her heavier kicks occasionally pounding the bed. And straddling on top was Beato, in complete silence, as if she thought Kumasawa was some kind of bug or rodent, mercilessly wringing her neck. The scene looked just as if a giant golden spider had captured some pitiful prey and was injecting its poison. And along with that, the canopy bed must also appear to be made from this strange spider silk. Oops. This web would sometimes suddenly quiver from Kumasawa's feeble resistance. And finally, Beato slowly got off of Kumasawa's back. Kumasawa didn't move a muscle. She was dead.
すまんな、熊沢。
Cold. Sorry, Kumasawa.
そなたのえぐられし部位は足首。
Your gouge is in the leg.
足首を撃たれてから殺されるのでは余計な苦痛が多かろう。
Kill you by stabbing you there would be unnecessarily painful. Done with her strangling tool, Beato next grabbed her nearby rifle. And then, aiming at Kumasawa's calf, she pulled the trigger. The gunshot wasn't loud. It wasn't like the bang sounds from TV or the movies. At most, it was as loud as uncorking a champagne bottle. Campaign! But then, a splut of blood flies, and there's blood oozing out of the discomforting hole as it's being fished into. This time, she was digging into it, tweezers in hand. She picked out the bullet that was just shot into the calf. Then, she unceremoniously tossed it into a small vinyl bag she had in her larger tool bag. Already stored in that vinyl bag were several blood-stained bullets.
第4と第5の番あたりは銃だけで蹴りがつくのだがな。
The deaths for the 4th and 5th Twilights can be taken care of with just a gun.
後の晩になればなるほど面倒になる。
But it gets more troublesome as the Twilights go on.
なので、ゴーダのような大男は第4、第5の番でないと殺すのに苦労してしまうのでな。
So, if the large Goda isn't killed on the 4th or 5th Twilight, it will lead to problems. Then, taking the stake, she put the tip into the bloody, still oozing hole in the calf. Using her body weight, she carefully pressed it deeper. When she let up, the stake was cleanly plunged into the calf. She was still a bit worried that it might fall out before it's discovered, but it should still be enough to sustain the idea of sacrifices being gouged with stakes. And now, Kumasawa, Goda, and Genji have been killed. As for Kanon, who will be the first discovered, he can't die yet because he still has work to do. He'll take his time drawing magic circles on the doors of all the crime scenes. The chapel is far from the mansion, so it won't be searched first. There are 4 scenes to find in the mansion, but they'll have to break a window to get in since they're all locked. Other than the parlor, all locations are on the 2nd floor or higher, so it's nearly certain that the first scene they'll set foot in will be the parlor. In the parlor, Kanon will be dead and in his pocket a master key. And in the room will also be a letter from the witch that includes the key to the next room. The survivors will end up finding the corpses by following the dedicated route. Under the pretense of preserving the room to hand over to the police, crime scenes will be protected from possible investigation. Natsui will restrain the children. Dr. Nanjo and Kraus will be the only ones who go near the corpses. Jessica might try to rush to Kanon's corpse, so she'll require special attention. Kanaka! Kanaka! Jessica, calm down. Don't look. Don't come in. I don't know why the audio is weird in this. Sometimes, like, the voices are, like, so in like, just one ear for me. Unbelievable. Damn it. It's like we're getting spatial audio in my Umineko story.
これで使用人たちは犯人かもしれないという疑いは晴れましたね。
With this, the suspension that servants might be culprits has been cleared up.
夏日おばさん。
Hasn't it, Aunt Natsui? George sent a cold glare at Natsui. who had suspected the servants and driven them from the guest house.
どうですか、南條先生。
How is it, Dr. Nanjo?
詳しい死因はわからんが、死んどることはわかる。
I can't tell the exact cause, but I can tell he's dead.
ただ少なくともこいつが致命傷でないことは確かだ。
One thing's certain. What?
だ少なくともこいつが致命傷でないことは確か
Got
だ。
lazy. One thing certain is that this isn't the fatal wound. There was an awful wound on Cannon's knee and a bloodied stake on the floor. There's no doubt that the culprit pierced Cannon's knee, but it's hard to think that stabbing a knee would lead to death. He was probably killed another way, but Nanjo couldn't grasp what it was with a cursory examination.
とにかく警察のためにも現場はそっとしておいた方がいい。
In any case, we should tread lightly at the crime scene for the sake of the police.
私たちが勝手に荒らせばそれだけ捜査を妨害してしまうことになる。
If we carelessly disturb it, it could hinder their investigation.
同感ですな。
I agree.
この部屋はこれまでにした方が良さそうだ。
We should probably not do anything more in this room.
それより手紙の中に入っていた貴賓室の鍵とやらが気になりますな。
More importantly, I'm concerned about the key to the VIP room that was inside the envelope.
考えたくはないが貴賓室にもおそらく
I don't want to think about it, but the VIP room might also...
行ってみましょう。
Let's go see.
なんということだ。
What is all this?
彼らをゲストハウスから追い出さなければ。
If we hadn't driven them from the guest house... Kraus hung his head and pulled out his hair.
すまない。
Sorry, Cannon,
君たちを信じてやることができなくて。
for not being able to trust you and the others.
部下を信じることができないなんて。私は人の上に立つ資格はない。
To be unable to trust my subordinates. I have no right to stand above other people's... or other people. Cannon-kun had a stake in the knee? Maria sighting. It's the 7th Twilight.
膝をえぐりて殺す。
Gouge the knee and kill.
ってことは第4、第5、第6はどうなるんだい？
Which means, what about the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights?
他にも少なくとももう3人殺されてるって意味じゃないのかい？
Doesn't it mean that at least 3 other people have already been killed?
落ち着けよ、ジョージの兄貴。
Calm down, George Nikki.
まだそうと決まったわけじゃん。
We still don't know that for sure.
クラウスおじさん、
Uncle Kraus?
貴賓室へ急ぎましょう。
Let's hurry to the VIP room. Right,
少し待ちたまえ。
but just a minute.
割った窓をこのままにはできない。
We can't leave the broken window this way.
鎧戸を閉めておこう。
Let's close the shutter. Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun.
せめて最後に顔だけでも。
Mom, can I at least see his face one last time?
気持ちはわかります。
I understand how you feel,
でもこれ以上現場は荒らせません。
but we won't disturb the crime scene any further.
犯人を必ず見つけるためにもこのままにしなくては。
We have to leave it as is to ensure that they find the culprit. So, from now on, just hope.
ここから祈りなさい。彼の冥福を。
For his happiness in the next world. Acting. And so, they all head to the 2nd floor's VIP room, then to Natsui's bedroom, then to the 3rd floor's waiting room. Meanwhile, Kennen quietly sneaked out of the parlor. He's got a master key, so he can just leave straight out the door and then lock it. Kennen's even got 2 master keys, so he can leave one behind in the parlor. Of course, there's a concern that after the Epitaph murders are complete, crime scenes will all be investigated again. For that situation, so that Cannon's missing corpse won't create an inconsistency, culprit will have to perform some action that takes Cannon's corpse away. Cannon's disappearing corpse can become the trigger for another mystery. Kennen headed towards the chapel and met Shannon. Then he gave his master key to Shannon.
お疲れ様。
Thank you.
守備はどう？
How was the assignment?
ただ寝てるだけさ。
I was just lying
こ
down.
んなの肥料の袋を運ぶ仕事より簡単さ。
It was a lot easier than carrying sacks of fertilizer.
ご苦労であったぞ、カノン。
Good work, Kennen.
これでそなたはお役御免だ。
With this, your role is
あ
over.
りがとうございます。
Thank you,
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice-sama.
ェ様。じゃあね、姉さん。
Bye, sis.
また次のゲーム版で。
See you on the next game board.
また次のゲーム版で。
Okay, see you on the next game board. Go away, Cannon. Wow. Beatrice waved her cane, and then Cannon's body sublimated into mist and disappeared into her smoking pipe.
さて、
Alright,
連鎖密室の鳥を飾るのはそなたであるぞ。
so you're to decorate the last link of the closed room chain.
はい、
Yes,
心得ております。
I shall.
そなたには第4の番を与えることにする。
I'll grant you the fourth twilight.
最も慈悲深い番だ。
It's a very merciful twilight.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Beato and Shannon entered the chapel. The gloomy, solemn chapel was engulfed in nothing but the sound of wind and rain.
どこがよろしいでしょう？
Where would be good?
祭壇の裏手あたりはどうか。
How about behind the altar?
かしこまりました。
Understood. Between the stained glass and the altar in front of it, there was a crevice no more than 20 centimeters wide. The crevice was significantly deep. Shannon had in advance prepared a metal dumbbell tied to a rope. And then she carefully tested hanging and lowering the dumbbell into the crevice. It went in with no problems. The weight of the dumbbell was ideal.
どうだ？問題ないか？
How is it? Any problems?
はい、
No,
十分です。
it's fine.
問題ありません。
There are no problems.
では先に杭の化粧から始めよう。
Then let's start the stake makeup.
そなたの杭は血で汚すことが難しいのでな。
It's pretty hard to stain your steak with real blood after all. She pulled some painting materials out of her bag. It's the exact same stuff used in movies and the like. And so, she applied blood makeup to the end of the stake.
こんなものか。
A cinch.
そちらの準備はどうだ？
How are your preparations?
はい、
Yes,
こちらも準備できました。
I'm ready. Shannon tied a pistol to the end of the rope opposite to that of the dumbbell. And then, she carefully lowered the dumbbell into the crevice between the altar and the stained glass window. The middle of the rope was caught against the corner of the altar. Since the dumbbell was heavier than the pistol, as soon as she lets go, everything, gun and all, will be pulled into the crevice.
うまく落ちそうか？
Does it look like it'll fall in?
はい、
Yes.
問題ありません。
There are no problems. Imagine like Amazon Prime delivering a movie. Good. Shannon hands the pistol tied to the rope to Beato. And Beato hands Shannon the fake bloodied stake. Shannon gently presses the stake against her own forehead. Beato also puts the pistol to Shannon's forehead, lining it with the stake.
悔いはないのか？
You have no
ありま
regrets?
せん。
None.
すべてはベアトリーチェ様のおぼし飯のままに。
It is all as Beatrice-sama wills.
残念であるぞ。
It's too bad.
誰かが碑文の謎を解けたなら、そなたも死なずに済んだものを。
If someone had solved the mystery of the epitaph, you would have finished alive.
解けるわけがありません。あれほどの難解な謎が。
There's no way someone could solve such an incomprehensible mystery.
もとより望みのない賭けでした。
From the beginning, it was a hopeless gamble.
それでも、わらわはかけたのだ。
Yet I still bet,
それでも叶う奇跡こそが、魔
because if the miracle were granted, it would truly be magic.
法だとな。
この毒素に満ちた人間の世界には魔法も奇跡もありません。
In this world of toxin-filled humans, there is no magic nor miracles.
ベアトリーチェ様、あなたこ
Beatrice
そ
様
唯一の魔女にしてこの世に魔法を権限できる。
As the one true witch, you're the only existence that can bring magic to this world.
唯一の存在なのです。
そうだ。
That's right.
我こそは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ。
I am the Golden Witch,
安らか
Beatrice.
に眠れ。
Rest in peace.
次にそなたが目覚めるときは、
The next
そこは
time you
黄
awaken,
金郷だ。
it'll be in the
そ
Golden
こ
Land.
にはそなたの愛するジョージもいる。
Your beloved George will also be there.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very
ベ
much,
アトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama. It was a weak sound, but inside the chapel where only wind and rain could be heard, there was a faint echo. Shannon was tranquilly looking up at the ceiling. Then she suddenly collapsed like a puppet that had lost its strings. Beato lets go of the pistol in her hand. And when she does, the pistol, pulled by the heavy dumbbell, is swiftly swallowed up by the darkness of the crevice, disappearing with a heavy metallic clank. All that's left in front of the altar is Shannon's body with a bloody forehead. And, strewn on the floor beside her, a stake for gouging sacrifices. Indeed.
これで倒れた拍子に眉間より杭が抜けたように見えるな。
This way it looks as though the stake came out of her forehead when she fell. And with another wave of her cane, golden butterflies took the shape of an envelope placed next to Shannon. I wonder now, Krause and the Sui, and especially now Joe, can see that the mastermind is dead. Inside was entrusted the first key, the key to the parlor. And so the closed room chain is complete. The 5 people, all with their master keys and the keys to each successive room, were all locked up in their own closed rooms. With another wave of her cane, she left a letter inside the envelope. It said something about Canon's corpse being borrowed as another sacrifice for the ceremony. And so, they'll rush back to the parlor. But at that time, the parlor will have long been completely empty. They'll never be able to see the face of Canon's corpse again.
さあ
Now,
これで非分連続殺人は終了であるな。
with this, the epitaph murders are over.
どうであるかバトラー。
What do you think, Battler?
わらわのミステリー
Hope you
楽しんでくれると
enjoy
良いのだが。
my mystery. For the story concerning the disappearance of Canon's body, I'll attribute it to the already summoned Floros. You know, our new favorite character, Floros. Even after Canon's death, his soul will battle against Beato and Floros. But it will all be useless. He'll lose, and what's more, his corpse will be swallowed up by Floros. Something like that. She said some Vore thing and then ate him. And with that, this game's Epitaph serial murder incident comes to a close. All that's left is to rewrite it into a fantasy story with Floros as a culprit. Ba, 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 ba.
今のところはそんなものである。
That's what is at present.
ここから読み物としての
It is
体
at
裁を整えていくのが一番骨が折れるのだ。
I'll arrange it into a proper story format, but that's the really tough part.
表の物語と裏の物語。
The displayed story and the undisplayed story.
これを一致させつつ、読み物として充実させるのは実に苦労する。
Matching them together as literature is truly an ordeal.
トリックを考え出すのと同じか、それ以上にな。
It's like having to think up all the tricks, except I have to do even more.
そしてその上辺の物語だけを読ませるのですから。
So, by only letting the surface be read, your story reaches the height of extravagance.
あなたの物語は何とも贅沢な限りです。
そうであるな。
Indeed, it
わら
does.
わは常にミステリーの物語とファンタジーの物語の2つを描いている。
I'm constantly painting both a fantasy story and a mystery story.
にもかかわらず、公開されるのはその一方の物語だけだ。
Nevertheless, only release the one story.
それは例えるなら、 牛より最も上質なる肉をわずかだけ切り出し、美味なる料理として、残りはすべて捨ててしまうかのような贅沢だ。
It's like the extravagance of cutting out just a little bit of the best part of a cow and cooking it, and throwing out all the rest.
贅沢な例えです。
An extravagant comparison.
惜しくもあるのではないですか。
However, do you not have any
惜し
regrets?
い。
Regrets, you say? Donor returned the bundled manuscript to Beato. Beato replied back as she was arranging it on the desk.
あなたは倍の物語を描き、その上辺の半分だけを料理します。
You paint twice the story, and then you only cook the surface half.
贅沢に捨てられた残り半分を知る者は、その味と大胆な切り捨てに驚きと称賛を送るでしょう。
Those who would know of the remaining half, so extravagantly discarded, would surely sing praise and astonishment at its taste and bold cuts.
しかし、世の中の人間すべてがあなたの望むほど舌が肥えているとは限らないのです。料理します。
Whoa.
贅
What was
沢
that?
に捨てられた残り半分。
What happened to my YouTube video? That was weird.
その味と
VOD watchers are gonna believe I cut something out weirdly.
大胆な切り捨て
I said the most horrible shit and had to like cut it out.
に驚きと称賛を送るでしょう。しかし、世の中の人間すべてがあなたの望むほど
However, among all the humans in the world, there aren't many that are as discerning as you desire.
舌が肥えているとは限らないのです。
そういう輩も時にはいるであろうな。
Sometimes there are such fellows.
あなたはそれを1000人に1人と記しましたが、おそらくは逆です。
You wrote that it was for 1 in 1,000 people, but I think it's the opposite.
1000人に1人を除いて全ての人間はあなたが本当に読んでもらいたかったにもかかわらず、
Although you want all the other people beyond that 1 in 1,000 to truly read your story,
切り捨てて葬った残り半分の物語を察することもできないに違いないのです。
there's no doubt they won't be able to grasp the half that is stripped down and buried away.
良いではないか。
But isn't that just fine?
贅沢に上辺のみを切り取って物語とした読み物だ。
It's extravagant literature where only the surface is preserved as story.
ならばその読み手も1000人に1人を除いて全てを切り捨てるというのもなんとも贅沢で良いではないか。
And is not casting aside all those readers beyond the 1 in 1,000 itself so very delightfully extravagant.
それで
And
あ
is
なた
not.
は良いのですか。
Are you happy with
人
that?
は物語を
People-
読まれるために書くのです。
People paint stories to be
誰
read.
にも読まれることのない物語を書き、自ら闇に葬るなど、
To paint a story not to be read by anyone, to cast into darkness by one's own will, is beyond extravagance, can even be thought to be foolish.
贅沢の極みを超えて愚かしくさえ思えるのです。
良いではないか。
Isn't it fine that
1000
way?
人の999人に理解できるように記したものが文書と呼ばれるなら。
If things written so that the 999 of 1,000 people can understand them can be called civilization's writings. Oh. Then it would be most fitting if my story, I think I hit some buttons there on an accent, written so that only 1 in 1,000 can understand it could be called an oddity writing. It's a story painted by a witch.
物語なのだ。ならば奇妙な味たる奇書で良いではないか。
So if it has an odd taste, then should it not be called an oddity writing?
私の役目は戒律を用いてその奇なる物語を万人に理解できるようにすることです。
My duty is to, using the commandments, make that odd tale understandable to all people.
そういうことだ。
Indeed.
だからこそ本当はそなたの手に委ねたくはない。
It's exactly why I don't want to entrust it to you.
ですが、あなたの考えはわかりました。
However, I understand your reasons.
999人に理解できるようにはできませんが、せめてあと1人。
Can't make it understandable to 999 people, 999, but I might be able to help at least one more person understand.
理解できるようにする手伝いをできるかもしれません。
手伝いとは何か？
What do you mean by help?
この未完成の原稿をいつの日にか公開したいのです。
I want to someday release this incomplete manuscript.
わらわが料理に使い捨てた腹綿をわざわざゴミ箱より引っ張り出そうというわけか？
So, you intend to drag out from the trash can the uncooked guts I threw away?
あなたはおそらく誰にも理解されないでしょう。
You may not be understood by anyone.
しかしながらそれはあなたの本心とも思えません。
However, I cannot think that that is your true desire.
あなたは999人への理解は求めていない。
You do not seek understanding from those 999 people.
しかしそれでもたった一人への理解を求めている。
However, you are still seeking understanding from one single individual.
その一人さえ現れぬ可能性もあるわけだからな。
There is a possibility that not even that one person will appear.
自分の胸の内を誰かに理解してほしいと願うのは恋する少女だけではない。
It's not just young girls in love who wish for someone to understand their inner heart.
千年を経た魔女とてそれを願うのだ。
Even witches who have experienced over 1,000 years want it.
そして少女はわざと難解な言葉でそれを語り、たった一人の王子の迎えを待つ。
Young girl tells of this using cryptic words and awaits a single prince.
そういうわけだ。
Yes.
わらわも長い月日をかけてなんともややこしい物語を書き上げたものよ。
I too am one who has spent long years writing a very intricate story.
もしその王子が現れないとき、
If the time comes that the prince does not appear,
私があなたへ導く道しるべとなりましょう。
I shall serve as a guidepost that leads him to you.
ミステリーであることを保証するノックスの実会か。
Nox's 10 Commandments guarantee that it's a mystery.
そんなものが果たしてわらわへの道しるべとなるものか。
Could a thing like that really guide him to me?
それでも足りなければ、
If it's not enough,
この未完成の原稿を公開し、あなたの世界への鍵とします。
I'll release this incomplete manuscript to be the key to your world.
なんとも恥さらしな話だ。
What a disgraceful
告白する
notion.
勇気もない小娘が友人に代弁させるかのようではないか。
Isn't it like a girl with no courage to confess having her friend do it for her?
それで成立する愛もあるのです。
That too is a way love is realized.
よかろう。
Very well.
この原稿をそなたにくれてやろう。
She'll give you this manuscript. Bit her face this way and, leaving a trail of smoke with it, tapped the bundled manuscript with her pipe. When she did, the manuscript bundle curled up and a bottle blinked into existence around it, sealing it inside. She tossed it to Delnor.
そなたの好きにせよ。
Do with it as you
ただ
please.
し条件が一つだけある。
Except I have just
何
one...
でしょう。
one...
そ
what?
なたの好きにせよ。ただし
Condition.
条件が一つだけある。
何でしょう。
Yes?
わらわの生あるうちに
As long as I have a life,
その封を解くことを許さぬ。
I shall not suffer that seal's removal.
それでは、この原稿によって真実にたどり着いた人々があな
But then people who reach the truth by this manuscript cannot tell you of it.
たに答えを告げられません。
わらわの待つ王子はその原稿を読まずに至ったもののみだからだ。
The only prince I await is the one who arrives without reading the manuscript.
猫の腹を裂いた後では猫をめでることはできまい。
One cannot love a cat after tearing out its guts.
そのボトルを開けるとはすなわち
Oh, I should have picked don't kill or whatever the thing at the very beginning of this. Damn.
わらわの腹を裂くも同じことだからだ。
That is, opening that bottle is the same as tearing out my guts.
わかりました。
Understood.
そのようにいたしましょう。
I'll do as you wish.
願わくばこの原稿によってあなたの墓に参る者が現れることを心より祈ります。
You have my heartfelt hope that this manuscript brings a visitor to your grave.
どうだかな。
I don't know.
かけらの海の魔女諸剣は実に冷淡であるぞ。
Great witches of the Sea of Fragments are truly quite odd.
わらわの墓に参る者が仮にいたとして唾を吐きかけるだけであろうがな。
Even if we suppose that there was a person who'd visit my grave, they'd probably just come to spit on it.
あなたが愛ある者に見える物語を書いたんなら
If you painted a story that can be seen by those with love,
あなたもまた彼女たちを愛するべきなのです。
then you should love those witches in
あなたの求め
turn,
る王子とてあなたに愛がなければ見えないのです。
because even the prince you seek will be unable to see it without love for you.
これは一本取られたぞ。
You've got me.
そなたの勝ちだ。
You win.
さあ、そのボトルを手土産に帰るがよい。
Alright, take that bottle with you.
わらわはまだ死なぬ。
I'm not
書
going to
き終
die
えね
just
ばな
yet.
らぬ物語はまだまだ長いのでな。
Still have much story writing to finish after all.
それではこれで失礼します。
Then I shall take my leave.
お元気で、大ベアトリーチェ卿。
Lady
あな
Beatrice,
たを
be
待
well.
つ大勢の愛ある魔女のことを
Please not forget that many love-filled witches that wait for you.
お忘れなく。
そうであるな。
Yes, of course.
それをそなたの置き土産と思い受け取ることにする。
I leave it to you in your parting gift. Leave it to you in your parting gift.
ロノウェ、客人のお帰りだ。
Renove, the guest is taking her leave.
玄関まで見送るがよい。
See her to the door.
その後、わらわにはもう一度紅茶を。
Then, get more tea for me.
甘いミルクティーを飲みたくなった。
It's been a while, but I've had a craving for sweet milk tea.
かしこまりました。
Yes,
お嬢様。
lady. No more Floros. As a result of Lady Beatrice's death, I am releasing this incomplete tale in accordance with her will. In reading this work, I was reminded of her long years of sadness and couldn't hold back my tears. But at the same time, I felt pity for her. Although she was searching for someone who had love, I'm sad to say that ironically, her heart was filled with anger at those who did not. She once told me that it was fine if her story only reached one person in 1,000. However, that was wrong. Out of those 1,000 people, she wished her story would reach even one more person. If you asked her, she would surely laugh and deny it. But those were, without question, her true feelings. In the beginning, I was certain about releasing this manuscript. I thought that I should hide it, so as to preserve her mystery for the 1 in 1,000 savior who she spoke so often about. But as I read and reread it, I began to realize that the manuscript was a message with no destination address. It was a wish that even she never realized she had. But now, I understand it and I think it should be granted. That is the reason I decided to release this incomplete manuscript. After you read this, it doesn't matter what your feelings towards the women named Beatrice are. The woman. Oh god! I was correct. I said women and then I had to correct myself. Went in a flash. Whether it's love or anger. But, if you can, try to reach her feelings buried in the deepest part of the story. She said that she wrote 2 stories and revealed 1. However, that was also wrong. She wrote 3 stories and revealed 1. By reading this incomplete manuscript, you will know 2 of those stories. I would like you to reach the 3rd and final one with your own power. As another woman, I strongly wish that of those reading this work, without love it cannot be seen. Those are her words, but I shall repeat them. Love exists in everyone's hearts. Her true tragedy was that she couldn't see that. My deepest thanks go out to everyone who helped the completion of this book. Compilation of this book, I mean. Especially to my assistant, Anzu, Delanore Knox. I feel like I've read like a mile a minute there in this video. Don't show me an advert. Get out of here. Oh, it's a white screen. Oh, okay. All right, place your bets. Do you really think I have the fortitude to get 3 hours of this? So that hour and 45 basically took us, what, 2:15, 2:20? Do you think we can do a full 3 hours? That'll be the question. I do need to do the whole BRB thing. I had the fortitude for 4-hour riddle solving. True. The precedent is there. All right. I'm gonna do the we'll do the BRB screen. It's just gonna be on silence though. I need to stretch. I need to get some water, and then we will tackle, I think, our last Umineko thing, other than Golden Fantasia. Last note of the Golden Witch. So I'll be back shortly. I've returned. Let's see. What is this? One sec. Ah, I see. Okay. Let's see. So I don't know what this last one is. I don't know what last note contains, but I know the only thing, the thing I know about it is that it is quite different than the last thing we read, I think. So hopefully no Vore, yeah? Let me see this. I think I'm gonna lurk. Alright, sleep. If you pass out, have a nice rest of your night. Last note of the Golden Witch. Let's see. I might have to adjust audio again here. Now I think about it. I'd like to recommend The Witches Tanabata Isn't Sweet. What? What is that? Huh? Thinking you just come in here and just drop another thing? How dare you? Another thing? Oh boy. Oh, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. We'll look into it. I was collecting submissions previously though. I have to cut off at some point. We have to cut off at some point. No, I'll look into it. Last note of the Golden Witch. Oh, no. I can boost it back up. It's fine. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'll see what it is. I'll look into it. Here we go. For both black tea and green tea, the taste is always much better if there's a snack served alongside it. I agree. Oh, we actually get to see Battler. Look at this. It's our boy. Sorry, I'm fiddling with audio. Okay. Green tea. What, wait, hey, what is this? No, what, stop, what is this? Why am I getting... Oh, whoa! I hit a button, I think. I know how to control videos with buttons. One sec. Get off my screen, Angie. God damn. Ah! I don't even know what I saw. The problem was I hit a button I wasn't supposed to, and it's fine. It's all okay. Don't even worry about it. Okay, let me see what he says, and then we'll read it. What did I hit? I don't even know. Okay, green tea's tartness is much better if you eat at it the same time as sweet wagashi. The smell of black tea is much better alongside the taste of Western sweets. Don't spoil it. Maybe some people had their eyes closed. Maybe they were sneezing. Maybe they were sneezing when I hit the button. If you slip into that sort of rhythm, you can enjoy both even more. Is there any more? Oh. I agree with your opinion. However, I think that for these particular snacks, you should only prepare one snack per cup. And look at this, we get Angie and Battler instead of, I already forgot her name, Ferusa, whatever her name is, I don't even know. I have no idea what you mean by these snacks. I've been eating and drinking for a while, but I still can't figure out what this taste is. By the way, the sofa is designed to only seat 2 people. It's cramped, Battler. Oh, you think so? That's what I thought too. We need to eject somebody. What are they going on about?
わかった。
Understood. Okay, Battler. You have to decide between kicking off the couch your younger sister or the love of your life.
ここは俺が抜けるから、お前たちで仲良く。
I'll leave here, so you two get along.
お茶受けが席を立つな。
Don't leave our tea ceremony.
久しぶりの兄弟水入らずの時間を大切にすべきと思うわよね。
Shouldn't an older brother and younger sister who haven't seen each other in a while have time together without anybody else?
バトラの後に生まれた程度で何を偉そうに。
Why are you so proud of being born after Battler?
私たちに比べたらあんたなんて赤の他人でしょ。
We're blood relatives, while you're a complete stranger.
兄弟なぞ、所詮は二神と。
Older brothers have 2 degrees of blood separation with their younger sisters.
わらわとバトラは夫婦であるから一神とであるぞ。
Don't me and Battler as a married couple only have 1 degree of separation?
妄想、幻想の中の嫁なんてシーズンごとに飛び交う肝オタどもの俺の嫁認定と何も変わらないわよ。
Your delusional notion of being a bride is no different from a creepy otaku who declares somebody a waifu every season. Oh, okay, so that's the other thing. I'm pretty sure the one thing actually I do know of Last Note is that it is, in the story, it's like the last thing. Or the latest thing, I think I should say. So this is clear, if that hasn't been made apparent already.
18にもなろうという娘がブラコンか。
You're 18 and still a brocon?
選挙権ありで婚姻可能な一人前の大和なでしこが未だ兄離れできないとはへそで茶が湧くわ。
You're old enough to vote and get married, but you still can't leave your brother. Isn't that ridiculous?
頼むお前ら。
You two.
俺を挟んでの喧嘩は大概にしてくれ。
Can you not fight over me?
お兄ちゃん、
Oni-chan,
その幻想嫁どっかやって。
ignore that delusional wife.
今は妹とお茶を飲んでるんでしょ。
Right now you're drinking tea with me.
黙れ永遠の二神と。
Be quiet, you woman destined for 2 degrees of blood separation.
男は新しい
The
家
hell
族を
is...
持ったら古い家族はもう他人なのだ。
Once a man gets a new family, the old one then becomes an outsider.
貴様には我が夫婦の客間にて
While you're sitting in
他
our
人
parlor,
行儀にお茶を振る舞ってくれるわ。
we'll serve you tea like a stranger.
黙って泥棒猫。
Shut up, you homewrecker.
お兄ちゃんどいて、そいつ殺せない。
Out of the way, Oni-chan. I can't kill her.
だから。
What the hell is this? What am I looking at? What? Oh, why is it formatted like that? Like I said.
俺を挟んで喧嘩するのは大概にしろ。
Don't fight over me!
わらわからすれば逆であるぞバトラ。
From my point of view, you feel the opposite, Battler.
何が逆なんだ。
What do you mean by opposite?
私からすれば、お兄ちゃんこそ自分の左右に私たちを置いて喧嘩をさせるのをやめろってことだわ。
In my opinion, he put himself in between us so that we'd stop fighting.
自分をめぐって美女が左右で奪い合ってていい気持ちなのであろう。
And not so that he'd feel good as he's surrounded by 2 beautiful women fighting over him.
さも自分は被害者だなんて顔をしながらしっかり両手に花を楽しんでるわよね。
And you'd enjoying beautiful women on both sides while looking like you're the victim, right?
両腕に巨乳と美乳をたっぷりと楽しんで。
He'd be enjoying those big, beautiful breasts on both his arms.
ご満悦であるな。
Wouldn't that make him happy?
海外にせよと言いたいのはこっちの方よ。
For the most part, that's what I was saying.
妹との時間を大切にするのか、それをないがしろにしてまで幻想嫁と妄想話がしたいのか。
Do you want to spend time with your flesh and blood sister, or with some delusional fancy bride?
お兄ちゃんがはっきりさせて。
Be clear, Oni-chan.
ブラコンに道を誤った妹に兄離れを促すのも兄としての務めであるぞ。
It's your duty as an older brother to encourage her to step away from her brother and her brocon route.
お兄ちゃん、そいつをソファーから押し出して。
Oni-chan, push her off the sofa!
ソファーは わらわとバトラの水いらずソファーであるわ。
This sofa is ours and ours alone.
俺が出るから二人は仲良く喧嘩を。
I'm going to leave. You two can work it out.
お茶受けは席を立つな。
Don't leave our tea party. Don't leave Oni-chan. Having one couch. For 3 people indeed made for a bustling tea time. Battler couldn't do anything as the front door was occupied by a witch and the back his sister. He wanted to ask them to get along, but that would only pour oil on the fire, so he could only sit back, vaguely laugh and pray it would end soon. In other words, what was the scenario? Battler had enough wits about him to know that this was dangerous in advance. Even if he could have tea with the witch and his sister, he couldn't do both of them at the same time. Having tea has gotta be some kind of weird euphemism.
ベアト、エンジ。
Beato,
俺
Angie.
たちはいつからここでお茶を飲んでいる？
When did we start drinking tea here?
ようやく気づいたか。
You finally noticed?
我らにはいつここに集って茶会を始めるに至ったか。
I have no memory of gathering here to start this tea party.
その経緯の記憶がない。
わかるわ、この感じ。
I see.
魔
Same
女に
here.
唐突に呼び出された時はいつだってこんな感じよ。
When a witch call summons you, this
いつからここにいたのか思い出せない。この感じ。
is what it feels like. You don't remember how you got there.
どうやら俺たちは誰かのゲーム盤の上の
So that means we're pieces on somebody's game board.
駒らしいな。
同感だ。
I agree.
となれば、新しきゲームマスターは何を見たいのやら。
If that's the case, what does this new game master look like?
まさか
It can't be.
お兄ちゃんを挟んでの私とベアとの血話喧嘩が見たかった
Did they call us here just to watch me and Beato fight over Oni-chan?
なんて言い出さないわよね。いるんでしょ、ベルンカステル。
It has to be Burn
あな
Castell.
たの新しいかけらのお披露目なんでしょ。
Is she unveiling a new fragment? Why do I get adverts? Why, we didn't get advert at all in the last one. Why? Huh? I already have Google Fiber. I already have it. I don't need to be advertised it. Giggle. As she's mentioned, a new witch's figure appeared with a flurry of wind surrounding them. I know. The immersion's breaking. Here we go. Here we go. Wow, she had the poof to her arm sleeve, the bottom part of the sleeve was amazing. Look, it's like a I don't even know how to describe it. I was gonna make like a chomping sound. I was gonna imagine like it's like a big Venus flytrap or something. Who
誰だ？
are you?
ベルンカステルじゃない。
That's not Bernstone.
名乗られよ、客人よ。
Introduce yourself, guest.
ゲームマスターが誰かは知らぬが、この茶室の主はわらわであるぞ。
I may not know who the game master is, but I am the owner of this tea room.
わらわには、そなたに先に名乗らせる権利がある。
You have the duty of introducing yourself before me.
これは失礼をいたしましたです。
I apologize for the rudeness,
ベアトリーチェ教
Madam
ピ
Beatrice,
ッチオブザゴールド。
the Golden Witch.
私の名はピース。
My name is
ピッ
Peace.
チオブザピースと名乗
Of course, Peace. My name is Peace.
るよう我が主に命ぜられました。
Witch of the Peace, as my lord has commanded me to call myself.
ピース
Pisu?
え
Pisu? As in peace?
いや、
No.
多分チェスピースのピースだ。
Probably as in chess piece. This is so dumb. No, probably as in chess piece.
駒の魔女か。
Witch of Pieces, huh?
なるほど。それだけで、そなたの訪れた目的はおおむね理解できた。
I see. I understand the purpose of your visit.
いかにも
Alright, let's look at a design like this. I mean, sure. My name is Peace. Indeed. By order of my lord, I have been sent to this game board to challenge it. Just keep throwing salt in the wound there. That is, as an assassin. Of you all. I see. So you're here to fight us? But then it would be 3-on-1. Really? You're going to single-handedly beat all 3 of us? I didn't mean to pause there. The first visitor of this cat box in quite some time seems to be haughty. Are you sure about this? My master ordered me to fight you 3. I guess he just says, really okay to look down on us like that? We've closed several cat boxes, haven't we? Us 3 will all be your opponent. Oh no, Peace is gonna kick their asses. All 3 at the same time. Peace is gonna be powerful or something. They're having a laugh off. I like this idea, guest. So that you can bring back plenty of stories to the master who sent you here. I'll give you a complete, thorough, and unrelenting welcome. Thank you, Lady Beatrice. With that, let me unveil my master's fragment. At any rate, it's Burn's fragment. It's going to be an awful taste. This leisurely life in the cat box could be just a little dull. This taggy fragment will at least help me stay awake. With all due respect, my master is not Lady Berncastel. Then who is it? Lambda? Or an anonymous forgery author from beyond the Sea of Fragments. If I may be humble, this fragment was created by the grand theater-going witch Featherine Augustus Aurora. With that, everybody, I raise the curtain on my master's fragment. Now, I tire of the strict formalities. Peace. What the fuck? This will not do. This will not do. This will not do. Alright, let me do something real quick. Let me see if I can fix something. This will not do. One moment. I'm gonna just alright, let me see if I know. Ad blocker, yada yada yada. I try. I don't mean to say. I say this before. I've said this before. I don't try to say this being all high and mighty. I try very hard not to use ad blocker in certain cases if I can help it. Please don't tell me her voice tick is ending things with peace. I hope it is. I hope she just starts yelling peace. That's what I hope. Now, peace. Let me begin my rampage. Peace, peace. Look, she throws up the peace sign. Look at what she does. She's perfect. Oh, it's still muted. I muted doing a thing. Oh, we gotta hear her say it. We gotta hear her say it. We gotta hear her say it. How can you not love this? I'm having fun. Why are all the witches that come to this cat box like that? You put trash in the trash can and toys in the toy box. And you put garbage. What the? Since when did my cat box become a garbage bin? Oh, I forgot to mention something important beforehand. Peace. That's right. What's our win condition? What's our win condition? I can't be writing a 10-page review of our opinions of it, right? Could it be finding the trick of a closed room murder? Maybe it could be identifying the culprit. It is exactly that, peace. With honor and respect to Lady Beatrice's story, I shall ask that same question, peace. Who am I? I see. So you're the same as Claire, and are stand-in for somebody. Wait, I'm gonna actually have to solve a riddle again? I thought we were out of the woods on this. I thought we were like, I thought at this point, it was just turn the brain off, and I didn't have to think ever again. I don't think we're getting that. I think I have to think again. So, she wants us to point out who that somebody stands for. Correct. Peace. Hey. Isn't it more tiring to talk like that? Shut up, Peace! Oh my fucking god. I like to peace talk like this. Peace, 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 peace. This is... I hate... No. Honestly, who's... The biggest question is gonna be who is the worst character. Who is the worst new character for the night. We got the Vore leopard or Peace here. Oni-chan. You should apologize. Sorry. How do they compare to Boat Guy? So far, just slightly edging out and beating higher in the tier list than Boat Guy. Then let us begin, shall we? At least they're interesting, you know? It's been a long time since the last fragment. Then I'll raise the curtain. Peace. No fucking way. No! 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 Not like this. Not like this. Oh, hey, do we get an intro? Oh my god. Oh, it's like a proper whole thing. There. Oh wait, we got a shot of the two of them there together. Wait. Nope, I'm too fast. Alright, that's a weird one. Look at them. Look at them. The two worst pieces of shit. Oh, I hope Florist doesn't come back. And Battlers. His back shell. Oh my god, dude. I couldn't. Oh, I had to laugh. I had to laugh. A storm was over Rokenjima. However, warm light was overflowing from the Ishimiya family dining room. Oh, the Halloween decorations are up. My favorite.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween! Bang, bang, a Christmas cracker was pulled. The sound rang out as Kinzo, the head of the family, appeared in a hat styled after a jack-o'-lantern. It was greeted with thunderous applause and smiles by the other members of the Ishimiya family. The oldest son, Kraus's family, Kraus, Natsui, and Jessica. The oldest daughter, Eva's family, Eva, Hideyoshi, and George. The second son's family, Rudolph, Kairi, and Battler. And also Angie, baby Angie, the second daughter's family, Rosa and Maria. And finally the servants, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa. And furthermore, the advising alchemist to the Ishimiya family, Bieto. This is... It's the Halloween party from Twilight that Oni-chan showed me. Is that so? Angie didn't fall ill with stomach pain, so she was able to attend the family conference in 1986. Peace. These people... If everybody were to take a commemorative photograph together, would everybody present be displayed in the picture? Please do not ask questions during the movie. Peace. You should first relax and enjoy it. No questions yet, Battler. Any moment now should be my debut. Peace. Please welcome me. Peace. How many times, place your bets, how many times I will have said peace by the end of the night. Or instead of how many times I'll say peace, see if I fold on the actual not using an ad blocker thing. Around the time of the fun Halloween party, the ocean was surging against the cliffs, and that spray violently scattered about. Beneath those waves, something glowing a faint blue could be seen. She's emerging from the water. That small blue light was a fragment within a bottle. Oh. It was violently slammed into the rocks by the waves and shattered into pieces. In time with the thunder, a faint glimmer released from the bottle began to fly about like a swarm of butterflies. She's a sea creature. She's an octopus. The sight of them flying about in a storm was a curious thing. Heading towards the Ishimiya Manor, by the rose garden, they form into the figure of a witch. It is an assassin sent from the Sea of Fragments for tonight's tragedy. A piece. Ah! Wait. Ah! Faked out. Did you think it was the perverted detective who washed ashore here? Too bad. It's the witch beauty, Peace-chan. Peace. Despite how she was dressed, the Witch of Pieces looked pathetic as she was battered by the violent winds. Any sort of umbrella would be flipped inside out. The witch's skirt is no different. You... You can see my underwear, Peace. I wasn't wearing them, so there was no underwear to see. Peace. What would this fool of a witch be able to do, besides acting goofy? However, the three who accepted her challenge did not show the slightest sign of being amused, as did the reader here, because they know that the more witches act like this, the more brutal they will be. But in that sense, everybody was already used to run-of-the-mill killing methods. Even while asking themselves what this means for their humanity, Battle and Angie are nonchalantly preparing for the tragedy. Only Beato was excited for it as she ate potato chips. Oh, Beato's excited for what's about to happen. Can't wait. Pete? The door was locked, but that had no meaning for a witch. But when she touched the doorknob to open the door, static electricity sparked and she drew her hand back. Peace once again stretched out her hand. But the result was the same. Once more, her fingertip was repelled. This is brazen. Brazen. It's a barrier. I see. As one might expect from Kenzo, the Ishimiya family magician. An uninvited guest cannot simply cross over the threshold, right, Peace? Laughing indulgently, she tried to open the door several times, but couldn't. It seemed to be a particularly strong barrier. At the very least, it looked like the Witch of Pieces couldn't break it. Peace, while pretending to gracefully shelter from the rain under the eaves of the entrance vestibule for the time being, thought about what to do next with an impish smile on her face. Okay, I don't know how this 3 hours is gonna go, but I really hope the whole 3 hours is just Peace being a fucking idiot not even like able to get into the. What if it's just like, you know, it sets it up as like this, oh, it's going to be a grand mystery, and at the end of 3 hours, you Battler and Angie and Beato will have to figure out the you know, how who peace represents or whatever. But like it's just goes on and on with like just Peace just being basically like a Mr. Magoo type situation. Thought about to do next to them, put a smile on her face. Truly the best way to go out on Umineko is this unserious reading. I apologize for the impoliteness, Beatrice-sama. I know. I'm not so drunk that I wouldn't notice without you telling me. We'll watch how things play out. Ignore it. This is Rokenjima, also known as Akujikishima. In the storm, the light that spills from the manor can lure out many demons. And besides, it has only touched the barrier, not shattered it. Shannon's shield is not easy to break. I know her very well. Thank you. The barrier tonight is something that can only be broken by a member of the Ishimiya family. Even so. Her just touching the shield is unpleasant. Don't get so jumpy. Shannon's barrier is strong. You can relax and have some fun. If there's a monster out there that can breach the barrier, I'll gladly become its opponent. I won't let you become its prey. Cannon! Shannon! This is a relaxed party. Can you stop worrying about work for a while? Hey. He gave you an order. Certainly.
YouTube Music is a
I'm holding out. I'm holding out.
Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama.
Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama. Where are you going? Oh, I just wanted a small change of scenery. The winds outside are very strong. I'll prepare an ashtray for you in the guest room, so that you may relax. Oh, the ghost of Kairi is coming in. Thank you, Genji. But we tend to be contrarians. Normally you'd yearn for a warm mansion. If you're relaxing there, though, you might want to take a smoke break. Sorry, I just read over this. Take a smoke break in the storm. Aren't the eaves of the entrance something? Once I get a breath of it, I'll come right back. Witches' dragons truly are expedient. To have the sacrificial lambs just conveniently go out there voluntarily. What do you think of such a cheapness as a game master? This way, even if they can't break the barrier around the mansion, they can still catch their prey. So all they have to... oh, oh, oh.
あとはうまいこと犠牲者たちを屋敷の外へおびき出
So all I have to do is lure their victims out of the mansion.
せばいい。
ピースが屋敷の外に犠牲者が出てくるのを待ち受ける殺人鬼なのか。
So once the victim is out of the mansion, Peace will be lying in wait.
それともそういう狂言なのかはまだわからないけれどね。
Or there might be some trick we don't understand yet.
なるほど。
I see.
ルドルフとキリエが不審者に襲われたと言っても、それを鵜呑みにはできんな。
If Rudolph and Kyrie are attacked by somebody suspicious, like you said, we wouldn't be able to accept that without question.
それにしたって最初に襲われるのはどうやらうちの親父とキリエさんのようだ。
Either way, it seems the first victims are my old man and Kyrie.
どんな悪趣味な殺し方を披露してくれるやらだぜ。
Let's see what kind of tasteless ways they'll use to kill us. I'm scared Peace won't kill them, but do something worse. No, I feel like it's gonna be like an accidental killing. Peace is gonna like be holding like the sharpest knife known to man, and then it's gonna slip on a banana peel or something, and then the knife is gonna go woo up into the air and then down into the, I don't know, the heads of both of them.
ベルンカステルの品のない虐殺ショーで慣れてるわ。
I've gotten used to Bern Castell's tacky slaughter show. Angie's brow twisted in a grimace. Battler's calm facade was surely difficult to maintain. For Beato, this was nothing more than a show, so who exactly was killed didn't matter. Beato was just having too much of a fun time. But if the first victims of the scenario were killed for no other purpose but to make Battler uncomfortable, she would never forgive it.
ピースとやら。
Peace!
そなたはおそらくは演者で、かけらを紡いだ偽書作家ではないのだろうが。
You're most likely just a performer, not the forgery author of this grotesque show.
ただの品のないグロテスクショーであるならば。
But if this is just a tacky, grotesque drama,
あるならば
and if it is,
そなたらの好む流儀に従い、
it follows you guys' preferred style.
腹を引き裂いて、その中身のすべてを引きずり出してくれるぞ。
Cut open the belly and drag out the guts.
私の殺し方はとっても上品ですよ。
My method of killing is exceedingly refined, Peace.
誤解しないでどうかご期待をねピー。
I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Please keep watching, Peace.
YouTube Premium?
It's almost as if I'm being taunted by like YouTube premium ads, you know? Honestly? The hell? The hell's all that about, huh?
こんな嵐でもやっぱり外の空気は美味しいわね。
Even in a storm like this, it's still nice to be outside.
嵐の中だろう。たまには二人っきりの方が落ち着くぜ。
Even if it's in the middle of a storm, sometimes it's just easier for a duo to calm down if it's just the two of them.
そうよね。
Is that right?
パーティーで出会う女の子みんなにそう言って連れ出してたのよね。
Didn't you say that to every girl you met at parties?
よせやい。もう時効だろう。
Come on now, isn't that stuff past the statute of limitations?
悪い遊びはもう完全に引退してるんだぜ。
I've totally retired from that awful Playboy style.
その言葉が本物かどうか。
Wonder if those words are the real deal.
どうやったら信じてあげようかしら。
Is there a way for me to really believe them?
嵐の時って気圧のせいなのかしら。
Wonder if it's due to the storm's atmospheric pressure.
なんだかいつもと違う。
Somehow it always makes feel crazy.
ルナティックな気分になるわよね。
Whatever that means.
夜まで待てねえ。
Oh, they're getting it on. Kyrie, I think, is saying the atmospheric pressure sets the mood. Hey, can you at least wait until nighttime?
あら知らないの？
Oh,
今夜よ。
but isn't it nighttime already? Two impish smiles and captivating lips approached each other. Time for peace to enter.
こんな嵐の晩に盛っちゃうカップルは。
I was surprised to see a couple so excited on such a stormy night.
いいの、一番にホッケーマスクの殺人鬼に殺されちゃうって決まっていますでピー。
I'll kill them in a hockey mask first. Peace.
誰だ?
Who are you?
どちら様かしら?
Who is it? I wonder. Although they were shaken by the unexpected visitor, they were adults and quickly regained their composure. However, calming down only made it harder to understand the chaos around them. This is the island of Rokenjima. There shouldn't be any unknown persons. If you drifted here with a life jacket like Erika once did, they would recognize that you drifted ashore with a mere glance. However, this girl didn't have an umbrella and was completely dry. In addition, she was wearing a strange dress. Ah, perhaps she was summoned here for the party. She's a party performer. She's a clown performer. Ah, I see. Are you perhaps an entertainer for the Halloween party today? You surprised us. You're a cute girl. Though that hockey mask almost made me faint. As soon as you walk in, you'll see the servants' quarters. You can wait there. However, that's a lovely dress. I wonder if you're supposed to be some sort of magician. You're right. It might be escape magic. I wonder if you're supposed to break out of a perfect closed room or something. The old man likes that sort of thing. You should rest your shoulders. Here, come inside. I'm overjoyed. Oh, she's a vampire. I cannot enter the barrier unless somebody from the Ishimiya family invites me. Peace. Huh? Where is the hockey mask? It's true for me as well. I don't want to be left out in the storm. I think I'll enter the mansion, peace. Okay, so if I'm supposed to if this is an actual solvable riddle, we know two things. One, she's not part of the Ishimiya family because there's a barrier, and I think that was a big hint. Clue number two, she's a vampire. She follows by vampire rules. So we've got two pretty, I mean, I think that counts out a lot of people, you know? At the time, a strong wind blew, scattering her hair like a bundle of curtains. No, it wasn't like that. A strong wind did not blow. Then, what made them think that? That was because her hair had been scattered to such a degree that it was only natural that they would think it was due to the strong winds. Nice hair. But her hair, there was so much that it almost looked like a curtain. And that curtain coils around Kairi, poised to swallow her. Oh, she has hair weapons. Oh, shit. Oh, death by hair strangulation. Holy. This... At first it looked like a confused Kairi was trying to sweep it away. But that was wrong. She was drowning. Kairi had been swallowed by the sea of Peace's hair and was drowning. Huh? Help! Rudolph! Hey! Kairi! Kairi! When somebody attacks his wife, generally a husband will strike whoever hurt her. However, Rudolph's eyes didn't see an attack. Rudolph could only understand that his wife was drowning. Because of that, he thrust both of his arms into the sea of hair and tried to drag her out. Kairi! Kairi! Reach out to me more!
どこだどこにいる
Where? Where are you? Oh my god. Kyrie, not like this. Snap, crunch, what the fuck?
キリエ
Kyrie.
キリエどこだ
Kyrie, where are you?
キリエ
Kyrie!
キリエ
Kyrie! What that eerie sound was reminiscent of is horrifying to even think about. Rudolph, still frantic, kept shoving his arms into the ocean of hair, but his hands could no longer touch Kyrie. Not even the slightest hint of Kyrie's voice, intermittent or otherwise, or presence can be felt now. Peace. That was a delicious snack. Peace. I don't know. Does this count as Vore? I think what she said right there makes it sound like it. As the sea of hair faded away while it danced in the wind, only the smiling figure of the Witch of Pieces remained. Pieces. Witch of Pieces. Rudolph's brain was still unable to understand the situation. With a teary-eyed half-smile on his face, he was sure that this was a bad joke and that Kyrie was somewhere hiding and giggling. At least, that's what he's trying to believe. As always, they love to flaunt revolting things. This isn't even sideshow quality in Beato's cat box. Wahoo! That's what I thought, Peace. Can't say something at this level is cruel, Peace. Wait, Angie. Don't be too quick to judge. What do you mean? I see. Me and her. See it from completely different perspectives. It's unsightly. She hurt them and then swallowed them whole. No more, no less, right? Right. If it was me, I'd thrash them around a bit more in order to break their heart. But if you swallow the victim, that's it. She killed, then erased the corpse. What more could you possibly do to put the dead to shame? If my guess is right... Kyrie. Kyrie. Who is Kyrie? Huh? What is it? Dear. Did that not just give it away? Oh. Are you cooling down your butt by squatting here? Or is she acting like Kyrie? The witch who had just devoured Rudolph's wife reached out her hand, smiling. But Rudolph took her hand and stood up without feeling disgusted, looking embarrassed. Ooh, what? I see. How disgusting. And repulsive. I don't understand. What happened, Oni-chan? I also didn't think. This type of cruelty existed. Angie still didn't understand. She still doesn't understand why Battler and Beato were so shocked by this cruelty. Hey, hey. You're still a 6-year-old, so this is this a little difficult for you, Peace? In other words, Mom was eaten and she took her place? That's correct. It's likely that is her power. The power to swallow up somebody whole. And impersonate their existence. A lot of new characters that are really good at eating people. Right now, that's why my old geezer took her hand with such an embarrassed look on his face. That witch just ate Kairi. Even the fact that Kairi existed has been swallowed whole. How did I end up slumped over here? I'd like to know that myself, Rudolph. I give up. Is it amnesia? No, I give up. But I really can't ask you this question. Why are you hesitating? I'm your wife. You can ask me anything, dear. Really? Sorry. I wonder if I'm getting Alzheimer's. I can /t believe I forgot the name of my young, beautiful bride. Isn't it Peace Ishiromiya? Peace? How strange, Rudolph. That's right, I forgot. It's Peace. I really am sorry. Peace, the dumbest name. Dad? Are you serious? Perhaps it's not limited to Rudolph. Right now, that person is Peace Ishiromiya. Rudolph's wife. Kairi's existence was erased to pure white, as if an eraser was taken to her. And then Peace inserted herself in Kairi's place as if she had always been there. Angie. Do you still not understand how horrible... How horrible the scenario is? Beato, Burn, Lambda, and every other witch you can think of have so far committed every atrocity you can think of in this cat box. In comparison, Angie seeing a victim swallowed up by hair did not seem like such a brutal thing. You're wrong. Peace's way of killing is unimaginably cruel. That's because she eats not only their lives, but their dignity as well. Dignity? What do you mean? Angie only seems smart because of the atmosphere. In reality, she's a total idiot-type character. Dignity. It's only a measure of how many people will weep for you when you pass. After all, dying while a great number of people hold you dear and dying by the roadside with nobody to remember you are completely different.
かなり違うことがわかるはずだ。
キリエは少なくともその人生において
Kyrie at least had human life.
この嵐の中二人きりで一服を楽しみたいと思ってくれるルドルフという伴侶を作ることができた。
She thought that she was going to go out for a short break with Rudolph and enjoy herself.
だからもし
So if
この場で突然の心臓麻痺でキリエが死ぬようなことがあったなら
she were to suddenly die of a heart attack,
その高いを心の底からの涙で見送ってくれたはずだ。
she would expect Rudolph to mourn her with tears in his eyes.
キリエさんの気持ちになればわかる。
I would expect Kyrie to feel that way.
夫の目の前で殺されたんだぞ。
She died before her husband's eyes.
その夫は自分が殺されたことを忘れてしまったどころか、自分の存在まで一緒に過ごし苦楽を共にした日々さえも忘れてしまっている。
And then her husband forgot about her, and all that time they spent together, and even her existence.
これほど死者を愚弄する殺し方があるだろうか。
Is there another method of killing that can mock the dead to this degree?
いや、ない。
No, there
こ
isn't.
んなおぞましい殺し方は断じてない。
This disgusting method of killing absolutely cannot be matched.
この国では古来より人が持ちし最も価値の高いものは
In this country, since ancient times, the most valuable thing a person can have is life, right?
命ということになっていますよね。でもね、
However,
他の国々を見ると命の価値は人の持つものの中で上から2番目でしかないんです。
if you look at other countries, life is only the second most important thing.
わかるわ。
I think I get it.
命より大事なもの。
Something more important than life.
それが尊厳。
Is dignity.
尊厳とは死してなお残る自分の生き様や名声、あるいは努力。
Dignity is what remains of one's life, reputation, and efforts after death.
生涯をかけて残し、誰かに受け継いでもらえた大切な何か。
Something important that you have left behind in your lifetime and were able to pass on to someone else.
しかし、この女に食われた犠牲者はそれが残せない。
But once this girl eats you, you can't even leave that behind. If you look at world history from anywhere, there are many recorded acts of destroying one's dignity after they pass. However, this is normal by international standards. The bizarre Japanese culture that says, if you've settled your debts with your life, I'll forgive you without further criticism, is such an exception to the rule, such an extreme form of heresy, that I think it might be wrong. Even after death, there are many examples of somebody digging up a grave and destroying not only corpses, but also tombstones and records in the world. Even after the corpse turns to dust, there are any number of examples of destruction of their existence by erasing their records or accounts of their good deeds, or otherwise falsifying them. As a result of that, myths are often born. You can destroy someone's dignity hundreds, maybe even thousands of years after their death. Exclamation point. The meaning of your existence is to swallow things whole.
さらにその上、生きて積み上げてきたものを丸ごと奪い去り、
And on top of that, she takes all those lives she snatched and overwrites
自分
them.
で上書きする。殺された挙句、夫の心からも自分の存在を消し去られ、
She killed her and then erased her from her husband's heart, took over Kyrie's existence.
取られてしまう。
No methods of killing and desecrating the corpse are sufficient to match the level of this cruelty.
これだ人間にとって一番
For humans, this method is the best.
残忍残酷残虐の極みの殺し方なのでピー。
It's the most gruesome, cruel, ruthless way of killing. Peace.
どうしたピース。
What is it, Peace?
嫌にご機嫌だね。
Are you in bad spirits?
大好きなあなたと一緒なんでピー。
I love being together with you,
危険に
Peace.
もなってしまいますわ。
My spirits are already lifting.
さああなた、
Come on,
そ
honey.
ろそろハ
Now, let's enter here.
肩を冷やしてしまいますわ。
You should relax.
あ
Oh.
なんだか今夜のお前は
Somehow you seem off tonight. It's sexy.
妙にその
I can't say it with a straight face. So weird. Oh my.
最高の褒め言葉でピース。
That's the highest form of praise. Peace. The barrier rejecting outsiders no longer had any meaning. However, she now... No, not now. It had been many years since she had married Rudolph and held a rank in the Ishimiya family. It had been many years since she had married Rudolph and held a rank in the Ishimiya family. Is this... Is it... I don't know if me saying this is like... oh, big spoiler or something. Is this some weird Osamu? Like, representation? I don't know. The Halloween party was an extremely relaxed affair. Oh, I paused on accident. At a buffet party, you could enjoy the stylish atmosphere, but you would wonder, well, you would eventually get tired of it. At the time Rudolph and Peace came back, everybody had taken to couches, I can't read, and placed them in a circle and were chatting and enjoying each other's company. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I was just throwing something out there. There was something else that was weird to me, and I paused when I was reading it, and then I was like, wait, that's probably not it either. Me just willing to throw out any potential thing. Oh, it was the whole like, oh, the barrier couldn't be crossed by anyone that isn't Ishimiya. I don't know. Welcome back.
皆様お椅子でくつろがれておりますが、お二人の分もご用意いたしましょうか。
Everybody's relaxed. Oh shit.
お帰りなさいませ。
I missed it.
皆様お椅子でくつろがれておりますが、お二人の分もご用意いたしましょうか。
Everybody's relaxed in their couches. Would you like me to prepare one of the two for you? One for the two of you? Dude, is she gonna... I hope she eats Goda. That'd be funny. Sure! Can we get one for the two of us? Can you get a blanket for Peace?
ありがとうでピース。
Thank you, Peace.
ルドルフさんはほん
She's like a... she's like a Pokemon that says her own name. Peace, 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 peace.
とに女性には優しいでピース。
Rudolph, you truly are kind to women. Peace. Yeah, I think this is where I accidentally jumped to before. Hey, don't get me wrong, okay? There's only one gal in the world who I'm kind to. And that's you, Peace. Laugh.
あなたったら
Oh, you. Peace. While laughing and smiling, Peace fawned on Rudolph, gave him a few kisses on the lips. Also, as we're getting around like the hour and a half mark, well, we need to make a determination if we're gonna hold off and do the rest of it, the second half or so, another night, or if we're gonna power through all tonight. So, I don't know. I'll take suggestions from chat if we hold this, because I'm honestly fine with either at this point. Good grief. They're completely absorbed in each other.
バトラ君たちはまだおしゃべりをしている？
Battler and friends, are you still talking over there? Huh?
俺たちは若者だからな。
I'm a young man.
いくらでも喋ってるぜ。
I can chat as much as I want. That's the number one freedom for young men. They can chat however long they want. It was frustrating, but the Peace version of Battler was unable to see through Peace's magic. His memory of the word that meant Kyrie would be completely replaced with the word peace.
いいえ、
No.
これは記憶を書き換えたなどという生優しいものではないかもしれん。
No, it may not be as simple as rewriting somebody's memory.
何人かの記憶に干渉するだけなら洗脳や催眠術と変わりはない。
If it just interferes with a few people's memories, it's no different from brainwashing or hypnosis.
この魔女のそれは違うわ。
But this witch's power is different. Ah.
この力はあいつに近い。
This power, she has to be similar to Featherine Augustus Aurora. The witch who had sent peace was a top-ranking witch. Her power was that she could look down on the world as if it were a storybook and freely rewrite and interfere with it. Peace's power is not as simple as swallowing Kyrie, taking her place and making Rudolph believe that she was his wife. Peace's power, to swallow anything from the world and replace it with herself, was a power very similar to Featherine's. Because of how I was talking and acting stupidly, you were thinking I was similar to that ill-tempered black cat or that super thick paper witch. You're referring to the witches of the Senate like that? I was created as a messenger to look after the peace that the great Aurora, the witch of theater-going drama and spectating, sent. If the great Lady Aurora is a candle that shines upon the great pillar that supports this world, I am a being whose fire is a small fragment of the candle, peace. In accordance with my master's command, I am to fill the time in this game with antics and buffoonery. Peace. You all. If I were to swallow you as if I sneezed, all memories and traces of you in this world would be erased without a trace. From the beginning, I was wondering, Peace. How can I make these guys more scared of me? Ah, that's it. Since my power is so strong, can they not grasp that fear, Peace? Hey, everybody. Do you remember if it was really 3 of you that challenged me, Peace? Beato's forehead had a trail of cold sweat flowing down it. Battler and Angie also understood by now the creepy thing Peace was saying. Battler, Angie, and Beato. 3 people. Had she really challenged 3 people? Perhaps, from their memories and from the world's memories, Peace had gulped down a 4th person as a warning. When they saw Peace's eyes, which seemed to freeze his soul with a mere glance, all 3 were imagining the same thing. If Peace were to swallow me with her hair, I would be erased. After that happened, would the remaining 2 people be enraged? Scared? No. They wouldn't show any feelings and wouldn't even realize anything had happened. The 2 people who were left would think there had only been 2 people from the beginning, that only 2 people had challenged Peace. Are you threatening us, Lady Peace? Beato's manner of speaking to Peace had clearly changed. Battler and Angie were still unable to loosen their clenched fists on their knees. If our warm welcome has caused offense to you in any way, let me apologize. We are shallow and unrefined, and don't know how to behave any better. Respect is important, Peace. So long as everybody shows the highest respect to me, I can be quite generous, Peace. Dump. Battler, Angie, and Beato all crossed their legs in unison, as if to show that they were all on the same page. However, it was the opposite of an elegant gesture, as they were too careless when they crossed them. Peace wasn't able to understand what happened in front of her, and forgot to even close her mouth. Eh? Right now, those three people finally understood my terribleness? And improved their behavior? Huh?
これ以上行儀を良くするのにも疲れたからよ。
I'm tired of acting well behaved.
そろそろこっちも楽にさせてもらっていいか?
So, want me to make this easier to understand?
ゲームの駒を相手に何をどうしようと気にはしねえさ。
I don't care what you do with the pieces in the game.
これはそういうゲームなんだからな。
That's what these games are all about.
せっかくお越しのお客が精一杯頑張ってるんだから。
We thought that since our guest here was trying her best, we should entertain them a little.
私たちも少しは接待してあげようと思ってたけれど、もう限界。
But we just can't take it anymore. At their limit of what emotion? Anger?
笑いのだよ。
It's hilarious.
魔女を笑いで殺しに来るとはお前久しぶりに面白い客人だぜ。
You're the most interesting visitor in a long while, coming in and trying to kill a witch with laughter.
あなた、どうして笑われてるのか。
Do you not know why she's laughing at you?
自覚ないの？まさかあなた、
Come on now.
こんなにも恐ろしい力を持っているのだから、さぞやすくみ上がって恐れ敬ってくれるに違いない。
You thought that if you showed us your power, we'd all cringe in fear and show respect to you, right?
思ってるんじゃないわよね。
Bullseye. That was right. But if that was the case, why was she finding it so funny?
そりゃ恐ろしい力だぜ。
That's terrifying power.
十分に恐れ入るさ。
It's enough to fill us with
だ
dread.
からあまりにお前トンチンカンが過ぎる。
But you're just so over the top.
あのな、大ピース教。
Hey, Great Lady
お前
Peace.
が凄んでるのはな。
What's so scary about you?
ボクシングの試合直前の睨み合いの時に、俺大手飛車取りやったことあるぜ、ビビったって言ってるようなもんだぜ。
It's like saying I've checkmated opponents before. Are you scared? Right before you face off against your opponent in a boxing match. What the hell? The analogy seemed to hit its mark and Battler burst out laughing. Okay.
なあ、ここはよ。
You know, in this
ミ
place,
ステリーがファンタジー。
mystery turns into fantasy.
あるいはファンタジーがミステリーを。
Or fantasy becomes
本気
mystery.
で一撃でぶった切ってやろうと間合いを測り合う真剣勝負を魚にしようっていう。
The idea of a serious match where the two sides are trying to get the best out of each other with a single blow is a very interesting experience.
イカれたゲームを愛する紳士と淑女の社交場なんだぜ。
And this is a social place for lords and ladies who love crazy games like that.
ここにいる私たちが恐怖することはただ一つ。
There's only one thing those of us here are scared of.
仮説、考察、ひらめき、はったり。
Hypothesis, inquiry, flare, bluff.
その果ての果てに徹底的に削り出して至った推理を木っ端みじんに打ち砕かれた時だけだ。
When the theory you finally whittled away away to a deduction is smashed to smithereens.
確かにこの度の存在ごと丸飲みする力は面白い。
Certainly, this power to swallow an existence whole is interesting.
稀な客人がせっかく用意してくれた土産だ。
One of our rare visitors went to great pains to create this gift.
それに敬意を表し、恐れ入った風を装いもしたが。
And I was willing to feign awe out of respect for it.
調子ぶっこいてどうだ怖いだろう図が高いなどとあまりにいたけだかになりやがると。
If you keep acting so high and mighty, saying how scary you are, how tall you are, etc.
悪いがこっちもそろそろお行儀よくやってるのも限界になっちまうぜ。
I'm afraid we're going to lose our patience with your manners, you know?
私たちを本気で怖がらせたいなら、まずはあんたの出題を終えてからにして。
If you truly wanted to scare us, you should finish your question first.
それから、あんたを恐れるか、それとも鼻で笑うかを決めてあげるわ。
And then we'll decide if we want to be,
終えてからにして。
I think she said, afraid, if we want to be scared of you or to laugh at you.
それとも鼻で笑うかを決めてあげるわ。お前が相手にしてるのはよ。
You know who you're dealing with?
密室殺人を魚に1000年は紅茶が飲めるイカれた魔女たちなんだぜ。
You're dealing with a bunch of crazy witches who can drink tea for 1,000 years with some locked room murders as a little snack.
それにしてもあの例えは受けたぜ。
By the way, completely get your analogy.
ボクシングで大手飛車取りで生きってるとか。
I'm crazy about boxing and checkmating opponents. What the hell? Everyone laugh at Peace. Everyone point and laugh at her. Did I know that chess boxing is a real competitive sport? Yes. I'm familiar with the absurd chess boxing. She's thriving in the chaos. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Not a fan of this face. Not a fan of whatever this face piece does. I have indeed been rude, Peace. How comical was I looked down on you for veterans, veterans of the Sea of Fragments. I apologize, Peace. Well then, let's proceed with the game, Peace. But everybody, you said that you would be truly terrified if you were to have your well-thought-out reasoning shattered. Question mark. Those words, do you really understand what they entail? Because then all the guts we vomited out. Peace. Then, we'll fast forward past this next burlesque. I think everyone wants the main course as soon as possible. Are we going past the epitaph murders? No. We will not go that far, Peace. Right after this, I'll be swallowing Angie whole, Peace. Watch out, Angie. Angie? Isn't it getting late? This is so weird. Let's finish talking and go back to your room, okay? No, Angie. Angie, don't go with her. What is it, Angie? What's wrong all of a sudden? Hey, Oni-chan, that person isn't Mom. Huh? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Oh, my. Angie, are you already half asleep? Mom doesn't get what you're saying. Who are you? Aren't I your mom, Peace Ishiromiya? The one who gave birth to you? Huh? Liar! Oh no, there it goes! That was quick. Oh, so sudden. Hey, Rudolph. Hmm? What? Would you be interested in making a cute little sister for Battler piece?
おいおい、そういう話は二人っきりの時にしろよね。
Hey, hey, save that talk for when it's just the two of us. A sister? Yeah,
あなたに妹
a sister for you.
って一人っ子なんて
After all, isn't being an old child boring piece?
つまらなぴでしょ。
妹がいたらなんて想像がつかねえや。
I can't imagine having a sister.
仲良くなれる自信がねえよ。
I don't have any confidence we'd get along.
お前が可愛い一人娘だったら毎日トンボ帰りで俺は肝臓を痛めずに済んでたろうよ。
If you, my only child, were a cute daughter, I would go straight home and wouldn't have damaged my liver.
黙れ不健康親父。
Shut up, you unhealthy dad.
食われた上に忘れ去られる
She was eaten and
我
forgotten.
が身になって改めてとんでもない力だと思い知るわ
Again, I'm reminded how awful his power is.
興味深いのはなぜ存在を消し去るという力が演者にだけは効かなかったのかだな
What's interesting is, why did her existence fail to work on Angie?
心に留め置くべきなのか。幻想描写のただの修飾に過ぎないのか。
I can't tell if it's something we should keep in mind or if it's just an embellishment of fantasy.
まだ判断がつかないな。
今回のゲームの目的はピースという魔女の正体は誰か
The goal of this game is just to determine Peace's identity.
ということの一点のみお兄ちゃんとベアとのゲームの時とは少し違うのよね
It's a little different from Beato and Oni-chan's game.
いかにも
That's true.
わらわのゲーム版では魔女幻想を打ち破ることを求めさらにその上で私は誰というもう一つの答えを求めた
In my game, I asked for the illusion of the witch smashed as well as answering the question, who am I?
ピース
Peace.
今回のゲームでは魔女幻想を打ち破ることは義務ではないのよね
In this game, do Will also have to smash the illusion of the witch?
お前の出した問いは私は誰の一点だけ。
Question you gave us of who am I is just one question.
本当にその一点だけなんだな。
Is there truly only one answer required?
お前の見せる魔女幻想通りの能力を持ったウィッチ・オブ・ザ・ピースという。
If that's the case, in the witch illusion you're showing us, the person called the Witch of the Peace
文字通りのお前が犯人ってことで決着できちまうぞ。
is the culprit, right?
期待しない方向で無意味に議論が広がっては私も我が主も退屈してしまいます
If the discussion starts to head in a meaningless direction, both me and my master will be bored.
なのでせめて迷宮の入り口までくらいはちゃんと道案内をするのがフェアだと考えます
Therefore, we think it is fair to give proper directions, at least to the entrance of the labyrinth.
でははっきりと
So, allow me to state this clearly in red.
宣言させていただきましょうこのゲームの目的は私が誰かを当てることのみ
The only objective of this game is to determine who I am.
ファンタジーの否定肯定は問題にしません
I do not care if you affirm or deny fantasy.
ならば最もシンプルに切り込もうぞ
Now let's cut to the heart of the matter in the most simple way possible.
青で宣言する
Blue
そなたは
declaration.
ピース
Your peace.
ウィッチ・オブ・ザ・ピースである
Witch of the Peace.
もちろんそんなわけもありません
Of course, that's not true.
赤で宣言します
I'll declare it in red.
私はエピソード1からエピソード8までの間に存在している
I am a person who has existed from episode 1 through episode 8.
一人の人物です
ありえない
That's
人
impossible.
間を丸飲みして存在ごと消し去るなんて人物は一度だって登場したことはないわ
Nobody can swallow a human being whole and wipe them from existence as ever appeared.
それとも
Or
登場時にもその力を持っていたがそれを一度も披露したことがない
Are you saying that they had the power when they first appeared but never demonstrated it?
ということなのかな。
その認識で構いません。
That's correct.
エピソード1からエピソード8の中に存在し、
I was present during episodes 1 through 8 and had that power during that time. Dude, I'm telling you. I hate that I feel like I'm so right and we still have 2 hours. I'm almost willing so far to bet now, even from more what we've seen, that this has something to do with Asumu. Especially when we consider that the people that she's absorbed is Kairi and Angie. Because if Asumu's still alive, then wouldn't Kairi be out of the picture? And Angie something wouldn't be in the picture either.
その時点でもこの力を持っていました。
That's where my head's at right now.
今回我が主によって、
And then, especially if you're saying you're a character that's been present through episodes 1 and 8. And then there was the weird talking even when she was out there by herself with Rudolph. To me personally, that just makes too much sense.
それを初めて披露することとなったに過ぎません。
This is the first time that my master has allowed me to show it to you.
だったらさらに質問したいわ。
If that's the case, I have more questions.
ということはこの人物は
So this person is...
まあ待てエンジェよ。
Wait, Angie.
まだ事件は続くと思われる。
Seems there's still more to this event.
手の内がすべてさらされてからでも質問は遅くあるまい。
You'll still be able to ask questions even after Peace has exposed her hand.
それもそうね。
I guess that's true. Well,
お母さんと私が殺されて存在もなかったことにされ。
now that I and Mom have been killed and erased,
次は誰が
who's next?
ひょっとして六軒島の全員がぶっ消されちまって。
If by some possibility even Onrokujima is wiped out, and the question is...
私は誰であの時のベアトと全く同じ答えが正解ってことになるんじゃねえだろうな。
Who am I? Wouldn't the answer be exactly the same as the one for Beato's game?
いいや、それはあるまい。
No, it won't.
すでに赤にてエピソード1からエピソード8までの間に登場している一人の人物であると断言している。
I'll say it like this. If we have like 2 hours left, this will probably take me, I'm going to guess, probably about 3 more hours of reading. If we go at this same pace, I think. So we have to determine if we want to stay here for 3 more hours tonight to get this all done one shot, or if we want to break this up. No, it won't. She already said and read that she is one person who exists from episode 1 through episode 8.
ピース。
Peace.
続けてちょうだい。
Please continue.
もちろん早送りで。
While fast forwarding, of course.
無論でピース。
Of course, Peace.
続いては私の牢敵に金蔵やベアとそして魔法に通じる使用人たちが気づき戦いになる。
Next, Kinzo, Beato, and the magic savvy servants realized that somebody had gotten through their magic and a fight
というシーンでピース。
ensued. Peace.
本当ならば金蔵の凄まじき召喚術やベアとの強力な大魔法。シャノ
Yeah, but I gotta look and see if that's even a thing I want to do, you know? Whether it is reality or fantasy, a battle with Kinzo's incredible summoning magic, Beato's powerful witchcraft, Shannon Can's furniture powers, and...
ノンやカノンの影の力。そしていよいよベールを脱ぐ。現時の魔法バトルなどが繰り広げられることとなっています。
For the first time, Genji's battle magic began to unfold.
ですが早送りを希望とのことでございますので、そのようにさせていただきますね、ピース。
However, since you said you would like to fast forward, we will do so, Peace. Oh, we don't get to see it? Eh? Is my part of the show going to be cut? That's no fun.
確かにな。
Huh?
考えてみりゃ、源氏さんって幻想世界でもかなり強そうな雰囲気があったのに。
Come to... No.
もうバトルシーンがなかったんだよな。
Come to think of it, Genji-san never had a single battle scene, even though he seemed pretty strong in the fantasy world, didn't he? Genji and Renove are two sides of the same coin. Fast forwarding is a bit of a letdown. Please, just keep it snappy and fast forward, please, Peace. Understood, Peace. As you wish, I will fast forward past the charades and the garbage delusions. Peace, an intruder from another realm who has blended into the Ishimiya family. Although they couldn't prevent her invasion, Kenzo and Byato detected here because of a slight feeling of discomfort. Is this supposed to be her? I don't know. Kenzo and Byato, as well as Genji, Shannon, and Kanon, confronted the witch from another world, who claimed the name Peace Ishimiya. However, while they realized Peace was an uninvited guest from another world, they didn't realize that there have already been 2 sacrifices. Both Kairi Ishimiya and Angie Ishimiya have already been erased from this world, as well as the fact they existed. When a powerful foreign body tries to unilaterally alter the world, or just a fragment, it triggers a defensive antibody reaction. But even then, it is difficult to fully convince them that Peace Ishimiya was an enemy. The strong barrier would alert them to any visitors from a different fragment, alerting them to her. However, as they already faced off against Peace, they recognized her as a familiar relative, Peace Ishimiya. Byato immediately saw through this intense sense of discomfort. It was a pest, with the power to devour an opponent's existence and all fragment of their story. As you'd expect from someone who just introduced herself as an advising alchemist Peace. I'm impressed that you have seen through my power. But is that the only thing you've noticed about it? What is she talking about? Kano-kun. Right now there are 5 of us fighting. Are you sure there are always 5 of us? Huh? Perhaps... There may have been 6 of us. In addition to Shannon and Kanon, there could have been one more servant with the on sound in their name. Had somebody just been sacrificed as a lesson? What? Isn't this similar to my golden magic? Now that you mention it, yes. However, it's a stingy power that can't even give me a single gold coin. I see. But is it really the same as golden magic? If we're denying fantasy, that's probably the easiest way to explain it. It's unpleasant. If 6-year-old me got my existence erased from this farce from the beginning, why would Oni-chan be on good terms with my parents? That's a good point too. Golden ingots are piling up. I'm absolutely not going to accept that my sister doesn't exist, especially when she's watching. Oni-chan. Hey, Peace. If you want to swallow up this Brocon, go for it. I'm not going to try to checkmate in this boxing match. Peace.
Critics are calling the creator.
Critics? Shit, we didn't have a fucking ad for a long time. And then they're like, hey, Cannon's about to get destroyed. Hit him with an ad. In the meantime, the 5 people led by Kenzo and Byato quickly reduced in number. Even though they couldn't remember how many people were originally in the group, A distorted, strange battle ensued. Byato, last one left, is fighting to contain her bewilderment amidst a fierce sense of disorientation. Was I really fighting this monster all by myself? Didn't I have allies fighting alongside me? Has she tampered with the world to make it as if I had been fighting alone from the beginning? You. You monster! Thank you, peace! That kind of praise pleases my master the most, peace. Whoosh. Crack. Huh? What is happening? What's this? Dang. Peace's hair, which had gulped down 5 people, spit something out in disgust. That thing was invisible to the untrained eye. The existence of the swallowed victims. I see. Unlike normal humans, those versed in magic are not easily swallowed in their entirety, or so it seems, peace. They were shrewd little rascals to the very end, peace. It seemed that she couldn't entirely erase the fact that Kairi and Angie existed. Angie and Kairi's names and family names were erased, but it seems those 5 didn't lose that. Well, it's fine, peace. Now there are no more obstacles in my way, peace. But it's almost time for the fun-filled Halloween party to end. The remaining servants were clueless. Now it seems that only Goda and Kumasawa are tidying up after the party. Peace. Or so she thought. A couple servants who she hadn't seen before materialized and began cleaning up the mess. Huh? Since she ate 3 of the servants, Genji, Shannon, and Cannon, she felt the servants would have a difficult time tonight, but it doesn't seem to be a problem. The lively and fun Halloween party gradually became a relaxed and laid-back one. In that way, the party came to an end as the night drew to a close. Everybody was smiling. Nobody was sad. It was a night full of happiness for all. I had prepared a fun and exciting magic battle for you. But since you said you weren't fond of theatrics, I had to cut it down to the bare essentials. Peace. Are you a little disappointed? I don't mind. If you spend too long describing the food, it'll get cold. You should quickly serve the food. I mean, that's the whole point of a restaurant, isn't it? To have the food fresh and hot. On the other hand, it's bad manners to eat with your bare hands before the utensils are even ready. That's absolutely right. I'm not going to make the uncivilized demand that you eat with your bare hands. Please, use your red fork and blue spoon to your heart's content, peace. First of all, about the answer you want from us. That is to say, the witch's identity. I just want to be a little more clear about that. I'm telling you, knowing my luck, I'm going to be so confident about my answer about this, and then at the very end, it's going to be revealed that I'm just so fucking wrong. That would make sense for me.
エピソード1からエピソード8までの間に存在している一人の人物であったな。
As for you, person that exists from episode 1 to episode 8, correct?
さらに明確にしてもらおう。
Let me further clarify.
その人物とは我ら3人が全員認知できているものなのであろうな。
Is that person a person all three of us all can recognize?
認知とは
Define recognize.
例えばだ、
For example,
エピソード8の中でラムダデルタ教のご友人にはとんでもない化け物が多いというような表現が出てくる。
in episode 8, the expression many of Lambda Delta's friends are terrifying monsters was said.
YouTube music.
The timing of that's so good.
仮にこの化け物の中の一人が正解だったなら、
If, hypothetically, one of those monsters was the right answer,
確かにかけら中に登場はしているが、俺たちは誰も名前を知らない。
even though they threw out that fragment, we wouldn't know any of their names.
よって俺たちに正解は不可能ってことになる。
Therefore, it would be impossible for us to give you the correct answer.
はあ。
Oh, right.
わかりました。
I understand.
それでは赤で申し上げまピース。
I'll say this in red, piece.
私の名前はあなた方3人がはっきりと知っているものです。
You three definitely know my name.
つまり私の存在と名前は皆様の知っているものの中に含まれているということです。
In other words, my existence name is one that exists within your memories.
知っている？
Memories?
つまり私たちは会ったことがあるということ？
So we've met them?
その問いには答えません。
I'll not answer that
そ
question.
れでは答えの幅が大幅に狭くなってしまって今日をそがれてしまえまピース。
That would greatly reduce the number of possible answers, with which would dampen the excitement. Peace.
道理であるな。
That's not
我ら
surprising.
たちは3人いる。
We're three people
立ち位置も境遇も違う。
with varying life circumstances
誰が会っていて、誰が会っていない。
who have met and haven't met different people.
そんなものが明かされたら、答えはかなり限定されてしまうだろうからな。
If she answers that, the scope of possible answers would be quite restricted.
しかし
However,
この猫箱の中に登場した人間と魔女と家具と武具となんとかと
humans, witches, furniture, weapons, and whatnot have appeared inside this cat box.
一体どれだけの名前が登場したってんだ。
How many names have even
私たちに
surfaced?
正解は可能であるということを保証しただけで
Just assuring us that it's possible to answer correctly doesn't mean the difficulty level has really dropped.
難易度を下げてくれたことにはまるでならないわね。
しかし、わらわたちは3人いる。
However, there are three of us,
それも魔女と人間、
witch and human,
猫箱の中と外、
inside and outside the cat box.
異なる立場を持つ。
We all have differing situations.
それでも3人まとめてひねりつぶせる。
Even so, I can crush all three of you at once.
我が主はそれだけの自信をお持ちになり、私に同時に3人と戦いと仰せになられたのでピース。
My master has so much confidence that they told me to fight all three of you at once. Peace.
そうだ。
That's right.
一つゲームの条件を出し損ねていました。
I didn't mention one of the game's conditions.
そら来たぞ。
Now here it
どうせろくな
comes.
話じゃねえ。
As far as I was concerned, it wasn't a worthwhile story yet.
条件の一つくらい出させてやれ。
You should give us at least one condition.
向こうは一人。
Your side has
こっ
one
ちは
person.
三人がかり。
Our side has three.
少しはハンデがないと、こちらも面白みがないというもの。
If you don't have a bit of a handicap, it won't be as much fun.
大したことではありません。
It's not anything
皆
significant.
様が考察の果てに答えに行き着いたとき、
When everybody arrives at their final theory,
3人全員がその答えに同意した上で発表されてほしいのでピース。
I want you to agree upon it and announce it together. Peace.
どのような答えであろうとも、3人のうちの1人でもその答えに同意できないならば、
Whatever you choose as your answer, if one of you doesn't agree, it won't be considered an answer. Peace.
それは答えとして提出されないということでピース。
確認だが、回答を宣言するのに回数制限はあるのか？
To confirm, is there a limit on the number of times you can declare an answer?
我らの知る名前を片っ端から全て言っていけば、いつかは正解できてしまうからな。
If we say every single name we know, we'll get it right someday, won't we?
回数制限を設けなければ、ゲームとして成立しないであろうぞ。
If we don't have a limit on the number of answers we can declare, it's not really a game.
バカね。
Idiot.
自分の首を絞めるルールを提案してどうするのよ。
Why are you proposing a rule that'll strangle yourself?
それでも勝つ。
We're going to win regardless.
3人で考察し、納得して至った答えで一発で打ち取る。
The three of us will arrive at the same theory and trounce her in a single blow.
今回の戦い方はどうやら推理のショットガンってよりは
So this time around, it's not shotgun deductions, but more like a sniping rifle.
狙撃ライフルって感じのようだな。
無論、青で牽制は無数に仕掛ける。
Of course, use the blue to set up a myriad of checks and balances.
だが、輪郭を暴いた後は一発で決める。
Once you found the whatever, you do a bit better.
特に回数制限を定めるようには命じられませんでした。
Outline, you've got just one shot.
一発で決める。
我が主からは特に回数制限を定
I think peace has me going loopy.
めるようには命じられませんでした。
My master didn't order me to put a restriction on the number of times you could give an answer.
しかし、そうすることで皆々様がより興味を持ち白熱した考察バトルをお見せくださるなら
But if doing so will make you all more interested in the story and show us a heated logic battle, my master will be happy to oblige.
我が主も喜んでお受けになるでしょう。
やれやれだわ。
Good grief.
でもま
Oh well.
おかげで適当に怪しい名前をあげればいいなんていうくだらない戦いではなくなるようね。
Angie just wanted to do this the easiest way. Thanks to that, looks like it's no longer going to be a trivial fight where we just have to name a few suspicious characters at random.
じゃあ始めるぜ。
Then let's begin.
それでは開始でピース。
With that, let's start. Peace. Battler crossed his arms and looked up at the night sky. Like I did in the game with Bieto, I guess I'll step into the position of denying fantasy. With magic, anything goes. It makes my brain ache. First, Angie and Kairi were eaten, and their entire existence was wiped out. Thus, they were never in this world from its beginning. Both the Peace version of me and my old geezer believed that I had no younger sister. To think about it in simple terms, this is like Beato's cherished golden magic. Namely, a false narrative that could be created in exchange for money and other rewards. If you had vast sums of money, you could get people to say that Angie and Kairi were not in the family. True. However, both Mai and my geezer believe in the idea of ladies first, and we're natural contrarians. Whether it's by bribery or threats, I wonder if we'd submit to the request to behave as if Angie and Kairi didn't exist. No. Is it possible they were taken hostage or something? So, Angie and Kairi could have been taken hostage, and we were ordered to act as if they didn't exist.
Peace.
Peace.
念のために聞くが、
Just to clarify,
このおかしな事件に動機はあるのか?
what is the motive behind this strange event?
ほう、さすがはバトラーよ。
Huh, as you'd expect from Battler.
我らはもう今、同じことを聞こうとしている。
I was just about to ask the same thing.
私もよ。
Me too.
気まぐれの無意味に起こした事件なら、かけらとしては幻滅するほどにくだらない上に。
If some ridiculous whim caused this event, it would break the immersion of this fragment, and reasoning will be totally pointless.
推理する隙も価値もなくなってしまう。
人の心をないがしろにするんじゃねえ。
So you're saying not to make light of the human heart?
というわけですか。
Who done it? How done it?
The who done it, the how done it. And the why done it. Each is one of the 3 blades used to solve the mysteries of the witch, you know. At the same time, the quality of these also determine the standing of the witch. Why done is particularly important. That is what I think is the most important answer in a mystery. There's no reason to distrust the standing of the fragment my master created. So I'll state in red. There is motive and heart behind this incident. Heart? You'll understand. It's a motive that any human would understand. In other words, it's not some paranoid, self-righteous motive that only the culprit can understand. Like where they say die while striking them with a coat hanger because they couldn't see Mount Fuji? Not some unexpected reason that only a culprit would find important, but a third person would go, you take a person's life for that, right? Oni-chan, stop. You should apologize. If possible, rub your forehead against the ground. Sorry. Scrape, scrape. Good.
Listen.
No, I will not listen. Fuck off. You're ruining my enjoyment. I think we just got a nice big hint. By looking at the motive, that can be very useful in approaching the truth. Let's make one more push to confirm this. Many people were sacrificed. Does the culprit hold a motive to kill all of them? Of course, peace. For Kairi and Angie, it was clear you made a conscious decision to kill them. But what about grandfather, Beato, Shannon, Ken, Genji? Were you just putting out sparks from the fire raining down on you? Or was there an obvious motive? There was. Huh? That was an honestly unexpected answer. Her target was just Kairi and Angie. Everybody else was just her putting out the sparks. If that's the case, I can follow the lines of the family tree. For example, the first suspect is the person who bears the biggest grudge against Kairi and Angie, Kairi's younger sister. Kasumi Sumidera. We've already seen the depths of her grudge and madness in an earlier fragment. I'm not convinced it's her, but she has an understandable motive. However, if Kasumi was the culprit, she would only have a grudge against Kairi and she shouldn't meaningfully resent the other members of the family. Going by the illusion of the witch, the murders of the other members were just her sweeping away sparks, but that turned out to be wrong. If Kasumi is the culprit, grandfather would just barely be her target. Doesn't seem like she would expressly target Beato, Shannon, Kanon, or Genji. This... You got me. I thought I found a line to follow, but... I wish to be clear, so let me declare it in red, peace.
ベアトリーチェ、シャノン、カノン、ゲンジに。
In regards to Beato, Kairi, Angie, Kinzo, Kanon, Shannon, and Kenji, I have reasons to want them to disappear.
消えてもらわねばならない理由があります。
どうしてだ
Why?
それに答えてくれるわけがない。
There's no way she'll answer that.
いいえ、
No,
答えましょう。
I'll answer.
赤き真実で。
With the red truth. Huh? By the nature of the witch's game, you don't give out unnecessary hints that could draw your opponent closer to yourself, much less state your motive in red. But Peace was doing that. She says this not in the comical way she has been showing us, but with eyes that have the eeriness of a doll's.
私という駒がこのゲーム盤上に訪れるためには。
God, I'm so right. In order for me to enter this game board, there are pieces that should not exist.
彼らはすべていてはならない駒だからです。しかし、犠牲者の中の幾人かは
For several of the victims, I was originally going to allow them to live.
本来は私と共にいることを許されておりました。しかし、彼らの都合でこのゲーム盤にとどまることができないのです。
However, because of their circumstances, they cannot stay on this game board.
だって取り除かせていただきました。
Therefore, I removed them.
誤解なきように。
Don't misunderstand.
彼らを取り除いたのは
We did not remove them because we despise them.
彼らをないがしろにしなかったからこそ。しかし、私が真に殺したかった者たちには、私はわずかほどの情けも容赦もなく。
However, for those I truly wanted to kill, I had no regards for their hearts and showed them no mercy or pity as I removed them from the game board.
その心など無視して、このゲーム盤より抹殺した。
That calm intensity made everybody gulp. Right now, she was not speaking as the witch of the game board. She was speaking from the heart of the culprit. This was a confession.
お前が真に殺したかったというのは
Who is the one you really wanted to kill?
一体誰だ
I really thought that Kairi was the main target, and killing everybody else was incidental or unavoidable. But with this, I don't get it at all. For example, Grandfather could be her main target. In order to get a chance to kill him, she could have killed Kairi and then impersonated her to get into the family conference, looking for an opportunity to assassinate him. Or, if we accept the illusion of the witch as truth, Beato was the main target, and the process of killing her led to the other victims unintentionally getting caught in the crossfire. In particular, if you look at how people were killed, the way they were killed in the illusion story is similar to the way the victims appear in previous stories. For example, it'd be similar to Beato's epitaph murders. No, in the first place, as far as the choice of victims goes, having a phony target in addition to a real target is so the whodunit does not reach the culprit. But in this case, she said they were all pieces that shouldn't exist, so it's in conflict with what she said earlier.
ホワイダニットというこれ見よがしな雲の糸を垂らされ、まんまと思考を絡め取られたようだな。
For the howdunit, doesn't it seem like she suspended a spider's thread and has now entangled it with her thought?
とても重要な何かを聞き出せたとは思うけど、そこに思考をとらわれては意味はないわ。
I think we figured something important out, but at this point there's no use in being captives of our own thoughts.
他の角度からのアプローチも必要よ。
We need to approach it from other angles. Ah,
そうだな
that's true. Beepies! Beepies!
あんたのその小バカにした笑い方。
That silly little laugh of yours.
私はずっとある人物を思い浮かべていたのよ。
It reminds me of someone.
それは誰だ
Who?
私は動機の線ではなく、
I don't have any line of motivation for her.
あくまでもこのピースという魔女の雰囲気やイメージから連想を探していた。
But I've been trying to think of what this witch's aura brings to mind.
私は誰
Who am I? That haughtiness and laughter that delights in her intellectual overbearance. It's just like my comrade. That person? Don't speak of her. I think we're probably just gonna go all the way tonight on this. Let me go ahead and do a BRB though, so I can use the restroom and all. I think we're just gonna push to the end. I don't see the point in delaying this, especially when I know I'm so right, dude. I'm so pissed with how correct I know I am. That's how I'm gonna put this. I know I'm so right, and I'm so upset with how right I am. It just makes too much sense. I'll say this, I'll go as far as to say this: if I'm wrong, I'm gonna be upset that the game isn't doing what I think it is. That's how I'll put it. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. I would also like to add, if I've had one big enjoyment so far of this last note section, I really liked the moment where it was like, oh, and then I got into a big old fight with all these other characters and such, and then and they're like, oh, we've never seen Genji fight. Oh, that'd be so cool. And then Angie was like, "Can we please speed this up, like at all?" And they're like, "All right, well, it just happened. You just don't get to see it." I thought that was very funny. I'll give it some credit. All right, we have Erica. She's back. This is unexpected, Comrade Engie. As a witch of truth, it is only natural that I have both grace and intelligence. So? How is this tacky witch of peace similar to me? I don't think you're the same. What do you think of this? Show me, Comrade Angie. The truth you have spun. I didn't expect her to show up. Isn't your sister a witch that can revive the dead? If Angie wishes it, life and death don't matter. But she doesn't call herself a witch that can revive the dead. Others don't understand it, but they still don't have a reason to deny it. That's the power of the Witch of Resurrection. To summarize, Angie's brain, you can call it virtual personalities at will, like parallel thought processing. It's a handy sort of magic piece. Erica Furuto Erica was the only uninvited guest to drift ashore into Rokenjima. There was nobody else irregular who showed up at the Halloween party. I'm the great detective, loved by those who deny the Ishimiya family culprit theory. The nature of Furuto Erica's character has not been firmly established. All we know is that she is a klutz who fell off a cruise ship. However, when I appeared on the witch's game board, I had one trait. An intellectual rapist. It was a disgusting nickname. That was an intellectual supremacist who looked down on others and who got the greatest joy from intellectually violating people. After she drifted ashore, they welcomed her as an overnight guest. She acted superior and irritated them, so it's possible that the Ishimiya family all conspired together to create a fake murder case, discredit her pretensions of being a detective. No amount of trickery will allow you to evade my perfect autopsy. So you can't wriggle out of... Got me. Can't wriggle out of being in the suspect list by playing dead. What do you think of this scenario?
客人として迎え入れられていた。
During the Halloween party, Erica drifted ashore and was welcomed as a guest. During the party, the family was very excited from all the puzzles and quizzes. So many fun puzzles and quizzes.
そこへ現れた自称名探偵が空気も読まずズバズバと答えまくって調子に乗りまくって。
Then the self-proclaimed great detective arrived there, couldn't read the room, and kept answering, get carried away and making the adults fed up with her. She's the person at the party no one liked.
するとこの私に敗北した屈辱を晴らしたい大人げない大人たちがくだらない猿芝居を目論むわけです。
Then the adults who wanted to clear away their humiliation from being beaten by me planned a clumsy farce. Also, big fan of Erica having to be here and be like, yeah, and then they hated me so fucking much that they wanted to kill me. For example, Mom and I suddenly disappearing. The next morning, Dad and Oni-chan would ask Erica about, or not that they would kill Erica, but they would kill and then pin it on Erica. The next morning, Dad and Oni-chan would ask Erica about it, and Kairi would jump out as a prank in order to startle and tease her. If you look at all the past fragments, the Ishimiya family is quite good at acting, or they enjoy it at the very least. She was surprised by their acting. Or even better, the servants would continue to play dead and then they'd act out the serial murder case, you know? This crazy story had undeniably appeared in one of the past game records. Whether it was a reasonable motive or not, even if it was presently one-sided, there was nothing to block Angie's logic. However, it was decided that all three of us must agree on our answer. So, I'm gonna hit you with the one-side truth that me and Erica came to. Just by imagining that lovely face distorting already has me reaching a climax. Oh, she's gonna climax. Oh god, the energy on this page is just too much. I see, yes. We are somewhat similar in personality, Peace. Two similar pieces on the board are really annoying, Peace. Oh. I see that we only resemble each other in atmosphere. Are you uncomfortable with such a difference in our mental capacities? P. Oh my god, what is this? Wait, we gotta replay this, just this sequence of events. Just so bad. Blue declaration. The culprit is Furuta Erica. The sequence of events was all to trick Erica, or was a farce to mock her. Everybody suddenly acting like we didn't exist was all arranged beforehand. I'll explain what you just said with Red Truth. That will explain what you just said with Red Truth. For several of the victims, I was originally going to allow them to live. However, because of their circumstances, they cannot stay on this game board. Jesus. What is that? Just went so quick. Cannot stay on this game board, therefore I removed them. Okay. What this refers to clearly is Erica's perfect autopsy. For this woman who calls herself an intellectual rapist, somebody who is an intellectual inferior challenging her with a mystery akin to blasphemy. She would fly into a rage, and by way of that perfect autopsy would change the fate of this silly play. That's check. And mate. Everything can be explained by the motive of Erica having her pride as an intellectual rapist hurt. I'm gonna say I'm so confident this is not right because we still have, by the time code bar thing, like a little under an hour and a half left. So unless they're just gonna sit here for an hour and a half being like, no, it's totally Erica. For your red truth of... I'll just read it now. For those I truly wanted to kill, I had no regrets or regards for their hearts and showed them no mercy or pity as I removed them from the game board. You presented a grave sin of trying to fool the great detective with a farce. You tried it on a great detective. According to the book, that's the same as blasphemy towards God. This is a well-deserved divine punishment for blasphemy against me. How do you like that? Erica pose. Erica pose. Angie pose. For Furuta Erica and Angie Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya Angie. Oh, double pose! Look at him go! Girl power. This level of reasoning is possible. Angie and Erica stood back to back while pointing their index fingers at Peace as if to condemn her. Even though two people were pointing at Peace, she didn't lose her calm smile. Oh, we got a wink. Yeah! The other version of Angie, the Witch of Truth, while showing off a wink with their signature pose, scatters as a faintly glowing swarm of butterflies. Peace! I truly am grateful for your peace, heartfelt logic, Peace. However, as I already said, I need all three of you to agree for me to accept it, Peace. After all, you only have one chance. Great Lady Beatrice levied that rule on you herself. You've given us a stupid rule. Well, I don't really mind. It's just a matter of convincing you two. Angie. Are you really making an Erica culprit theory? You got something better? If the culprit was limited to humans, your theory would be the best one. But this time, even the residents of the witch's illusion can be the culprit, right? Lambda has her monster friends, Featherine has her black cats following her, Berg still Lambda Delta. Isn't this a free-for-all? Yes, absolutely. Anything goes. For this reason, just saying that a person could be the culprit isn't enough to uncover the right answer. What do you mean?
可能な人物が複数いる状況では可能であることが犯人である証拠にはならないってことだ。
She means that in a situation where there are multiple possible culprits, what is possible is not sufficient to prove who is the culprit.
それにピースは最初に赤き真実ではっきり明言している。
Besides, Peace's first red truth clearly stated.
私はエピソード1からエピソード8までの間に存在している一人の人物です。
I'm a person who has existed from episode 1 through episode 8.
とな。
つまり
In other
ピー
words,
ストやらの正体を暴く手段としてはフーダニットとハウダニットは特定の一人の犯人に行き着く道しるべとはなり得ないということだ。
okay, so it says, in other words, in order to expose Peace's identity in this situation, your whodunit and howdunit aren't enough to pinpoint a single specific culprit.
さっきあんたとお兄ちゃんはホワイダニットから探る方法はピースの罠にはまって混乱するだけかもしれないと言ったわ。
Just a bit ago, you and Oni-chan said that trying to figure out the howdunit might just ensnare us in one of Peace's traps and confuse us.
それで私はフーとハウから探り最も確率の高い人物名を挙げた。
So, I looked for the who and why and argued the most probable person was the culprit.
それじゃダメなんだ。
That's not good enough.
確率が高いじゃ推理にならない。
The probability is high, but there's no reasoning behind it.
こいつしかありえない。
We need to narrow it down to only one possible culprit.
そこまで研ぎ澄まして初めて推理なんだ。
Only at that point is it a deduction. Andrew's also intelligent, but she has the same weakness her brother does, which is that she is easily clouded by emotion. So when the reasoning she built up was denied by two people, it took some time to regain her composure.
ホワイもフーもハウもお手上げなら
We've given up on the who, why, and how.
どう推理しろというのよ。
How are we supposed to reason now?
となると今度こそわらわの出番であろうよ。
It's my turn.
わらわは探偵ではない。
I'm not a detective.
魔女
I'm a witch.
魔女は推理などせぬのでな。
And witches don't reason.
俺とエンジェは人間が犯人に違いないという前提で挑んでた。
Me and Angie have been challenging the puzzle under the assumption that it's a human culprit.
ならベアとはその前提をひっくり返したところから攻める。
But now, Beatrix can flip that premise over and attack from there.
キリエがいつも言っていたである。
It's what Kyrie likes to
チェ
say.
ス盤をひっくり返すというやつよ。
Spin! It'll turn the chessboard over on her.
ただしこの場合は
I'll turn the chessboard.
犯人の立場を
I'll turn the chessboard over. Chessboard. I'll spin. Whatever.
想像して推理をする。でかな。
However, I'm not going to imagine the culprit's point of view to make a deduction.
人間が犯人であるという前提をひっくり返す。
I'm going to turn over the assumption that the culprit is a human.
どうやって
What do you mean?
かつてのベアトリーチェ教のゲームとは少し毛色が違うでしょう。
Isn't that a bit different from Lady Beatrice's past games?
魔女幻想の住人は何でもありなのよ。
Isn't pulling in a resin of the witch illusion a free-for-all?
人間を丸飲みして存在した事実ごと消し去れるなんてそれこそ誰がやったっておかしくない。
Plenty of them would want to swallow humans whole and erase their existences. Oh no, is this how we bring in fucking leopard person?
だからそれでは真
She's
実
gonna
を
pull in
暴けないと
leopard.
言ったのはベアト自身だったじゃない。
Wasn't it you who said that if you do that, the truth will never be uncovered?
そうとも。
On the contrary.
フーもハウも何でもありの幻想の住人たちには通用しない。
For the who and how, anything goes does not apply.
しかし、ホワイは違うぞ。
But the why is different.
ああ。
Ah,
フェザリーネやらベルンカステルにも犯行は可能かもしれない。
it would be possible for Featherine or Bernkastel to commit the crime.
しかし、こんないびつな事件を起こす動機がない。
They wouldn't have a motive to commit such a twisted, what was the word after twisted?
こんないびつな事件を起こす
Scenario.
動機が
It's always
ない。
scenario. Damn.
魔女って
I think that's twice now.
戯れや気まぐれで人を殺せる連中でしょ。
Don't those witches enjoy killing for fun or on a whim?
魔女に動機を求めるなんてバカバカしい。
Asking for a motive for them is
無駄
foolish.
じゃない。
Just thinking about it is futile. Now that you know all of what happened in the cat box, can you say that in front of Beato? That... In Battler's eyes, this was no joke or laughing matter, and Angie realized she had misspoke. It's a witch's game. Anything goes. It's so freaky, crazy, out of touch and insane that it's almost ridiculous to even think about it. But don't ever underestimate the heart. The witches are ridiculous. They have absurd powers they can use as they please. But they only have one, just like a baby or an animal. It's bugging me. I can't tell you what's in their heart. In simple terms, they're contrarians who can't speak plainly and frankly. Even though they want somebody to reach their human heart, they can't help but avoid humans. But then they don't speak frankly about it. You lot are helpless, foolish, pitiable idiots. This is why you can't treat the witch's game carelessly. You're a stupid, lonely fool, but you're still doing your best to frantically write out this fragment, so I definitely won't say that you're just thinking about this as futile. Point at peace.
かなわぬな。バトラにかかれば、千年の魔女のメッセージボトルも小学生が初めて書いたラブレター扱いであるな。
I can't match the man who treated the millennial witch's message bottle like the first love letter an elementary schooler wrote. Battler. I don't know if your words are spoken from the mouth of a human, or from the mouth of the Lord of the Golden Land and husband of the Golden Witch. When I got my master's order, when I came here, couldn't help but think this was annoying. I wouldn't gain anything by coming here. I thought that I would just be more disgusted with myself. However, this was worth doing. From your mouth. Just by listening to those words. Just with those, it was worth coming here today on a witch's errand. Beato. And peace. And furthermore, the uncountable number of witches I haven't met. I'm sorry. In addition, you had already declared it in red. There is motive and heart behind this incident. I'm embarrassed I lost my self-control and got sulky. Don't worry about it. I'd expect something refreshing like that from Battler's sister. But didn't using howdunit fail to get to the answer earlier? Yes. At least when you limited the suspects to just humans.
本気でホワイトニットを人の心を読み取れるというの？
Anything goes, but can you seriously read a witch's heart from the How Done It?
そうだ。
You can.
魔女に本当の本気で人の心がなかったなら。
If a witch truly lacked a human heart, she wouldn't have the form of a human.
奴らは人間の姿など形作らない。
Even though they have become witches, they still want to get close to others, so they keep the forms of humans. Those sneaky witches. If they earnestly look down on humans and lose interest in them, they'll stop having any form, let alone a human form. They quickly end up as scraps of seaweed. They sink and scatter in the sea of fragments, becoming a snowflake in the abyss of oblivion where the sun never shines.
人の心をないがしろにするな。
The one who doesn't neglect the heart
ウィザードハンティングライト。
is the wizard hunting right. He is undeniably a witch killer. My omnipotent master still hasn't forgotten that human, Ishirumi Battler. That's right. All the ghosts of witches want to be defeated like that, with eulogy, so they gather. Like Rokenjima's Beatrice.
正直。
Honestly,
惜しくなってきましたで。
it's unfortunate, Peace.
惜しいと
Unfortunate?
こんな素敵な子をあなたごときひねくれ者が伴侶として独占することは。
Honestly, the sourpuss hogging such a cute kid like you as our husband is a grave sin to the Senate, to all witches.
元老院へのすべての魔女への滞在でピース。
やらんぞ
Really?
バカ
What idiots.
私程度に潰される程度なら。
For
バトラ君はあなたにはふさわしくありません。
for somebody of low rank like me, it's crushing. Battler isn't suitable for you.
面白い
Girlies are fighting. Interesting.
試すかババア
Are you going to try anything, you old hag?
自由に推理を楽しませてあげましたが。
I gave the two of them free rein to enjoy their deductions, but
お前に
I won't give you that luxury. I don't know what has offended or upset Peace, but I can certainly feel the invisible sparks quietly flying between Beato and Peace. What's driving those two?
だがこれでいい。
But it's fine.
これでこそアルバルと虚無の海を渡ってここまで来てくれた彼女に最もふさわしい艦隊だ。
You've crossed a great distance over that sea of nothing to come here, so it's only fair that we give you a warm welcome. Now, Beatrice, my golden brains rip it open. This woman, this witch of the peace, rip her open. What? That's right. What Battler said is correct. Witches are lonely, and yet they're clumsy, stupid idiots who can't communicate that. All they have to say, I'm lonely. Please, give me some attention. But they are so crass and inconsiderate that they fill 1,000 bottles with redundant stories that take 1,000 years to read and release them into the ocean. And the big idiots wait on the beach for someone to read it, even if it takes anyone 1,000 years and 1,000 times over for them to decipher it. I'm going to tear you open, and then I'll accept your message. Why did Kairi, Angie, Kinzo, Beato, Shannon, Cannon, and Genji have to disappear? She said, in order for me to enter this game board, there were pieces that should not exist. What does that mean? If we deny fantasy, I'd interpret it as an unshakable intent to kill them, maybe even against the rules entirely. But since this is a witch's game, maybe there's another way to interpret it. For example, we cannot appear in front of those who possess the anti-magic toxin.
しかし、お前たち以外にそんなルールを持つ駒はいなかったはずだ。
However, that rule shouldn't apply to pieces who appear other than you guys.
同時に存在できない人物
Are they not able to exist at the same time as them?
そんなのがいるの
Could it be something like that?
私という駒がこのゲーム盤上を訪れるためには
In order for me to enter this game board, pieces that are not allowed to exist.
存在が許されない駒
ベアト
Beato!
推理なんて堅苦しいものにとらわれるな。
You shouldn't get caught in such stiff logic.
あのクソったれ秘文を解いた黄金の魔女だろ。
Aren't you the golden witch who managed to solve that old geezer's shitty riddle? At any rate, Kinzo's epitaph didn't require witty reasoning. It was just childish, self-important wordplay. You needed flexible thinking. You didn't need precise mathematics for these deductions. You attack it with associations, fantasies, and whatever inspiration you can find. Well, well. Are you calling my mystery mere wordplay? This is an important matter. And since it seems you don't understand, I'll state it clearly at this point in Red Truth. Aren't riddles my specialty? I'm even better at them than you are. She's specifically stating in red. So you're completely immersed in solving riddles. But that's only been for a short period of time, less than 10 years since you met Battler. Unlike you, I'm not a little girl. Ever since before you were born, I've always loved riddles, and I'm very good at them. It's regrettable that I wasn't able to challenge the riddle of the epitaph. If I had challenged the riddle of the epitaph together with you, we surely would have easily solved the childish wordplay that grandfather frantically dreamt up. I know because... this was the first time I tried to solve the riddle of the epitaph as the witch of the piece. I solved it so easily. What? It is extremely difficult to solve, and the probability of reaching the correct answer is akin to an astronomical miracle. Solving it revived the witch, and resulted in a great number of sorrowful mistakes, which drastically changed the fate of the Ishimiya family on Rokenjima. And she called such a cataclysmic riddle child's play? As if she found it easy to... what was it, solve? Damn, why'd it go so quick? Such child's play. She found it so easy to answer! So close. Right. What you call the revival of the Golden Witch, you rising up after 6 years from nothing. And lowering your human self to furniture whose body was incapable of love. All that was the trigger for the tragedy. But right now, I'm tangled up in intense regret and grief. That grade of puzzle solving. If you could have taken on the challenge with me, we could have solved it much sooner. I would have held in my hand the key that would have saved your life. However, the fact that I wasn't able to do it was my greatest sin. Battler was locked in the cat box. And Angie was left all alone in the future. This is all my responsibility. I gave birth to you. I should have given birth earlier. Then surely everybody would have been much happier. Who? The hell? are you? She gave birth to me. It can't be the mom I've only seen in portraits. No, it can't be that. It's impossible. Because I'm positive my mother escaped from Koadorian with Rosa and fell off a cliff to her death. That happened right after giving birth to me. Oh my god. Moreover, right after I was born, I was left in Natsui's care. If she is my real birth mother, i.e. the previous Beatrice, then the riddle of the epitaph should have been after the important fork in the road of her destiny. If she really was my mother, she should have said she regretted not raising me herself, or not being able to spend time with me in Koadorian, or something like that. That's why I don't really feel comfortable with the logic that she's my birth parent. But that line of thinking probably isn't too off base. Ah. She's at a place she can look down on me. But she isn't looking down at me in arrogance. It's from a place similar to trying to guide a very young child. It's hard to believe it's like she's doing it out of parental love. I don't understand. Was that really true for her? It wasn't really what I had in mind. Angie. Of course you wouldn't recognize me. Because even though you know my name, we have never met even once. Furthermore, I'll say this. Until I became the Witch of the Peace, I did not know your name or even that you existed. It's awesome. Then I'd like to ask you the other way around. Did you ever meet Oni-chan or Beato? Yes, I have. Did I meet those two humans? I didn't just meet them. I asked them about their hobbies. I listened to them talk about fashion. Talked about what they liked. We had so many meaningless conversations about the weather today or tomorrow or the oddly shaped shells they found on the beach. I was always willing to talk for hours if I could see their smiling faces. What is this witch talking about? Can't tell if she's giving the solution or another mystery. Do you really not know who I am? Hurry up! Isn't what I'm doing right now the verbal equivalent as kicking and screaming? I understood up to that, but then why do I not remember who she is? Can't stop crying from the disappointment and frustration. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Damn it! Oh! I'm the only one she didn't meet, and then she didn't even know I existed? She's undoubtedly related to the Ishimiya family. And yet, she didn't even know Angie existed. It's true that back then I used to get sick a lot and miss the family meetings. But still, it's not like I'm an illegitimate child. All the members of the Ishimiya family should have known that Ishimiya Angie existed. Battler's eyes were wide open. Within his heart, He then was certain he had found the core of the witch of Peace's true form. There was no basis for it. There was no evidence for it either. Nor was there a puzzle piece for guessing the culprit's identity. But even so, he was sure of his answer. There's no such mystery where you can be so sure, where you can be sure of the answer when you can't even form a guess. Therefore, this was fantasy. Otherwise, she couldn't be here, or exist here. Beato had also noticed that Battler seemed to have seen through the identity of the witch. But compared to Battler, she was far away from the answer. Therefore, she needed a piece of reasoning. Why did people need to vanish in order for her to appear on the stage? It wasn't just Beato and her friends. Some of us can't exist at the same time as her. I don't understand. Was there somebody else who had created furniture like Beato had? No, it's not what I meant. It wasn't a single person she couldn't meet. There were two members of the Ushiromiya family that she couldn't exist alongside. Who? I don't know who that could be. I really don't understand. The tears fell from Angie's face into her teacup. She scratched her head in anger over her own weakness, but she still didn't stop thinking. Why is he dangling the answer in front of these people? Just fucking say it, Battler. Jesus, I don't remember her. I want to remember. I need to remember. I want to accept them. As the last survivor of the Ushiromiya family, as the witch of the future, isn't that my sole responsibility? Angie. I called you all the way here to be mean to you. Why is it coming in quiet all of a sudden? I'm a piece whose existence is incompatible with yours. But I met you, and I understand now. Your single-mindedness, your clumsiness, but also your straight-lacedness. All that was inherited from your brother. We're in the final hour. We are. If we had met, we surely would have gotten along. That is what I believe. Even so, I'd like to give thanks from the bottom of my heart that the two of us were able to meet today by some miracle. It can't be. She's... That's it. This lady is... She's... Now, I gotta apart from this and say, you know, I feel like I saw this way earlier. Yada, 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 and all that. But I feel like... I probably shouldn't be the one to have to say something. Be the one who should be able to say something like this. Especially based on my experience in the base main game. But I feel like if at this point you're reading this and you had read everything previously, and if you kind of understood like most of the happenings of the base game and the base story and all that, if at this point you're like, I have no idea who they're talking about, especially with how blatantly obvious they've made the thing about Angie and then like Battler's reactions to all this and everything. If you're like, I have no idea, then it's like, oof. Angie. My wickedness tried to get revenge not only on Kairi but on you too. For a feud between two women, the right thing to do is to only drag those two involved into the coffin. Even though I've never met you. For the, is that misspelled, trivial purpose of comforting myself by hurting you just because you are her daughter? I've called you here. I'm truly ashamed of that, especially as a human parent myself. I've never met you. I've only seen you in pictures. But I know who you are. I remember. Yes, I hated you too, just by seeing you smile in a picture. In a family photo without me, Dad, and Oni-chan were smiling at the family that I didn't know, in a way reserved for family members, which I detested. I wasn't alive then, but I was still jealous. That's right. We couldn't meet due to the wheels of time, and even if we did meet, we wouldn't have been able to stay together. You and I sit on opposite sides of the seesaw, with Dad as a fulcrum, cannot exist at the same time as family members. Your name is... I can read it! Dad's late wife, who passed away before I was born. Angie. Oh. That still is only a small part of the answer. There's still an hour's worth of answer. Because... you still need to deny the terrible fragment I brought with me. Huh? Battler, Angie, and Byato. Since I've already come to a consensus, the answer should already be accepted. And yet, why did peace? No. Asumu! Still want to hear it from Angie's mouth. Well then, start the autopsy. Because they say cats can be loved, killed, and enjoyed twice. This was a fantasy about what if Asumu Ujiyomiya had never died and always been a member of the Ujiyomiya family. A fairy tale. So long as Asumu was Rudolph's wife, she was a legitimate member of the family and thus invited to the family conference. Naturally, the family would not recognize Rudolph marrying a second wife. So, only his legal wife, Asumu, would have been invited. Whoa. So, the fact that Asumu existed in this fragment automatically meant that Ishimiya Kairi would not, or could not exist in it. Kairi herself would exist, but not as an Ishimiya. She would be Kairi Sumidera. Therefore, Kairi Ishimiya and her existence would vanish. The same can be said for Angie. The reason Battler left the family was Angie's birth date. If you counted backwards from the final month of pregnancy, it was evidence that Kairi and Rudolph had an affair while Asumu was still alive. Oh yeah, and then the whole thing is like, okay, so then Battler doesn't get upset about the whole thing. He doesn't leave. He doesn't, break away from the family. If he doesn't break away from the family like that, then the whole, Sayo tragedy basically doesn't happen. Oh, okay. I see where was I? Had an affair while Asumu... Okay, wait. The reason Battler left the family was Angie's birthday. Yes, if you counted backwards from the final month of pregnancy, it was evidence that Kairi and Rudolph had an affair while Asumu was still alive. If Asumu was still alive and well, Ishimiya Angie would not exist. Even if she was acknowledged, there's no way Kinzo would allow Angie to be added to the Ishimiya family register. Therefore, Angie would be an illegitimate child. Zooped out of there. The existence of Angie Ishimiya would vanish, and she would have lived as Angie Sumidera instead. I understand up to here.
どうしてこの世界が私を傷つけるものになるというの？
But why would you say that this fragment is something that will hurt me?
私が生きて非分の謎に出会い
Because I lived. Excuse me, because I lived, encountered the puzzle of the epitaph.
黄金の魔女となる前のベアートに非分の謎を解く重要なヒントを教えていたという
Became the Golden Witch before Beato solved the epitaph and gave her an important hint to solve it.
ファンタジーがあるからです
The scenario is pure fantasy.
後ろ宮アスムという人間はキリエとは全く逆のタイプでな。
The person called Asumu Ishiromiya really is the polar opposite of Kairi.
ああ
Ah,
おふくろはどこかふわふわとした
my mom is fickle and very mysterious.
とても不思議な人だった
Exact opposite of Kairi. Kairi thought with logic, but Asuma thought entirely with inspiration. So, while Kairi was by far the strongest on problems involving numbers, Asuma had the talent for solving riddles that could not be solved by logic. The riddle of the epitaph was exactly that latter sort of puzzle. No matter how methodical Kairi was in her reasoning, it would never yield an answer.
そんな私が死なずに生きていて
I kept living in this
おじ
fragment.
い様がお屋敷に魔女の肖像画と非分の謎を設置するところにいられたなら
If only I could have been at the place where your grandfather installed the portrait of the witch and the riddle of the epitaph in his mansion.
私ならきっと解けていた
I'm sure I would have
それ
solved
だ
it.
けでなくおじい様が誰に解いてほしいと願っているかさえ見抜くことができた
And not only that, I would have known who your grandfather had wanted to solve the epitaph's riddle.
だから私はベアトにすぐに非分の謎を解かせたはず
So, I would have had Beato solve the epitaph right away.
そういうファンタジー
This is that sort of
と
fantasy.
なれば
And
我ら
then-
の復活を見届けた時点で金蔵は永眠する。
When he sees my resurrection, Kinzo dies in front of me.
すなわち金蔵はその時点ですでに消滅する。
So, at that point in time, Kinzo would have already been dead.
待って、
Wait,
金蔵の死はクラウスおじさんたちの都合で秘密にされるはずよ。
Uncle Kraus and his conspirators hid Kinzo's death for their convenience.
実際には死んでいてもあたかも生きているかのように振る舞われるはず。
So, even though he's actually dead, they would behave as if he was actually alive.
おふくろ
Mom,
さすがにこれは少しご都合が過ぎる世界だな
as I thought, this world was a little too convenient.
おとぎ話とはファンタジーとは
Isn't that what fairy tale is? A fantasy?
そういうものでしょう
エンジ
Angie,
じい様の死を隠さなければならないのはクラウスおじさんたちに金銭的な問題があった時だけだ
Uncle Kraus and his family only had to hide grandfather's death when they had financial problems.
その世界ではわらわは絶望の中ででなく少なくとも
In that world, I would live not in despair, but in a far off, calmer everyday life.
はるかに穏やかな日常の中に生きている。だから発見された黄金のその後も変わってくるのだ。
Therefore, after I found the gold, everything would change. The trigger that tore up Battler and Shannon's relationship was Asuma's death. However, in this fantasy where Asuma did not die, the two of them could continue their friendship. The seed of unrequited love placed in Shannon's chest, whose root tormented her with pain during several years of hell, was never planted. After that, as Asuma herself said, it was all a fairy tale. Oh, look at them. These two grew up what was it? Was it healthy? Those two grew up healthy. Not not fucked up. Those two grew up, yep, healthy. Alright. And then, suddenly, the riddle of the epitaph appeared in the mansion. Asuma's intuition told her that Kinzo wanted Chan to perform some sort of miracle. Although he was quiet, Genji was poor at keeping secrets. And with just a couple questions, Asuma had discerned that this was settling some sort of animosity with his illegitimate child. Nanja had told Kinzo that his years remaining were short and that he should settle his regrets and tell the truth to the girl who didn't even know her own origins. He hoped for a miracle and left it to time to decide, even though the chance of failure was high. Asumu, who was good at puzzles, encouraged the similar mystery-loving battler in Shannon to attempt and solve the riddle of the epitaph. She watched and guided them so that they could arrive at the answer on their own. Gold. In the same year in which the epitaph first appeared, 20 billion yen of gold had been found by a young boy and girl. Angie. I'll say it in place of her. Over and over again. This is her fairy tale. At first, Angie was puzzled as to why Peace and Beato were so apologetically repeating over and over again that this was a fantasy. But, little by little, she began to understand that uncomfortable feeling. And then? The girl took a share for herself, one large enough for a more than merely comfortable life, and gave the rest to the Ishimiya family relatives. Therefore, all the relatives had enough to settle their financial problems. Concealing Kinzo's death was unnecessary. There was no reason to quarrel, leaving just a happy island. So, the reason Beato and the others disappeared was that she left the island. That's right. Because I did not have the roots of the seed of love within me, I wasn't tormented by it. So I wasn't tied to the island and did not need to act the part of the Golden Witch. So Genji disappeared because the master he had served died and Beato left the island? He had always decided that if he no longer owed a debt of gratitude to Kinzo and to me, who was responsible for his upbringing, he would leave the island and live out the rest of his days in peace and quiet. The right way to live life. Once Kinzo passed away and I decided to leave the island, Genji also had nothing more to tie him to the island. Fades away. All fades away. That's why they would have vanished from the 1986 Halloween party. In other words, in this game, within the exact moment of the 1986 Halloween party, depending on if Asumu is alive or not, it's staged as if the Witch of Pieces eats her opponent whole, including the fact that she existed. But it's really like a game of spot the difference. That's correct. One side of the coin is shut up in the cat box of misery. The other is a world where everyone is happy with the exception of you and Kairi. Beato fulfilled her dream. Battler's dream of living with his relatives and going to the same school came true.
その後のルドルフの結婚に傷つけられないバトラーはきっと
He wouldn't be hurt by his mother's death and his father's remarriage. He would also gladly accept that miracle.
その奇跡を彼もまた喜んで受け入れるでしょう。
なるほど。
I see.
本当ならば、私たち3人はその答えに至り。
If that's true, then the three of us will agree on that answer and expose your identity.
3人で同意した一つの答えとして、あなたの正体を暴くことになる。
It's the smart way of doing it. Submit your answer only when you're 100% sure that the person has already basically given you the answer.
ところが、私が否定するのよ。
Even so, I'll
その
deny
答え
that
を。そう
answer.
でしょう。
You knew that, right? Yes.
苦しめてやりたかった。
I wanted to make you suffer.
答えは出ているのに、あなただけが否定するから勝てない。
You know the answer, but if you deny it, your side cannot win.
そういうゲームにして、あなたをいじめ抜くつもりでした。
I was go no. No, 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 no. I was going to make it that sort of game and torment you through it.
わからねえよ。
I don't get it.
どうしてそんなことを。
Why would you do that?
袋がそんなことをするなんて俺には信じられねえよ。
I can't believe my mother would.
信じたくないなら信じなくてよい。
If you don't want to believe it, you don't have to believe
そ
it.
れもまた。
That too is love.
だが、信じなくても理解しろ。
But if you don't believe it, at least try and understand it.
一人の愛する人。たった一つの愛をめぐって、人がどれだけの惨劇を起こせるのか。
How much havoc can one person wreak over, over one loved one, over just one love?
お前はもう十分すぎるほどに理解しているだろう。
You already know all too well the answer. Instead,
お前
give
に
thanks.
今なお人を苦しめることで何がしかの怨念を晴らしたいという気持ちがあるはずがないと信じさせるほどに。
So that you don't believe that she would want to make herself feel better by tormenting people over a long-held grudge.
お前に愛情を注いでくれたことに
Give thanks for the affection she poured into you.
感謝をしてほしい。
If she had been told that Kiri had become Rudolph's wife. That's Kyrie. Kyrie had become Rudolph's wife after her death. There's no way that even Asumu could have been at peace. For her, a daughter such as Angie was a foreigner in the family that she would never want to acknowledge. With that emotion at her core, she was made into an assassin piece. She was a sort of ghost who had a deep-seated hatred for Kyrie and her daughter, who had hijacked her family after she died. So, even though Angie was not at fault, she tormented her. I'm fine. I don't care about me anymore at this point. But what will happen to Angie if this fragment is recognized? Will she vanish?
私のお母さんが後ろ宮家に嫁いだから。
Because my mom married into the Ishimiya family, a tragedy occurred.
惨劇が起こった。後ろ宮アスムのままだったら誰も悲しまなくてよかった。私は生まれてくるべきではなかった。
If Asumu Ishiromiya, it's written twice. If Asumu Ishiromiya Asumu did not die then, nobody would have been sad. I shouldn't have been born. That's not true. Even what we just saw was all within our cat box.
そうだと。
That's right,
エンジ。
Angie.
何もそなたが気に病むことなどない。
Don't worry about this.
晩節を汚すどころか死後になって
Rather than dishonoring myself in life, I shame myself after death.
自ら恥をさらすなんて。だからエンジ。
So Angie,
恥じるべきは私であなたじゃない。
it is I who should be ashamed, not you. In addition, You have a reliable
そし
brother.
てここにはどんなかけらであっても受け入れてくれる魔女がいる。
And here, you have a witch who will accept any sort of fragment.
あなたは
You should stay.
いていいの。いてはいけないのは
It is I who
私
should
の
leave.
方。
そうね。
Right.
要はそういうことだわ。
That's the whole point.
私がここにいることを恥じるなんておかしいもの。
It'd be strange for me to feel ashamed of being here.
亡霊のあんたが一番おかしい。
You're such a weird
その
ghost.
上、自分が生きていたらこんなにも未来は幸せだったのに。
Although the future would be so much happier if you were still alive.
タラとレバーをつければどんな未来だってでっち上げられる。
But
生きていたらこんなにも未来は幸せだったのに。
got me again.
タラとレバーをつ
But
ければ
you can make up any
どんな
future you
未
want
来だっ
if
て
you
でっ
embellish
ち上
it.
げられる。
そう。
Right.
だからウィッチ・オブ・ザ・ピースなどという
So, this wicked witch of the peace.
邪悪な魔女の駒のこ
Wicked
とを
witch of the peace.
抱きして心にさえとどめずに
Spit on and forget about me. Don't ever think of me.
忘れ去ってちょうだい。ああ、そうか。
Ah, that's right.
そのために
So that's why I have that
私にはこの
power.
力があるので
Huh?
バトラー、
Battler.
あやつは
She's
おふくろ。
Mom? What's she doing? The Witch of Peace's hair danced as if it was a curtain in the wind and billowed out in great
大丈
sheets.
夫、エンジちゃん。
Oh, is she consuming herself? It's fine, Angie.
そしてバトラ君、
And Battler.
あなたたちのその悲しみは今すぐ癒されるから。
I'll heal your sadness right now. Hair attack. A beautiful bundle of hair growing like the branches of a large tree slowly enveloped the body. What the fuck? Why'd it go so quick? Why'd it go so fast there? Fuck. I'm just trying to read, dude. I'm trying to finish this. Slowly enveloped the body of the witch of the pieces. P P P P P.
私もおかしな人間の駒をやらされたものでピー。
Seems I also played a strange human piece. Piece.
まあ短い時間でしたが、
Weird static
忘
noise
却
as
の
well.
深淵で積もった埃をしばし払うことはできましたのでピー。
Well, it was short, but I was able to brush off the dust that piled up on me in the abyss of oblivion. Peace. Honestly, she can leave.
お
I'll
役
be
目
alright
ご
with
苦
it.
労であったぞ。
Your role was
駒の
difficult.
魔女よ。
Witch of
そ
Pieces.
なたの主にはそなたがその役目を見事に果たされたことを
Be sure to tell your master that you have fulfilled that role brilliantly.
必ずや伝えよう。
さよなら。
Goodbye, battler.
妹を大切にしてね。
Take good care of your sister.
あなたが思っているより
Girls can be much more fragile than you think.
壊れやすいのだから。
おふくろ。
Mom.
さよなら、エンジちゃん。
Goodbye, Angie. The longest goodbye.
後ろ宮家に一人だけが残って未来をたくましく生きなければならないことで。
If it is our destiny that only one of us should remain in the Ishimiya family and live a prosperous future,
もし運命、私はその一人があなたでよかったと思う。
I'm glad that it was you.
賢くて、たくましくて、自分の家族のためにどのような努力も厭わなかった。
You're smarter and stronger than anybody else, and I'm glad you're the blood of Kairi Ishimiya, who is smarter and tougher than anyone else, and was willing to go to any length for the sake of her family.
後ろ宮桐江の血を引く一人。よかったと思って。こんな情けない謎々が趣味のおばさんの娘じゃ。
It's not very healthy to be the daughter of such a pathetic, riddle-happy aunt.
心もとないものね。
私、あなたのことをお母さんと呼べることなんて
Even though, in my whole life, I never called you mom.
一生ないけれど、私のお母さんがあなたが死んだ後にも嫉妬するほどに。
Because my mom was jealous of you even after your death. You were Dad's splendid partner.
あなたがお父さんの素晴らしい伴侶であったことだけは私疑わないから。
I can say this without a doubt.
あなたもお幸せに。
Thank you. I wish you...
伴侶であったことだ
was the best of luck. I wish you... I was trying to drink some water. Wish you all the best. With that, the curtain falls. Your opponent was me, the Witch of the Peace. Peaceful, lovely peace. Just go away. May all humanity be at peace. Just fuck off for already. Alright, great. She destroyed herself. As she should. Why is there still this much time left? Where's... Is it 30 minutes of credits? I'll sit through 30 minutes of credits. I'll sit through 30 minutes of credits, or it's gonna get this video copyrighted because of the music. It's fine. I'm resting my voice, head tilted slightly back, drinking water, thriving. Vibe into the music. Surely this doesn't. No, there's more. We're not. we're not out of the woods yet. Oh, it's a fake out. It's just a fake out. Don't even worry about it. Oh, look at all those golden flowers. Oh, look at them. It's me. That's me. Resuming. 3, 2, 1. No, why are you back? You just left a while ago. Peace. Hi everyone, thank you so much for your hard work. Peace. Oh, we're getting meta with this, aren't we? With this, the curtain falls on Umineko no Nakukoro ni peace. Had to turn an emotional exit into something so messy. You don't have to speak so formally. After all, Seven's thank you party is always like this. Wow, this is so good for this being the last thing of Umineko. That's right. Oh no, is this a spoiler? Get off that.
二次会まで用意してあるって聞かされて、陰鬱な本編ぶっ飛ばすテンションではっちゃけたるぜ。
Yeah, I agree. When it was decided that I was going to be in Umineko, I was told that there would be a party for those who had worked hard on the show. And there was even an after party planned in order to dispel the tension in the gloomy original story.
って最初は楽しみにしてたんだぜ。
Sounded fun when I first heard about it.
とみんな思ってるところで背後からぐっさり来るのがここのお家芸でしょうが。
So everybody thought that they'd be watching from behind the scenes.
本当に甘いわね。ダイエットシュガーの100倍くらい甘いわ。
That's really sweet. 100 times sweeter than diet sugar.
そうそう。ところでピース。
Oh yeah, by the way,
あん
Peace.
たの相手を存在した事実ごと丸飲みするって力だけどさ。
You know, your power of swallowing your opponent's existence whole.
ガチなの？
You really can?
とおっしゃいまピース。
What do you mean,
ガ
Peace?
チもマジもないでしょ。
She's not joking.
あの化け物の駒なんだから。脚本から一人の人物の存在を抹消するなんて。
That monster of a piece's specialty is to remove somebody's existence from the script.
お手の物でしょうよ。
フェザリーヌは私たちの世
For
界を
Featherine, our world.
原稿用紙に書かれたもののように見て、その一文字一文字を鉛筆と消しゴムで好きなように消して好きなように書く力があると聞いたわ。
Looks like it was written on paper, and she can take a pencil and eraser to those worlds of to erase and rewrite them as she sees fit, or so I've heard.
すげえな。
It's an awesome power.
コマもゲーム版も最低限のルールもなしの最強無敵のゲームマスターなんだな。
For her, the pieces, the game board, and even the rules don't matter. She's the most powerful and invincible game master.
でもね、
But
過ぎた力が身を滅ぼすこともあるのよ。
couldn't such a power ruin her?
どうして？
What do you mean?
何でもありは何にもなしに通じますねピース。
Anything goes, you might think, but it's not that simple, Peace.
光も刺さず草木に一本も芽吹かない無音の世界を与えられ。
If you give me a silent world where no light shines and not a single plant or tree buds,
ここなら何の制限も受けずに自由に想像ができるでしょうと言われても困ってしまうものなのでピース。
and tell me that I can create freely here without any restrictions, I would be at a loss, Peace.
創作ってのはね、
That's creation for you.
実はある程度の指針や制限がある方が芽吹きやすいものなのよ。
It's actually easier to make things grow if there are some guidelines and restrictions.
画用紙に猫を描け
Draw a cat on a sheet of paper.
と言われたなら、人はどんな猫を描こうかと迷うことも楽しめる。
If you're asked this, you can enjoy figuring out what type of cat to draw.
あるいは猫以外を描いてみんなの意表をつこうといういたずら心も楽しめる。
Or you can be mischievous and try to surprise everyone by drawing something other than a cat.
なるほどね。
Ah, I
確
see.
かに
Indeed.
何でもいいから書けってのはちょっとやりにくいことだわ。
It's kind of hard to do that, just draw whatever you want.
だよな。
That's right.
大喜利みたいにせめて何かお題が欲しいよな。
Like with writing, I would at least want some sort of theme or prompt.
そういうことだ。
That's how it is.
創作の力は制限がな
Alright, place your bets. Over the next 30 minutes, the rest of this video, are any of these characters going to say anything of interest? Anything important?
なくなればなくなるほどその翼を大きく広げることができる。
The more restrictions are removed, the more the power of creation can spread its wings.
だが、ある一線を越えて一切の制限がなくなると、
However, once the lack of restriction passes a certain point, when there are no restrictions at all,
逆に創作の力は萎縮していくのだ。
contrarily, the power of creation sinks.
我が主はその境地に触れられ、ここは意志ある者のたどり着くべきところではないと悟られ、お帰りになられたのでピース。
My lord reached that peak, realized that place was not the place to go for those with purpose, and then returned peace.
それでねピース。
Then peace.
あんたのそのフェザリーヌ譲りの消しゴムパワーなんだけどさ。
You only inherited Featherine's power of erasure?
できないわけ？
So I'm guessing you can't do the opposite?
鉛筆の力ってこと？
You mean the power of the pencil?
違う。そう
No, no, not that.
丸飲み
Also, I might just start talking over the dialogue.
にして存在した事実
The reverse of the ability to swallow somebody's whole existence.
今までに丸飲みして消し去っていたものを
Wouldn't it be possible to spit out someone whose existence had been erased?
ピ
Pete.
はあ、これは考えたことがなかったでピ
Never thought about that piece.
今ここには俺とベアトとエンジェとベルンとラムダとピースで
Right now, I'm aware of 6 of us here, namely me, Beato, Angie, Byrne, Lambda, and Peace. This is going to be interesting.
すでに一人が飲み込まれていて、その存在を忘れているというのは大いにあり得ることだな。
So it's possible that there were 7 people here earlier, one of whom has already been swallowed up, and one who and whose existence we had forgotten? Question mark.
実は
Actually, yes.
ここにもう一人ゲストがいたのですが、ちょっとうるさかったので飲み込んでおきましたでピース。
There was originally one more guest here, but they were a little noisy, so I swallowed them and put them away. Peace.
やっぱりそうだったのね。
So it was as I thought?
これ結構怖いわ。
That's scary. That's really scary. Who was it?
誰を飲み込んだの？
Who'd you just swallow?
だって私たちの記憶からも消え去ってるんでしょ。
Then wouldn't our memory of them be erased?
思い出しようもないわね。
So there's no point trying to remember.
とするとうまく丸飲みできてなくて、皆様の記憶に少し残られてるかもしれないでピース。
I'm not sure if I've swallowed them completely, so some memory of them may still linger in you guys' piece.
思い出せるか、ちょっとヒントを出してみますでピース。
To try and help you remember, I'll give you a little hint. Piece. First hint.
箸を器用に使う子です。
You're a kid who's pretty skilled with chopsticks.
お箸？
Chopsticks.
洋風な世界観にはマッチしないな。
That doesn't seem to match up with this Western style world.
第2ヒント。
Second hint.
推理が得意で大好物です。
They're immensely proud of their reasoning abilities.
わかった。
I got it.
でしょ。
It's Will, right?
まさかバカラとか言わないでよ。
You didn't think I'd say battler, right?
お箸と推理が得意なんてそんな子いたかしら。
I wonder if there ever was that sort of kid who was good at chopsticks and reasoning.
第3ヒント。
Third hint.
自称名探偵。
They're a self-proclaimed great detective,
知的蹂躙者。
and they also go by the title of intellectual rapist.
何それ。
What a
嫌すぎる最低な
horrible,
二つなんだ。
disgusting title.
疑わしい人物の部屋は一晩中壁に
This is so silly. They once put their ear against the wall of a suspect's room and listened to what was happening all night long.
様子を探り、お客として迎えてくれたお屋敷のすべての窓を夜中にこっそり、それも嵐の中、すべてガムテープで封印していきます。
After being welcomed as a guest, they snuck out in the middle of the night during the middle of a storm and seal all the windows with duct tape.
なんと迷惑な御人だ。
What a bothersome person.
ストーカーか。
Are they a stalker?
変態なのか。
A pervert? Might as well
ダ
be.
メだな。
No good.
そんなキャラが海猫にいたなんて全然思い出せないぜ。
I definitely don't remember any character like that in Umineko.
ラムダデルタ教のことをライバル視していましたでピース。
They see themselves as Lady Lambda Delta's rival.
前にちぎれたラムダデルタ教の腕のちぎれた断面をニヤニヤしながらくすぐっていたこともありますでピース。
Before, when Lady Lambda Delta's arm had been torn off, they took it with a grin. They took it and with a grin started tickling it. Peace.
やだ、何それ超怖い。
No, that's super scary. Does that kind of kid exist? Are they here?
なぜにそんな人物がここ
Why
に
would we
招
invite
か
such
れ
a
ていた
person
の
over?
だ。一体誰の友人だったのだ。
Who on earth would ever be friends
そ
with
んな
them?
ひどい人物。
Such a terrible
別
person.
にいなくなっても
I don't think it's a
問題ない
problem
よう
if
に
they
思える
disappear.
けど。
それもそうだな。
Isn't that right?
いても何もいいことがないように思えるぜ。
Is there anything good about them?
おや、
Oh,
では吐き出さずにこのまま飲み込んでてもいいの
then
で
it's fine if I don't split them back out.
意義な
Peace.
し意義なし意義なし。
No objections. Nope, nope. No one wants her.
全く同感ね。
Seems we're all in
変
agreement.
態お箸のストーカー探偵なんて別にいなくなっても誰も問題ないんじゃないかしら。
Guess it wouldn't matter to anyone if the perverted chopsticks detective stalker doesn't exist.
ごまと塩を分けておいてって言ったら本当にやっちゃって。
他には何かないかないか我が主ってすり寄ってきてしつこいからこいつ飲み込んでおいてって頼んだんだけれど
If I told somebody to separate salt and sesame and they really did it, then asked, is there anything else you want, my master, as they persistently try to snuggle up close to me? Of course I'd ask you to swallow them. If I'd also found that a noisy cat suddenly vanished, I wouldn't be amused with just that. I'd also want to find them and spit them out in a back alley dumpster later. Then I'll do that piece, Lady Burncastel. Starts hacking her up like a hairball. Where were we? Did you swallow anyone else? No. I only swallowed one person today, Peace. Can we stop? Can we please stop saying we've swallowed people? I beg. I beg. I see. So it says, Lady Lambda Delta said. Aside from tonight, there may be another person that Peace has swallowed and erased. At any rate, I have no idea how many pieces were created in the process of writing these massive tales. Well, at any rate, there are a massive number of people who have appeared so far. We pretend to be a closed circle, but every time we restart, the number of characters increase. In the process, there may have been more than a few who were created by, but never given a chance to play a role, disappeared with the eraser shavings. You mean the people who failed the audition for the various fragments of Umineko no Nakukoro ni? Yes, yes. They're called reject characters. Yeah, let's parade the reject characters then. What is happening? Certainly, I don't remember every single reject character. Maybe Peace swallowed some of them up and didn't even allow them to exist. Yep, Peace. Umineko reject characters exist? Where are they? The reject characters for Umineko are usually discarded when they're still incomplete, so they don't usually have a definite form, Peace. However, this doesn't reduce them to 0, Peace. That's right. Since this is a thank you party, I think I'll spit up some of the reject characters I swallowed, Peace. Alright, let's, you know what? Let's bring out some more characters. I'm fine. Whatever. Fuck it. Spitting back out. Is there no better way to phrase it? I'm in that camp. Don't worry, go for it. A cat box equates to a delusional barf box. So don't hesitate, go for it. Umineko reject characters are all characters Beato created, right? Correct. In other words, nobody but me would know them. If they're spit back up, will my memory of them return? That's right, Peace. So, if your memory comes back, feel free to give us an explanation and introduction, Peace. Peace turns around, heads over to the corner of the room. Both looking forward to it and very afraid. How many are there? I think that right now I can spit up 3 people, Peace. Alright, 3 freaks. There are a good deal more, but a lot of them are just concepts with no form, or have fallen completely into the depths of oblivion. So much so that I even cannot remember their existence, Peace. Your preamble is too long. Hurry up and throw up. Now then, for 3 bouts of Umineko Nanakukoro ni reject characters. By the end of this, you just cannot question my devotion to finishing all of Umineko. Begin. Are you ready, everyone? Everybody, I mean? Since they're all reject characters, don't expect too much, okay? Yeah, trust me, I will not get my hopes up about these reject characters. Trust me. Then come on out, Peace. Our first person. I'm on the edge of my seat. I can't wait till I see this person. Peace's hair spread out like a curtain billowing in the wind. And just when it became what looked like a large ball. It's just gonna be a white dude with glasses and it's gonna look like me. What if they were the original art style? I would love that so much. If just we've got like the console sprites and then we have just like yeah. What's that pop noise? That was a pop. That's quite the pop noise. I want to hear it again. Doink. What the What are we doing, man? What are we doing with our lives? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? Oh. What is this? There's no head. So no head? I wonder who it's supposed to be. Oh! This is... I remember. This is the rejected body of the goat servants. Beata waved her pipe and the familiar shape of the well-dressed goat-headed servant appeared. You know what? I could be a hater, but I think this is a somewhat cute way of showing some behind-the-scenes things. It's fine. It's cute. It's a cute way of doing it. I'm not gonna be a hater. Fuck it. I'm not gonna ruin it. Whatever. We're fine. It's fine. It's common for a character's face and body to be made separately, Peace. So, the head was drawn separately, Peace. Just put the goat head on there. If that's the case, I'd like to remake my body over and over again to make it more charming. If that's the case, I'd want a more girly, slender body, too. Don't say anything, Battler. God damn it. Everybody, you should ask for a big, gigantic chest. Okay, wait, when he laughed, I was like, alright, I already know what he's gonna say. I already knew what... Mina, boing, boing. If a female character should inflate their chest, then why don't you have them inflate your crotch to the same extent? Oh, that's a good idea. Belated comment, but her hair all spread out looks like the Windows Vista background. Yes, you're so right. That's so right. That's why it looked familiar. Oh, that's a good idea. In recent anime and manga, all the girls are swollen up like balloons. This time, let's swell up the male characters' crotches. Instead of putting breasts on them, we'll put golf bags. Very funny, Beatrice. I'm dying of laughter. I'm glad to see everyone getting so excited about the mob servant's rejected body design piece. Yeah, dick inflation. Yep. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. Then I'll call out the second character. It's Natsui's twin sister. Huh? What's this? That's just Natsui. Hello. the sequel, Natsui. I am Natsui Shumia. I remember. Yes, Natsui was also originally a reject character. She was a reject character. Natsui was? How was she a reject character? After all, wasn't Natsui eventually accepted? No way. But this... Yes. That's right. To tell the truth, the person you thought was Natsui was actually me. She was a rejected design for Beatrice. Wow. Natsui is a rejected design for... Meanwhile, Battler's head is spinning. Aunt Natsui was Bieto? What does that mean? Originally then, the one we thought of as Natsui was how Beatrice was to be portrayed. This sounds terrible. Oh, yeah, we did. We found out. We found out. And then we went places. Originally, it was created as a rejected design for Beatrice? That's right. Couldn't help but draw somebody who gave off a mysterious air. I see. So, slightly wavy hair expresses a twisted nature of the character piece. But... Doesn't she just give off the feeling of a rich housewife? She doesn't give off the impression of a mischievous and wicked witch at all. Sure, she was on her way to the depths of oblivion, but was brought back when she was selected to play the role of Natsui. Lucky her. If Aunt Natsui was Bieto, that would have been a very calm and gentle story. Perhaps that Umineko would have been a completely different tale than what it is now. Admittedly, I wanted to play the role of a witch for a while now. Well, isn't this interesting? Why don't you give it a shot? Me? This'll be interesting. Why don't you try one of my lines? It doesn't have to be word by word. Just perform it in your own style. Well then, I extracted some of Beatrice's greatest lines. Please take your pick, piece. Well, isn't this fine? Go ahead, Natsui. I don't care if it's Bieto. But that's a rotten line I don't want Aunt Natsui's sophisticated mouth to say, even if it's just a recitation. Maybe you can pick a more reasonable line. Anyways, no matter how you look at it, this line is... No. I'll do it. We're pieces if we're talking about witches. We're actors if you're talking about humans. But nevertheless, if we can't play any role, we're not a full-fledged participant. I like that spirit. Then, she'll make her debut for the first time in Japan. Beatrice Natsui. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Alright, I'm ready to see the third reject character. Can we move on? Can we go? In cases like this, you already know how you're going to evaluate performance even before it's finished. Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Basically that meme. Wow, that's pretty good. Oh, where is it? Wait, I could, since I'm just on the second screen, I can probably just easily. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I had to play it. Alright, here we go. Wow, that's pretty good. I'm surprisingly into Natsui's Byato. Next time, we should make a fragment where Natsui's Byato. There's probably a market for it. I try my best to be intimidating. How was it? The crowd goes mild. Well, you were definitely doing your best. As I thought, it's enough to just let Byato spew such vulgar words. Smile. You sucked ass. Smile. Suppose you were right. Elegant speech suit Natsui best. Surprisingly, wasn't as interesting as I'd expected. And now our third and final person. Come out, my trump card. Alright, what third person am I going to be able to be disappointed with? Oh, here we go. Give me that pop noise. Ah, like an egg being just laid. Pop, we have this freak. Wow. Huh? Who's that? Virgilius. Virgilius? A boy? A girl? They gave off an air of youth. Maybe a teenager. Not on the witch's side, judging by the look of their clothing. It wouldn't be strange for them to appear as a relative. Well. Even though all I finished was line art, he's been cleaned and colored. I thought it would not be interesting to show him as he was. So, had it colored. Peace. You shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I'm not sure what it is, but I get the feeling that we wouldn't get along. Okay, what the fuck does that mean, Battler? Jesus. That's right. This man's name is Virgilius. If he'd appeared on stage, I would have called him Will, since that would be a shortened version of his name in katakana. Having two Wills would be confusing. If that's what you say, then we have Virgilia and Virgilius. They're similar enough to be confusing. Because Virgilia is, as I recall, a name of a character in a play from long ago. As I recall, it means he who leads us to Beatrice. I see. Her role is similar to the one in the original source, so makes sense that their names would be similar. That is exactly right. Good deduction. Hey, Beato. Can this kid not talk? That's boring. After all, I only drew a rough sketch of him standing up along with 2 or 3 scenes. I didn't decide on his personality or way of speaking. Alright, this is me. I would like to try out for the part of Virgilius. I have my whole back 90 plus episodes of Umineko reading to look back as a demo reel. What? That's boring! Such a pretty life-size picture and you can't even say hello? I just have to get that slight in on me. Even if he's just reciting lines, you might as well put him in those 2 or 3 scenes and let him talk a little. That's easy for you to say. Moving one piece should be enough for a scene. Well. That's fine, that's fine. We could probably mix something in. Put him in a scene. Do something with this boy. But he doesn't feel like he's a piece on the witch's side. That's what I thought too. If you're a witch, you should be dressed eccentrically. He looks more like a human, doesn't he? Well, he has the crest on him. That's right. Originally, he was created as a human detective. Huh? Then, in other words, Huh? I can't remember Erica. Oh, it's so sad. She was being bothersome, so I spit Erica out in a back alley dumpster. Ah, I remember her now. In other words, he was the origin of Erica's character. Erica was a rival piece created to become an enemy of Battler, and then he defeated after a fierce battle, all for the sake of drama. But he's a little different. Did Erica appear? It was a bit you missed. You'll have to watch the VOD if you really care to see what it was. It was like a joke. It was like, oh, we can't remember who Erica is. And then fucking she was like, oh, the piece was like, I ate Erica, but she was being obnoxious. You guys can't remember, whatever. I basically recounted it all. He's certainly Battler's rival as a detective, but through his extremely misleading deductions, he gets Battler's logic to drift further and further off the path and torments him for quite a while, so you could say he was created to be a fated rival. My debut? Why? My debut was planned for episode 3. My debut. My role was that I was supposed to completely knock Battler to the bottom after he submitted to the witch illusion in episode 2. Why is he using the Kansai dialect? It doesn't suit him at all. Shut up, Battler. You just wanted to make him say that. Foghorn detective. Hello! There are always 2 truths. Without love, it cannot be seen. Trick end and magic end. Stop pranking me so much. Originally, he was designed to appear as a strong rival to fight Battler in episode 3, and was then added as a recurring character in subsequent episodes piece. Really? As you arrive, oh, was I supposed to be really annoying and noisy? That's my best. That's my best try. He really is noisy. I'll modify him to speak normally. I'll do the same for his reasoning. Thank you. Oh, they neutered him. What other scenes were you planned for? Quite a few, although the details were fairly vague. For instance, apparently somebody from the Ushimiya family was Natsui's illegitimate child from 19 years ago. It was something along the lines of a mysterious man arriving at the family conference. Wait. For instance, apparently somebody from the Ushimiya family. Oh, so that was the origin of the illegitimate child from 19 years ago in episode 5. So wait. So that's why that plot seemed so, like, actually interesting, and I wanted something to happen from that, and then it was just, but that's something else. But it is somewhat related, right? There was a whole thing. There we saw it, and then it was like the whole, that was just Lambda on the phone. Like, wasn't that whole part of it? Or is that something slightly different? Or just taken from it? Or modified from it? Whatever. Oh, so that was the origin of the illegitimate child from 19 years ago in episode 5. I would have been very ruthless and would have had the power to patch together the truth and circumstantial evidence as I wished. In order to fix the world with whatever reasoning I could construct. Yeah, not so loyal. I see. That seems pretty similar to Erica. Frightening thing about this guy is that he can create any falsehood he wants simply by cutting and pasting the truth. Control C, Control V. He can create any kind of truth at will, without mixing in a single lie. As I thought, he's similar to Erica. In other words, the scenes he lost when he got rejected were taken over by Erica in episode 5. To me, he seems like a more powerful character than Erica. Why was he planned for episode 3, not 5? Why'd he leave? Hey! To tell the truth, it's because I was so flashy and violent in episode 2. Fantasy became really violent and predominant because of that. At that time, what is known as forum culture suddenly blossomed. Oh, the fucking forums. Blame the forums. The writer and reader were able to connect through the internet. Peace. I see. So you learned that you went on too much of a spectacular rampage, and great hordes of people surrendered to the witch. Yes. In the original episode 3, titled Land of the Golden Witch, I was planning to put in a lot more action and gaudiness than in episode 2, but... I see. Since you noticed that your readership was thrown into chaos, you changed gears. That's right. That's why after learning too much leaning too much toward the witch side in episode 2, it became necessary to leverage the situation to lean toward the human side in episode 3. That's why we had to make some adjustments to make it happen. Is that why you created Virgilia? Ah, I see. Virgilia was really nice and taught me how to fight witches. And then I got backstabbed, so... The name was the same, but the character and role did a 180. Well, I think I only borrowed the name. Everything else was shelved until Erica showed up in episode 5. After episode 5, Erica was just as annoying. Just an annoyance. If Virgilius had appeared in episode 3, he definitely seemed like an evil demon who knocked Battler down to rock bottom over and over again. Unfortunately, that choice was not mine. But even so, I feel honored to have been allowed to be introduced in this fashion. Speaking style really is important, Peace. He seems completely different than he did when he first showed up, Peace. Will. It was good to meet you, man, even if it's just for a short time. Maybe the two of us are fighting in some fragment somewhere. Or maybe a fragment like that. Then, I'll make arrangements for us to meet there one day. But I'll be the one who wins. You're noisy, Battler. Just wanted to say that. The called-up illusions, even if only for a short time, enjoy the fact that they were able to appear on the game board and then disappear back into the world from which they came, praying for their return. Nope, they'll never see the light of day. Fuck off. Please excuse the impoliteness, everybody. Why is she back? Preparations for the Great Lady Aurora's tea party are finished. Please follow me. I will guide you there. Then, let's move somewhere for the second party. Oni-chan, shouldn't you think of some parting words? You're the designee for that. This is bad. It's useless. I can't think of anything. I still can't think of anything, and I'm the one in charge of closing greetings. I'll just think about it during the tea party. Not so fast. Gotta make a lot of noise, not give you time to think about it. Come on, let's both ad-lib and suffer together. As always, you're all getting along nicely. When Erica moved to open the door, a door appears leading to Featherine's tea party. It was only open a crack, but the sound of hordes of people having fun was overflowing from it. My master? Where are you going? Byrne and Lambda slowly stood up from the sofa, but they did not make any pretense of heading towards the next tea party. Only those two looked as if they were slipping out to somewhere else. You guys go ahead. We'll be there later. What are you going to be doing? Byrne and Lambda's eyes had a strange glow to them. Earnestly and mysteriously, their eyes shone like those of a child's, as if in anticipation of something wonderful that was about to happen. It's a secret. We just wanted to take a peek at what was going on. Where it cries. Cry? Yes. Soon. Something will cry. Oh, you're saying these freaks get to go into the next, whatever the fucking, I forget, the title doesn't come to me, but, isn't coming to me, but, then, Erica. Later. Next time, hope it's a good role. Oh my. The villain is pretty fun, too. Wonder if our roles will be close friends. Or if we'll hate each other. Either's fine. As long as I can play the same game as you, Byrne. Oh my. We don't know if we'll play or be played. We'll find out soon enough. When something else cries. I read Sonia Phase 1. It was confusing, weirdly anticlimactic. I didn't want to like spoil myself or anything, and I'm not gonna get into a whole big thing. So I don't know anything. And but will I ever get to that story? Who fucking knows? If that's ongoing currently and everything. All I know is that I saw somewhere that it's apparently a story, as I said, currently being worked on, and I heard or read somewhere a short blip where it's like it pulls like real world events into it, and I'm like, Jesus. Going with your prepared gift. Where's the gift? Huh? I guess we won't see it. Whoa. I saw Cammy there for a second. I saw my girl Cammy. I think I think that's it then. I guess I'll look into. I took a screenshot of the thing you mentioned, the what was it, Subata release, whatever. I'll take a look. I'll see if that's worth doing. World War II was a real event. You know what I mean. Yeah, but you're right. You got me there. Tanabata, Subata. What did I say? Subata. Boat guy. What was his name? His name was Kawabunga, Kawabasa, Boomer Quanger. But honestly, possibility that that's the last of Umineko. I mean, Golden Fantasia, as far as like the series thing, right? Golden Fantasia is going to be its own series on like the archive. It'll be its own like playlist and stuff. I'm considering it like a separate game. But yeah, as far as like Umineko proper, I think that's Umineko proper, that we're basically done. That's it. 89 parts and then 2 supplemental streams, basically long ass ones. This last note, what was it? Last note and then our confessions. Wow. What a crazy 2 readings those were. Again, shout out Lambda Delta YouTube channel for compiling those, making it easy to do this, as easy as I could do. Was last note worth it? Worth it so hard. Saying is something worth it. It's hard. Our confession was pretty good. Last note. It was interesting. It was slightly interesting. I think since I figured it out, I mean, basically what it was trying to say quite early on. So you figure out who the piece represents, not the piece. Piece, basically. The piece. You figure that out, and then you're just like, okay. And then it's like, basically it's just, once you figure that thing out, then it's just like, okay, Osamu as like a character, it's like, I shouldn't be going on this vindictive kind of thing. I accept what's happened kind of thing. I don't know. That's how I'd quickly just put it together. It's fine. It was fine. I'm not going to say it was not an okay read. Is that fair? It wasn't a disappointing read. That's how I'd put it. It looked way goofier. It was silly. It was pretty high, not super high, but pretty high on the silliness scale, I would say. So I guess Golden Fantasia sometime starting next week. We'll talk about that more next week. I don't know. I'll say this right now. I don't know if I'm going to stick to the normal Umineko Tuesday, Saturday streams for Golden Fantasia. I think I'm going to kind of treat Golden Fantasia more along the lines of like other games that I play on the channel, which is to say usually not really set schedule, which is to say just sporadically if I'm feeling like playing it type thing. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to commit to that, but I think that's part of why I'm treating it like its own separate thing, because it is, and it is actual game and stuff. So Sorry if that makes it hard if you actually want to pay attention to it and stuff on set days, but obviously, like say, VODs are always there. Streams on YouTube and Twitch stay up there as long as they can. It'll be interesting. It'll basically come down to how quick can I download my ability to play a fighting game again, which is either going to be a miracle or a disaster. So thank you so much for spending this Saturday, long ass Saturday night stream with me. And again, the Umineko journey. Hope you enjoyed through the lows and the highs. And yeah, I think that's it. So final words were chosen. Oh, do you need to say something here before I end on the final words? Oh yeah, it is. Oh shit. Come like this. I need to remember. I really need to beat Real World Story. The lady in my life that I refer to as my work abuela. I need to text her. I need to wish her a happy holiday before she texts me. I am literally on. I don't care that she's super old. I'm gonna text her at midnight. So like almost 23 hours from now. I need to be the one to first. I'm gonna send her a Peanuts gif or something. I need to set a reminder to do it. I need to schedule. Yeah. I need to do it. I need to do it to her first. Because I feel bad that she's always wake up late on like holidays to her text to me. So I'm going to do that. Xmas Snoopy. It should be simple. No stream today? On Christmas Eve? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do once I wake up on Christmas Eve. And Christmas Day. Honestly, I'm going to shrug and say, I have no idea. But we'll see. I'll figure it out. The thing is, I'm probably not going to, I'm not going to do a bunch of holiday activities. That's probably just not a thing I'm going to be doing. Probably. So, I would say a semi-decent shot. I'll be on stream at some point over the next 2 days. But I'll just have to see. So, as committed as an answer as I can give. We'll see, though. The stream's final words. I'm really paying for this. I need to wipe this from people's memories. Final words. Boatman did nothing wrong.